Do these work? Well, they seem to. Hi there. It's me, Pat Am from Twitter. That's not supposed to be on. Anyway, it's me, Pat Am from Twitter. You should know me from Lynn's podcast and my ongoing obsession with the 1920s scout group, the Kindred of the Kibbo Kift. If this is your first time hearing about the Kindred of the Kibbo Kift, I'm sorry, this is not the place for you. But if you know what they are, then this is a treat. This has come into my possession, a 1929, although I think it's 27, copy of The Confession of the Kibbo Kift, John Hargrave's seminal manifesto of what the Kindred is in 1927. Now, this is my first time reading this book, and my first time live streaming, so we may have some hiccups. But hopefully this will be a fun and rewarding experience for all, archiving this very rare book, which is not available at this time from anywhere else. Hopefully, if you're watching, you can say something in the chat, and I'll be sure to answer your question, if I can or if I know it. Well, a sip of coffee. Take down this just a moment sign. Move the camera a bit. Whoop. And I say, let's begin. One check. All right, here we go. The Confession of the Kibbo Kift. The Confession of the Kibbo Kift, a declaration and general exposition of the work of the Kindred, by John Hargrave. And here's his little Kindred emblem in the title page. Production without possession, action without self-assertion, development without domination. Lao Tzu. An interesting thing about my copy, it has the, of course, the novels by, and we can see Harbottle, Young Winkle, and then came Spring, and the Feniger Failing. I don't know, that's a Epiphany? I don't know, it's a British word. But also what we have here is two that have been written in by hand with pencil. The Imitation Man and Summertime's Ends, which is, Summertime's Ends is down here. And that means that, you know, this book was someone of the time. When Hargrave released a new book, he wrote it down. Continuing on. First published 1927, all rights reserved. Sign Manual, George C. Moorish, Chief Scribe, imprint of the King Council. Here. All right, table of contents. 322 pages. Introduction. The need for a human instrument. Introduction. The need for a human instrument. Section 1. The few and the many. In every age and in every community, arises the necessity for a human instrument, vital and disciplined, to operate in different parts of the earth as a directive force of the progress of the race. Without quibbling as to what exactly the word progress may signify, it can be shown that whatever changes have taken place in human organization and social technique have been brought about and preserved by certain groups operating within the community. Such groups may be conveniently classified as A. Conservators, and B. Innovators. Mass inertia is only overcome by the energy of the few, capitalized, working in harmony with the circumstances and states of mind which are the outcome of a historic process, the one outstanding feature of which is the struggle for economic security. The will of the community is engendered, made articulate, put into action, preserved, traditionalized, repressed, and perverted or altered by human institutions or minority convictions within the majority. These groups perfect the ideopractic of a school of thought, an emotional impulse, a religious cult, an ethical code, an economic system, anything and everything. Naturally, the conservators begin as innovators, and the most cherished institutions, customs, and established forms of a people must once have been innovations. Innovations which were either imposed suddenly or were allowed to seep into the common social life little by little. During critical periods of history, when drastic action alone can preserve human association, a group of ideopraxists will come together capable of an attempt to put an idea into action, and so, according to their judgment, put an end to the crisis and reform the dislocated human association upon a better or different social basis. At the same time, some other group or groups will develop on the other side, and will try to preserve or reestablish the old idea which is being threatened by the new. As every period of human development is critical at this point or that, we shall find that there has always been, and are now, these human institutions struggling to carry an idea, preserve it, and plant it firmly upon the particular society through which they operate. It seems as if the development of mankind has been brought about by the interplay of forces produced by the general inertia of the many and the intense energy of the few. Now here's a footnote for that. It's a quote. A change in psychology and customs may be altogether disproportionate to the numerical strength of the reformers. The most virile of our invaders, the Nordics, appear to have come as a minority of officers in the armies of the Alpines, and yet it was the Nordic culture which prevailed. From Racial Origins of English Characters, Radley. But for the inertia of the many capitalized, human associations, but for the inertia of the many, human associations would collapse. There would be no stability. It is the slow going of the ordinary individual who just gets on with his job which gives stability to a civilization. But it certainly is not that common level of steady-going routine which builds up upon the body of ideas upon which the routine itself is based. It is the few who, formulating and playing upon the mass mind, swing a civilization or an epoch from one point to another, and their ability to do so depends upon circumstances and conditions which appear to arise spontaneously and are not the results of their work. In modern times, conditions necessary, for instance, for a sudden political upheaval arrive from the inevitable interplay of conflicting class ideas, not class interests, for the interests of the classes are in reality identical, i.e., economic security. And these class ideas, leading to a deadlock in action or to a sudden attempt on one side to overcome the other by force, may throw up a few, a mere handful perhaps, whose mentality, psychological makeup, and ideological formulae are exactly tuned in to the wavelength of mass feeling. At the right moment, that handful may liberate the full support of the masses, or of a powerful section of the community, and find itself swept into the siege perilous of complete control. The conflict is then, to some extent, and for a time, resolved, and a period of reconstruction may set in. In this conflict between mass inertia and an energetic minority, we have the key to one of the paradoxical stumbling blocks so frequently met within all utopian and socialistic theories. We find a curious paradox, for instance, in two ideas which dog the mental operations of almost all so-called democratic reformists. The great commonality, the masses, the workers by whose labor we live, should have, they say, complete control over their own destiny, and no individual or group should have the power to decide the fates of these millions. Having said so much, it is necessary to foreshadow the means whereby the will of the masses shall be liberated and translated into action. And it is here that the contradiction shows itself. For in order to give effect to the will of the masses, it is necessary first to generate or supply the will ready-made, and then when it is accepted and returned with mass impetus to canalize it through some governing body into action. And this, obviously, can only be done by the few. The history of the human race is truly the history of ideas, and it would be possible to record the development of mankind as the work of A, individual idea generators, and B, group idea carriers. Such a record would be the history of the few, acting as the mouthpieces and the implements of the many, and would be quite as true in its perspective as the, at present, more popular interpretation in which we read the mass movements moved apparently by mass will. It is the fashion just now to think in the terms of the mass mind, forgetful of the fact that such a mind does not exist until it is told it exists, and cannot act until it is given a technique. A true perspective of history is arrived at only when we recognize the continual interplay of the energetic few and the slower-going majority. We shall be wrong the exact moment we exalt the few because of their energy at the expense of the many, and equally in error should we place the majority because of their numbers above the few. Noah was not more important than the pair of slugs, more or less male and female, that went into the ark, but he was more energetic. Of what use Noah and his ark without the animals 2 by 2? Any child can give the answer. Fashions change, even in the writing of history, and he who reads the runes may read. He who runes may read. Not sure what that means. Section 2. Some historic examples. Among primitive people, the directional organization is usually rigidly conservative and exists to enforce and maintain tribal traditions, customs, and belief, which would otherwise change or become obsolete. As typical examples of such group, we may select the Duck-Duck Society of the Bismarck Archipelago, the Midi Society of the Ojibwe Indians, and the Ndembo of the Lower Congo. Oh, that's where his Ndembo Lodge comes from, Hargrave's inner circle. In each case, these groups may embody certain functions which include the preparation and initiation of the males at puberty, the preservation of tribal folklore and mythology, and to a large extent a priestly governmental control backed by the power of magic and taboo. Innovation can only seep in very gradually. The primitive mind is set in a hidebound conservative communism. These societies, such as the Duck-Duck and the Igat, the Igbo, or Tiger, Society of the Calabar, and the simpler forms of the totem cult in Australia, such as the Wichita Grub Rite, have been the idea makers and carriers. Whatever arts, culture, and social organization the tribe may accept as its own, it is the select few forming such magico-political fraternities, embryonic priesthoods, which have developed and imposed them upon the unthinking majority. These groups are the culture carriers, and although they act as conservators, restricting any mental advance, putting down heretical and unorthodox ideas and practices, it is they who maintain whatever spark of art, learning, and wisdom the tribe as a whole may possess. It is the select group which preserves the folklore, myths, and history of the tribe in the form of memorizers, rituals, and chants, etc. Left to itself, the tribe would relapse into absolute forgetfulness. The emu spirits took up lumps of clay, swallowed them, and brought them forth into the sun as dry as the first man and the first women of our totem. That may be nonsense, but it is essential nonsense, a useful nonsense, because it is better to have a creation myth than no Genesis at all. Emu may not marry emu, snake may not marry snake. Not entirely nonsense, this. The hygienic laws of Moses and the efforts of our scientific eugenics to discover the biological laws of racial health are simply extensions of this idea, and in each case are imposed by the few upon the many. Discard all ventriloquism, trickery, sleight of hand, knavery, and mumbo-jumbo humbug of the shamans of such North American aboriginal cult as the sun dance, the modern ghost dance religion, the Hopi snake dance, the Midi Windwind Medicine Society, the Ojibways, and there is yet something left. And that something of very great importance, for it is the will of the people and the only force which can keep them from disruption as an association of human beings. All the picture writing is here, all the knowledge of medicinal herbs, cures, and crude first aid, all the astrological observations and seasonal and regional lore, calculations, records, inventions, and accumulated communal wisdom. Here is the Royal Society in embryo, linked, as it should be, with practical economic necessity and political technique. The primitive associations of medicine men and shaman, looked upon by the rationalist and the modern civilized democrats from a point of view which emphasizes only the quaint dance masks, the weird Chiringa stories, and the grotesquely carved ceremonial rattles, are the prototypes of the few who, like it or not, always carry the Manu, soul, mass ego, urge, historic mission. Call it what you will, from Omanism to Marxism, of the group. And the group is helpless without them. But for them, Wells, Shaw, Einstein, really? 1927. Darwin, Northcliffe, Trotsky, the Duke of Northumberland, and your good self, whoever they may be, could not spell by ABC nor count 1, 2, 3. In every country, folklore and myth abound in references to groups of god heroes, which, in many cases, represent deified men. The exploits of the Fianna, in Gaelic legend, a band of heroes forming a kind of free soldierly or chivalric order, must surely be the legendary history of an actual group. At the fairy mound of Tomnahurich in Inverness lie the seven sleepers, the Finnegans, with their chief, Fingal, Finn or Fionn of the Osanic cycle, and the same idea of a band of heroes with their leader awaiting the signal to rise up from their spellbound hibernation and restore the golden age is worldwide. The seven champions of Christendom, Robin Hood and his merry outlaws, these and 1,000 others are probably more than mere myth, and their adventures recorded in ballad and story are history as held in the folk memory of the race. Embedded in the wonderful and the marvelous, the fragments of actual events from the lives of people who once lived are preserved. The tradition of the Great White Brotherhood, which lingers in so many mystical doctrines, and with which Madame Blavatsky made such play, I don't know who that is probably based upon some lamistic fact. Dr. Osendowski, who may or may not be regarded as a modern Baron Munchausen, gives accounts of Mongolian adepts miraculous enough to serve as mysteries for a whole new crop of occult societies and esoteric groups. That's probably the Theospians or whatever that is. Apart from all such mystical, legendary, and occult notions, we should mention the theory of the children of the sun, as put forward by Professor Perry. These Heliolithic, Neolithic culture carriers formed a kind of migratory priesthood, carrying certain special ideas and practices connected with the magical givers of life, spreading from the Mediterranean basin to India. Further, India, China, and across the Pacific to Mexico and Peru. The theory is that these early culture carriers, in their search for the givers of life, founded settlements which formed the nuclei of the chief centers of ancient civilization. There is said to be proof of a prehistoric guild of bronze workers, which flourished in every country of Europe and Asia, guarding the secrets of the craft, and using an esoteric language of their own, which is supposed to have come down to our day as Sheltathari. No doubt there were prehistoric stonemasons equally jealous of their mysteries of their craft, and such groups would represent the forerunners of a very powerful and select directional forces. Of these, however, we know nothing. The modern Freemasonry having lost the mystery with the craftsmanship. The collegia, or Roman craftsmen societies, as well as the craft guilds of the Middle Ages, carried an idea and a technique which, despite the introduction of power-driven machinery, still have an effect, and which, in another form, will be reinterpreted. As idea carriers and culture conservators, the ancient Egyptian priesthoods, completely entangled in kingship and government, give us a vivid picture of a human instrument which has left a legacy of learning and craftsmanship we are liable to overlook. Again, the Babylonian astrologers must have had a very powerful effect, not only as the observers and calculators of the movements of the heavenly bodies, thus laying the foundations for an astronomical science, but upon the ordering of human life and the development of agriculture in accordance with seasonal sequence. Originally from Bactria, the Persian Magi, instituted by Cyrus 539 BC, are said to have not been so much a hereditary priestly caste as an order or an association divided into such ranks and grades as apprenticeship, the disciples, mastership, the professed, perfect mastership, the masters. Whether the old Persian wisdom or doctrine of light underwent drastic alterations when Zoroaster, the Median, restored and reinterpreted the ancient wisdom, or whether the Magi preserved this teaching in all its purity remains unknown. The education of the Persian kings was entrusted to these wise men, and this must have given them immense power and influence. The Magi are said to have acquired complete political ascendancy. They healed the sick in body and spirit. Religion, philosophy, with all its arts and sciences, were under their control. What little we know of the Druids points to the conclusion that here was a body of conservators, acquainted with many of the arts, skilled in runecraft, and acting as a focus point in an otherwise barbarous community. Their influences must have been widespread, and the fragments of Druidical lore still lingering in popular tradition show to what extent the body of men must have penetrated the life of the common people of their own day. The Knights Templar of the Temple of Solomon, a military order founded by Hugues de Pons and Giroflee de Saint-Omer in 1119, had as its original purpose the protection of pilgrims journeying to the Holy Land. It quickly became the nucleus of the Christian effort against Islam, and the history of the Crusades without the history of the Knights Templar is meaningless. These Templars carried an idea, the idea of militant Christendom. They moved the masses into action. The feudal period of various nations give many examples, of which the samurai, or military caste of old Japan, is well known. The samurai, with their code of Bushido and their Judo exercises, must have played an important part in the development of the Japanese character. The enforcement of the will of one individual or of a small group upon the public at large by means of a secret or semi-secret tribunal brings to mind the Westphalian free judges of the Terre Rouge, said to have been founded by Charlemagne to watch over the subjugated Saxons and prevent them from a return to the errors of paganism. The Council of Ten, which governed the Republic of Venice from 1310 to 1797, and the assassins of Syria, who in the time of St. Louis made more than one invasion into Christian Europe. Such tribunals, of which we have modern examples in the Cheka of the Russian Revolution and the fascist secret police, are neither conservators nor innovators, but merely extra-legal instruments, very frequently the offspring of a revolutionary parent body newly come to power. The Inquisition is perhaps the most famous of all. Developed under Innocent III and Gregory IX, this tribunal, called officially the Holy Office, for the discovery, examination, and punishment of heretics, carried no evangels, but on the lookout of every hole and cranny for lurking heresy and witchcraft, was acting not so much as a conservator of the faith of Rome as an innovator. It promoted the very thing it was instituted to suppress, and the disintegration of the power of Rome over the mind of Europe was very largely due to the focusing of public attention away from the vision of one universal church of all mankind towards the astonishing number of heretics, for the most part poor, illiterate, and often half-witted creatures condemned to be tortured and burnt alive at the stake. In this respect, however, the record of Protestant witch hunting is just as revolting, equally futile. As a religious instrument, the Roman Catholic Church represents an idea plus an emotional impulse which is truly Catholic. That idea and impulse is destined to live again in another form are to be found in the vision of one universal religious faith, binding all men without distinction and calling each individual to live the glory of God. That was another innovation. It was, and still remains, throbbing with revolutionary energy. As an instrument, the Roman Church has not so much failed to protect the vision as failed to keep pace with the mental tempo of all mankind. A time came, as might have been foreseen, when kings and princes snapped their fingers at the threat of excommunication and made the Mano Fica the papal bull. When the power of excommunication evaporated in the imaginations of people, the Church was in the position of a court-martial unable to shoot at dawn, and unable to invent a new disciplinary technique. However, two ideas have been carried and will blossom. Firstly, the idea of a Catholic faith, and secondly, the idea of the just price, social credit. Of the various religious orders, such as the Franciscan, Dominicans, Benedictines, etc., we select the Compañía de Jesus, founded by Ignatius Loyola, 1528, as being the least representative and the most dynamic of all of them. The Company of Jesus, popularly called Jesuits, exhibited a focus, uniformity, and obligation, usually associated with a military organization, and which was certainly borrowed from the army, Loyola having been a soldier before devoting his life to the cause of religion. The papal bull of 1540, Regimente Militaris Ecclesiae, gave formal recognition to the constitution of this society. 3 fields of work are mentioned in the earliest draft of the institutes of the order, namely, to teach the young, to preach to the ignorant and heathen, and to guide Christians to perfection by hearing confessions and giving exercises. The organization was frankly autocratic and dependent on the will of a single superior, called the general, the only officer of the society to be elected for life. The members were divided into 4 classes: novices, probationers, courtiers, and the professed. From a handful of students, the company became a worldwide power, remarkable for its cohesion and rapidity of action. Success was due to the superiority of methods, and as an educational body, quite apart from religious instruction, they have a record which is unequaled. As propagandists, they were unsurpassed. In passing, it may be noted that missioners, wherever they went, were instructed to try and secure the use of a printing press. Love is to be unknown, and to be reputed as nothing, was the maxim impressed upon each member of the society. During the period of inception, Ignatius Loyola had the greatest difficulty in making his followers grasp the fundamental ideas of the society. Rodriguez, we read, could not grasp that obedience was the characteristic trait of the Society of Jesus. The common education of the people throughout the world in reading, writing, and arithmetic, although they do not know it, is very largely the work of the Jesuit fathers, who laid a foundation of inestimable value by their gracious teaching. Incidentally, the paid teachers grumbled very much at this, which is hardly to be wondered at, since the Jesuits are said to have starved out the paid teachers. We ought to mention the Wycliffes as an example of what one strong leader with a few followers can accomplish. By translating the Bible and publishing the Bible in English, by declaring that all authority, secular and ecclesiastical, derived from God, by denying transubstantiation, and by denouncing monasticism, Wycliffe and his followers struck a mortal blow at the weakest points in the Roman instrument. Once more we have an example of the few acting as the cutting edge of the dumb urge of the multitude. Wycliffe was an innovator. Today, Protestantism in all its forms acts as the conservator of his teaching. As a typical instance of the minority convention forced out of a life of the majority by its rigid heterodoxy, innovation, one recalls the Pilgrim Fathers, the 102 separatists from the Church of England, who took ship in the Mayflower and landed at Plymouth Colony, the first settlement in New England in 1620. The reverberations of this exodus of a few diehards resound in the moral, political, and religious ideas of the world to this day. They were able to give voice and action to the dull impulse of multitudes only because of their strictly puritanical rule of life and the discipline engendered by this. Another similar example is that of William Penn and his followers who settled in Pennsylvania, making friendly treaty with the Indians in an attempt to get away from the religious persecution and intolerance in England and start afresh in an uncultivated country. The Society of the Friends, nicknamed Quakers, is a history of a small but powerful minority convention acting as an instrument against certain religious, ethical, and social usages, such as pompous and meaningless ritualism, lax standards of morality, luxurious clothing, the slave trade, drink, and warfare. Esteemed for their honesty and simple rule of life, the Friends have exerted an influence over the minds of millions. Owing to the structure of the society and its methods of procedure, they have been unable to exert a direct influence upon the community. They tended to become a group of families knit together by ties of blood relationship and held by the isolation due to their anti-war, anti-luxury attitude. They represent an instrument for peace on earth with a highly developed social technique of their own, but without a positive solution to the problem of war, and therefore without any one great objective. John Hargrave himself was he came from a Quaker family, which he mentions at Soul of Bay. The religious persecution which had to be faced by the early pioneers such as George Fox having abated, the society lacks the cohesive force of outside opposition, and because of this its younger members tend to be absorbed in the general nonconformity around them. No doubt each human instrument considers itself, or has at some time considered itself, the chosen people, with a special mission to perform it, and in this it is right. For these people have chosen themselves to carry out a particular work and have subjugated themselves to special forms of training and discipline, which place them in a different category altogether from those who remain private citizens. The private citizen may consider such a group of fanatics a confounded nuisance. That does not alter the fact that the level of culture enjoyed by the private citizen has only been attained and can only be maintained by the dynamism of the few working in and against the static apathy of the many. The private citizen, John Citizen, represents the many. Of all those who have looked upon themselves as the chosen people, the most remarkable are the Jews. Here we go. Here is an example of a body of people dispersed and scattered over the whole world, yet held together by the written word. But for the Hebrew Codex, the Jews would have been absorbed completely. As a human instrument, they have carried a love of learning and all intellectual pursuits wherever they have wandered. But as the chosen people, they have no immediate objective. It is always in the future a deliverance to come. The Back to Jerusalem Zionist movement has not altered the fact that spiritually the Jew is still waiting to be delivered out of captivity, still weeping by the waters of Babylon, still to be led into the promised land. With a focus point cast well into the future, he suffers his lot and is thus able to get on with the job, old iron or new nitrates combined, as the case may be. Although there is no real Jewish group formation, but only a religious and patriarchal tradition, they represent something which cannot be ignored. A human instrument scattered to the four corners of the earth, each individual unit holding a practical ability and imagination sharpened by bitter experience. We find, however, that it was the grueling by which Moses broke up their slave consciousness and welded them into the wild wilderness, together with the very compact and rigid priestly instrument of the Levites, which gave an impetus to a people who, today, are the operative individualists in every civilized community. The return of Moses from Mount Sinai, bringing with him the tables of law, was an act of sudden innovation, whereas in preserving these commandments, in the Ark of the Covenant, the Jews were acting as conservators. Enough has been shown in the few examples cited from which to discover some evidence of a progress without which it is contended no social change would be possible. Whenever an idea is to be put into action, it must have its appropriate human instrument. In considering some of the general Section 3, Modern Tendencies. In considering some of the general tendencies of our own day as interpreted by various groups, we should bear in mind, firstly, the most deep-rooted and universal subconscious reaction of the individual to his environment, namely, animism. Animism, by which is meant an inarticulate sensation of powers and forces made manifest as sun, moon, stars, stones, trees, animals, rivers, winds, seas, mountains, etc., is the substratum of the human mind. If there can be said to be a universal religious feeling, it is to be found in some form of animism, using the word in its very widest sense. In civilized man, this animistic substructure may be a sedimentary deposit left over from many ages of dimly apprehended nature magic, groping towards the more settled formulae of the primitive shaman. It is a residuum which has slowly settled and formed the great primordial bed, which is the foundations upon which the much more recent polytheistic, monistic, and scientific beliefs have been built. Whenever the settled routine of life is shaken and standards of judgment crumble, this sedimentary animism is disturbed. It is, however, something much more vital than a mere vestigial superstitious impulse. Abstract forms having broken down, it links the individual afresh with objective reality, such as the I am tree, I am earth, I am river idea. It can lead to a plunge backwards to an unindividualized nature cult, in which the individual loses himself and escapes from harsh or painful uprootedness, or it can act as a starting point for further individualization, giving the ego a fresh, vigorous, and direct linkage with actual objects, thus freeing the imagination from doubts that wreck the will with pale paralysis. Because there has been a treacherous upheaval in the civilized world, this omonistic feeling shows itself in 1,000 different aspects. All sorts of individual quests for God begin at this point, and it explains something which is to be found in every modern movement, a desire to unify the unit with the universe. In its devitalized form, it oozes away into mere nature slop, but in its most vital manifestation, it shows itself as myself and the forces of nature, giving a positive self-reliance, an upright carriage of soul, and courage to accomplish, as it might be the high spiritual poise of an ancient hero, unafraid to walk alone in a wonderful and terrible world. In the second place, we must not overlook the mental foundations of Western Europe and America, Greek culture, Jewish religion and ethics, and modern industrialization. Here, the one outstanding value is the scientific method. From the bewildering maze of modern movements, societies, and leagues, certain easily recognizable features emerge, making it possible to arrive at some covenant classification. A. Side-tracking movements, and B. Inconvenient movements. The inconvenient movements, in general, are those which actually interfere and effect drastic changes in the life of a community, not necessarily by armed force. The sidetrackers are those which, usually without being conscious of the fact, are either instituted with a view to keeping people quiet, or act in such a way as to have that effect. Most of the so-called occult, philosophical, and mystical societies, and most of the educational and political organizations must be classified under A. In fact, the number of movements which have come under this head is astounding. Many of these movements, which, steering clear of controversial topics, amuse themselves with what is left. After matters of a controversial After matters of a controversial nature have been thus placed under attack taboo, there is little left which might occupy the mind or the imagination of any vital soul. They are treadmill movements. They deal with everything except the things which are essential. They are containers for the convenience of their members. They are useful, without knowing their use, to conservators who have forgotten what it is they are trying to conserve. Under Class B come those movements which question fundamental issues, beginning always with the biological need for food. How many come under this head? Very few. Movement after movement, which would certainly classify itself under B, can be shown to have arrived in practice at A, a sidetracking movement no longer inconvenient to a third invisible factor. C, financial manipulation. We need not go further with this analysis. Any intelligent person can apply the method of classification without much difficulty. Just as the introduction of power-driven machinery is the outstanding event of our civilization, so the struggle of the classes is its psychological shadow. Because of its particular method, the Fabian society may be mentioned here. Socialistic theories, the outcrop of capitalism, developed inevitably with the industrialization and urbanization of the majority of workers. Nonetheless, these theories lacked research and intellectual presentation. The Fabian Society for the Inoculation of the More Educated Classes with the Socialist Serum is an example of a body of people acting as propagandists for an idea. They have successfully penetrated the liberal elements, and to a very large extent have demonstrated to the Tories, by logical argument, that capitalism and free competition led to the trust state and monopoly, i.e., socialization. Socialist dogmas would never have filtered into the minds of the upper classes except for the quiet and persistent propaganda of the Fabians. The Fabians made socialism respectable, and their work has interlocked and become interwoven with the Labour Party and the ILP in England. That's the Independent Labour Party, I think. Nevertheless, they fogged the issue as by not being able to differentiate between the industrial is and the moral or ethical ought. They arrived at nationalization or socialization of the means of production and missed the mark. The movements we propose to touch upon are in some way connected with the phenomena of class consciousness, for no modern movement can stand clear of the economic consequences of international financial policy. Nationalism, the struggle for the free sovereignty of the people, whether it be as a limited monarchy, as a republic, or any other form, is the byproduct of forces released by power-driven machinery applied to industry and canalized by financial policy and method. Democracy is forced to give off nationalism in this form or that, and the heroic political eruptions which take place, such as that of Garibaldi and his red shirts in Italy, are not free agents, but are merely safety valves. In other words, changes in governmental structures without change in the financial control of economic factors is no more a change in symptoms and is neither diagnosis, prevention, nor cure. This assertion is as powerful as Wycliffe's famous theological points. It is a denial of financial transubstantiation. And heralds the next great phase in the struggle for human liberty. Ever and again, owing to the artificial but by no means consciously planned ebb and flow of the cycles of production-consumption, the political military instruments forge themselves for the purpose of freeing the oppressed people, or restoring law and order, or both. In this struggle for governmental control, the most conspicuous today are the communist and fascist organizations, Because they are opposed to each other in deadly combat, they are necessarily akin in emotional tempo. A man would fight another man. A man who would fight another man must have the will to fight, and in this the two are alike. Moreover, the longer they continue to struggle, the more similarity there will be, for each must copy and use the fighting technique of the other. Just as close to the towards the close of the war, the Allies were using poison gas even more efficiently than the enemy. However, we should note this difference. That whereas the dogma of communism is meant to apply to the working classes of the whole world, fascism is meant to apply strictly to Italy. It is a point which is often overlooked, and is something which makes a vital difference in the projection of the ideas in action. It is instructive to note that political military instruments usually develop as a mystical, philosophical, or religious emotional atmosphere. As an example, we may select the Carboni, the Coalmen, an Italian secret political association, supposed to have first met in 1808 among the charcoal burners of the mountains, whose phraseology they adopted. The object of the society was to change the government into a republic. The philosophical and mystical background was a form of Gnosticism. The fervent atheism of the Russian Bolsheviki is yet another example, and the doctrine of the historic mission of the working class is a most potent mystical belief. Here we find an organization, the Russian Communist Party, welded by the very strictest discipline, which has had, and will have for many generations to come, an effect upon a population of 100 million which cannot be foreseen. It is extremely difficult to become a member of the party. No member may keep more than 225 rubles a month for his own use. He must be an active worker. He must live as a proletarian. Expensive clothing and other luxuries are taboo, and he must be ready to be sent anywhere to do anything at a moment's notice. Should he fail in his duty, punishment is swift, sure, and drastic. Lenin tried to create a structure which should be at once highly centralized with iron discipline and yet democratic. It is elective in all its branches. The Bolsheviki are stricter regarding the standards of membership than most religious orders. It is a remarkable instance of a small, highly trained, strictly disciplined human instrument supplying the will of its energetic few to the otherwise will-less masses. The Bolsheviki act as innovators by cutting away the past, relying for impetus upon the natural discontent and reaction of industrialized populations enslaved to what is called the capitalist system. In turn, we see them become conservators of Leninism, ready to put down innovation and reaction. The Italian fascist movement is on a different plane altogether. Communism is a fixed dogma, and as such, has stability. Men may come and men may go, but the dogma remains. Those who imagine that communism would collapse at the death of Lenin overlook this point. Fascismo is more fluid. Fascismo. Here again is a politico-military instrument which has a romantic and mystic ideology. It has restored law and order, but it has yet to form its fixed dogma. As a mere reaction to the chaotic conditions, it cannot hope to go deeply into the Italian spirit. So far as one can gather, it says at present, the state over all and above all. To which one seems to hear some mild-eyed, gentle voice Franciscan saying, above God and the blessed saints? At this point, fascism is in a most perilous position. It shows us an experimental movement with a dynamic leader and how, in a time of crisis, the few may control the many. But one cannot be sure what the experiment is. Fascism seems to be improvising at every point as it goes along. The innovators, of which in modern times the Young Turks under Kemal Pasha are a good example, usually find it necessary to link on to the traditional past in order to carry the new idea into the minds which would otherwise reject it. The movement of the Young Turks, however, found its greatest impetus by proclaiming a complete breakaway from all tradition, modernization. The Sinn Féin movement gives an example of innovation having a cultural linkage with an almost forgotten language, literature, and folklore, forged in the first place by the enthusiasts of the Gaelic League. The militant political Sinn Féin movement found its cultural roots in a return to the past, and received enormous emotional impetus from the half-fabulous Ireland of Finn Mac, Cumhal, and Fianna. Such innovators proclaim themselves the guardians of an ancient tradition, and are therefore acting as conservators of something good and right which has been lost. They do not wish to go back, but rather to reinterpret the spirit of the past in such a way as to bring it into line with modern conditions. In due course, the innovators establish their authority and become conservators, and the present Free State government of Ireland shows a vivid picture of this transition, together with the minority, the Fianna Fáil, led by De Valera, as the innovators in opposition. A movement of the Sinn Féinist type is the attempt of a fly to get out of a spider's web and to become a spider with a web of its own. It is a more or less simple struggle, clearly expressed in the slogan, "A nation above all." A nation once again, in which all types and social classes can find common ground and unite. There is, however, a second phase which must set in the moment national sovereignty is recognized and established. This second phase is the internal cleavage between capital and labor. It is a sham fight promoted by an invisible agency, an agency which is itself unconscious that has set these two by the ears, but instinctively makes full use of the old adage, divide and rule, while at the same time sincerely deploring industrial unrest and class warfare. Hold on, I need to grab it. There we go. Section 4. Resolute Imagination. Of all the post-war movements which have attracted worldwide attention, we have selected communism as interpreted by the Bolsheviki, fascism as developed in Italy, and the European youth movements. The first was a dogma, the second a reaction to that dogma, the third a groping and a great hope, a revolt, a nostalgia in the shell-shocked continent. After the war of 1914 to 1918, a resurgence of youthful ardor manifested itself on the continent, especially in Germany, under the general title of Youth Movement. It is not unfair to say that these movements, for there were many, which flourished during the years of 1920 to 1924, were an escape, tinged with a vague romanticism. There was something of a troubadour tradition, strolling with a guitar and rucksack, and one began to wonder whether there was anything upon a purely logical plane to balance this emotional uprising. By the year 1925, it was possible to discern a waning of the original allure of effulgent idealism, as, one by one, these young people became conscious of the invisible bondage out of which no lark song of the heart made glad with the great pulse of youth, in the morning's day life it could lead. True, they went back, as they thought, to fundamental impulses. That is, they made a conscious effort to merge the fractured individual ego into the unconscious, unindividualized nature throb, but they did not go back far enough. The tempo was lyrical, but not epic. There was no theme of thought in action in heroic proportions and style. To a large extent, these movements represented a more or less unconscious revolt against the intellect, and because of this, it was only in isolated individual cases that the fundamentals which govern all life on this planet became clear. As a whole, it was impossible to bring these movements to a consideration of the one central fact, that all life on earth is dependent upon food, warmth, and shelter. The lyric died on the lips the moment this elemental triad was projected, and the pouting features of the spoilt child who wants to go on playing in the garden when it ought to be helping in the field showed clearly there was little to hope for. Lack of maturity, youth, essential for impetus, can never become a policy. A youth movement is a movement of young people, but moving in what direction? Certain ethical and moral points emerged, as, for instance, the anti-alcohol, anti-nicotine convention. But even here it was a negative code. a code borrowed ready-made from the old people. The smell of stale beer and cigar smoke nauseated these youngsters, quite rightly. They wanted fresh air, sunlight, strenuous activity, and a vital overflowing of the spirit. They were right. But it seems the great majority could not base their élan vital upon something which seemed to them, just as it seemed to their forefathers before them, grossly material, dead, dull, without inspiration. Mathematics applied to economics, they felt, was out of harmony with the littling of the guitar. Surely it was the old people, with their dead languages and their dead mathematics, who had made such a grievous muddle of civilization. Away with it all. Yet music and poetry, and indeed, the whole cosmic structure is mathematics. They did not know that every force can be used from left to right, or Widlershins, I don't know. That the old people had used the power of calculation backwards is true, but the youth movements never even tried to forge a numerical technique, never diagnosed the incompetence of the older generation as an error in financial calculation. In many cases, the youth movements exhibited a form of Dadaism, life for life's sakes, which is idiotic when the wellspring of physical existence is silted up. As again, this psychoanesthesia, I don't know. Psychoanesthesia, one tiny voice alone proclaimed economic technique as at once the high spiritual mystery, the well-being of all spiritual power, all goodness, beauty, truth, life, courage, which, if it be mathematically inaccurate, can destroy the soul of man and release all forces of evil. At the same time, such technique is the base of pure reason, since without it, human life on this planet either cannot exist or exists in a state of physical depression, in which the reasoning facilities are anesthetized by a process of toxemia. Yeah. In other words, there is no path to transcendent action, save that at which first sight would appear to be gross materialism. Any attempt to ignore the basic necessities of earthly life and to soar towards the transcendental gleam must fall into paroxysmal ecstatics, Dionysian cults, and other inharmonic reactions in many ways akin to the Protestant convulsions of the 16th century, known as the Tremblers of Sivan. Experiments in communal workshops as a practical step towards a solution of the industrial problem were tried by certain sections of the youth movement on the continent, but it was obvious that no such experiment could escape the terrible bugbear of economic analysis and a thorough examination of cost accountancy, the very points which receive scant attention, if any. We who live in a period of popular science siftings of outlines of everything, wherein the truth is advertised as a plain story simply told, wherein, as a matter of fact, nothing can be simply told except by omitting essential complexities, are already confronted with our complete inability to understand the manipulation of 10 ciphers of calculation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. You can see. When we set the sign pounds, shillings, or ducats after a combination of these ciphers, and when we consider the fact that these signals and ciphers are made to govern the necessary supplies of every civilized human being, the scoffing smirk that gets the word Kabbalism should fade from the faces of a generation totally ignorant of the mystery of numbers, because it is controlled by the manipulation of numbers and by nothing else. Lao Tzu, the old boy, is said to have been born adult, an old man, in fact. And it is the young who are born old that we must seek rather than those who endeavor to prolong the ecstasy of youth by conscious effort. Those from whom the word youth falls most easily must needs have disrupted the harmony of the instincts. Whereas those who take life spans at full cycle from birth to death without asking questions may be said to be physically weaned and capable of resolute imagination. Resolute imagination, said Theophrastus Bombas Pharsalus, the alchemist, is the beginning of all magical operations. And again, because men do not perfectly believe and imagine, the result is that arts are uncertain when they might be wholly certain. One of the arts which might be wholly certain is the art of distribution. Man cannot yet believe and imagine that ciphers are not things, and that they have therefore mistaken ciphers for things, so that now they are not given even stones instead of bread, but cancelled numbers. Paracelsus, some would have it, thinking in error that he had at last distilled the elixir of youth, drank pure alcohol, and died. Even that end is more glorious in its positive search, and has had a greater significance for the future of the human race than the flux of disintegrated egos, and then the flux of disintegrating egos, which, by becoming overconscious of its own youth, dies in the husk, a living death. Nevertheless, out of that incoherence, which, by the name of the youth movements, took so short a flight towards the stars, will emerge a number of possibilities, disillusioned and steadfast, and burning with a steady flame to the tempered soul. Oh, man, reading is hard. I hope you're enjoying it, though. This is a great title. Section 5. Racial Absurdities and Nordic Nonsense. Practically nothing is known about race and racial factors. For the most part, it is all a matter of feeling, of emotional reaction. It is impossible to know what is really happening in the races of mankind. Sweeping simplification, classification, and characterization of race, such as the famous Nordic, Mediterranean, and Alpine divisions, are abstractions liable to lend to the same deadlock as the abstract average man of democracy. The Nordics are doomed, cry one school. The Nordics are our only hope, shout others. And the truth is that we know nothing about this fair-haired, blue-eyed myth, except that certain individuals are fair-haired and blue-eyed. We are able to observe certain outward and visible characteristics, and they do seem to have some connection with emotional behavior and intellectual range. Beyond that observation, we are completely ignorant, and to base any kind of policy on racial division is at present futile. Of late years, there has been a regular racial ramp. There has been a kind of race war propaganda. Are you race conscious? Are you Nordic? Up with the Nords! Yet this sort of emotional dithering found some echo in the youth movements, and one heard youth leaders who talked about the Celto-Germanic rhythm. As emotional stimulus, none of this is so healthy and vital as the evangelical revivalist surge of Moody and Stanke and the blood and fire of the Salvation Army. Unless it leads to setting one race over another, and that is setting the races by the ears, and unless it leads to a real physical race war, what is its object? A cultural revival? That is absurd. Cultural revival carried out by a racial type is not generated by race consciousness, but by culture consciousness. And if it is to be Nordic, if it is to be a band of young, flaxen-haired giant Moors dancing in the sun, what can it possibly signify beyond giving a pleasant and harmless outlet for young fellows who can afford the pastime, and who find it easier to revolt against intellects than set their minds and rhythms to any constructive analysis of human needs? The Morris dance is good, and the well-set-up Scandinavian types are splendid people, but we must have it all intellectualized in the form of a rhythm versus intellect conflict. But must we have it all intellectualized in the form of a rhythm versus intellect conflict? Is it not rather infantile, a psychological escape, back to the womb movement? Rhythm without intellect is an attempt to return to the garden, but the cherubim and the flame of a sword turning every way still keep the way of the tree of life. The great sweep of Arab culture, 750 or thereabouts, received its driving force not from rhythm, but chiefly from the Quran. The Quran generated a militant Islam over all consciousness in the simple-minded bigots, which was followed later by an astounding, but hardly Nordic, wealth of culture developed by Arab thinkers and philosophers. None of this could have taken impetus from picking up pequods and the jargon of pseudoscience. Let us writhe by all means, but not so devastatingly consciously and only for the sake of harmonic reaction. Let those who chatter so much about rhythm have obviously got their rhythms in their heads when they ought to be dancing the dance of life unconsciously in their body, as a well-ordered liver rhythms without making itself known. To strive consciously for rhythm is to have none, and those who link up rhythms with racial absurdities set up psychic disintegration, their wits evaporated and kept in jars above the moon. To be rhythmically conscious is a possible, useful, and joyous thing. To be consciously rhythmic is to be in everlasting disharmony. Perhaps the very word rhythm should be taboo. It puts into the head what should be in bone and blood, nerve and muscle. Section 6. Requirements of our own day. And here's a quote. We had need of some general visitor in our age, that should reform what is amiss, a just army of rose-cross men, for they will amend all matters, they say, religion, policy, manners, with arts, science, etc. Robert Burton, The Anatomy of Melancholy. Somewhere around 1615, a gleam of philosophic light, ignis fatuus, flashed across the horizon of the literati of Europe and just as suddenly died away. It was the report, the famas fraternitas, of the Brethren of the Rose Cross, more generally known as the Rosicrucian order, founded by the legendary Hierophant, a magnus of the highest rank, Father Christian Rosenkreutz. It proposed that all men of learning throughout the world should join forces for the establishment of a synthesis of science to be applied to the problems of mankind for the universal and general reformation of the whole wide world. This manifesto of a society of anonymous adepts generated an extraordinary outbreak of enthusiasm among the alchemists, theosophists, mystics, and men of letters of the period. The interest of a Rosicrucian brotherhood aroused more interest in the popular mind than of any other esoteric society, and seems to have exerted a spell upon the minds of the imaginative for nearly 250 years. Yet it is doubtful whether such a fraternity ever really existed. At the height of this Rosicrucian excitement appeared an epistle or message to the Frates R.C. from one Hanselmeyer, containing the following words: "Come then, O come, you highly illuminated men! Come, you dear true souls, you undeceiving Jesuits!" It is said that Haselmeyer was arrested by the Jesuits and put into irons on a galley for having made this reference to the Compagnia de Jesus. Whether that were so, and whether or not the Frates R.C. ever existed, we in our day are every whit as much in need of some general visitor, a just army of rose-cross men, the body of undeceiving Jesuits that shall reform what is amiss. The idea of synthesis of science should be applied to the regeneration of mankind, may not have intrigued the popular mind as did the notion of a secret brotherhood of anonymous adepts holding the key to the mysteries, yet this universal and general reformation of the whole wide world is the only significant residuum after evaporating the celestial slime of Rosicrucian philo-magical lore. Having given forth this vitalizing concept, Rosicrucianism fell into a mush of occult obscurantism. And by 1650 had disappeared. In spite of that, there are many today, and even greater. In spite of that, there is today an even greater need for the vision of mankind as one essential unitary consciously controlling itself through the medium of a scientific synthesis. And when Claude Bernard said, "There will be a day when physiologists, poets, and philosophers will all speak the same language and understand one another," he was expressing this developing world consciousness. If there is a need for the vision, there is the need for a body of human beings capable of projecting the vision, not merely through books and the visual arts generally, but also, and perhaps more essentially, in their own lives. Two tendencies show themselves clearly in the civilized world today: a going back to simple things, a Tolstoy Ruskin Morris concept, and a going on to a mechanized simplicity, as advocated by Trotsky and satirized by Kapek. One school would hand us a haymaker's wooden rake, the other a clocking in key. We need sunlight, fresh air, green fields, and leisure to make the good of the ravages of town life upon mind and body. And this can only be done by the organized distribution of goods and services produced ever more rapidly and efficiently by less and less human labor. In other words, half of our problem is psychological and the other half is economic. The psychological complex of industrialized mankind can only be released by solving the economic impasse. Events take place by the struggle of this group of interests or that group, and our crying need is for a highly disciplined body of people with one fixed focus, and sufficient uniformity to break through and give a definite directional impetus. In the past, as now, we see this or that human instrument with a clear local focus and a regional field of action. But that is of little use when the problem of the individual has become the problem of the race in a worldwide interplay of forces continuously dislocated and disrupted by group interests in financial conflict. This new human instrument must declare itself in the service of the race, and therefore it must champion the individual, and it must proclaim the one great God above the state. There is need, we hold, for a human instrument which... Yes, very base, Wolf, thank you. Which shall give lead to the whole human race, working out the practical regional problems wheresoever its members happen to dwell, or where its trained missioners are sent, in accordance with the natural spirit of the folk, the work, and the place. Such a body of people must make a correct analysis of the two outstanding deficits exhibited throughout the world at this time, namely, 1. The ever-increasing economic pressure in which every country and every group and every individual is involved. 2. The disintegration of individual personality. Having made the analysis, it must produce a solution, and must proceed to find ways and means of putting that solution into action. It must be an idea clothed with flesh and blood. It must show itself a healthful, dynamic, capable. It must have the spirit of a new Gulliver, a new Robinson Crusoe, a new Aesop, a new Don Quixote, a new Red Cross Knight. It must inspire and direct. It must be mobile and rapid in action, and be able to respond and resist, equal to every physical hardship, capable of sustained mental effort and steadfast in spirit. It must take its inspiration from 1,000 sources and leap to life as one resolute effort, using 1,000 different forms of production, but having one focus, at least one common custom, and clearly defined obligations. It must never fall into the pit of inverted humility as embodied in this idea of the Superman, but must know itself as nothing more than a humble instrument, vowed to a special service, in no wise uplifted above the others, but permitted to shoulder a greater burden by virtue of its selfless devotion. It must look to the young first, and implement its message in the words of one syllable. It must develop a technique of life in the midst of a chaotic civilization, and that technique must take the full span of human existence in one great sweep from birth to death. It must have an epic quality of thought and action, and at the same time it must be vigilant in matters of detail, finding no matter too trivial to merit careful attention, punctual and particular in the execution of necessary routine, and never put out by any adverse circumstances, petty annoyance, check, or setback. It must fire the imagination, hold the attention, and liberate the will. It cannot look back for a historic counterpart. It is a new thing. It cannot be amusingly mystical in the half-shades. It must stand foursquare in the full white light of the morning. We have need of this instrument, this living thing now. We have need of it, however feeble and halting its embryonic emergences may be, as a fixed point by which to take bearings. We have need of it because it already exists dumbly, incoherently within the hearts of millions of human beings. An instrument, not in the service of this or that class, this or that state, this or that creed, but an instrument vowed to the service of the race as a whole, and the individual men and women who compose that race. Because of this, the individual men and women who compose the race. Because of this dire need, such an instrument will take shape. It will have to face the opposition of the very people who, in their hearts, know that it is right, that it is good, that it is necessary. The very people who, at a later date, will honor it and serve it and exalt its mission. And it will meet that opposition and absorb by the vitality of its living surge, the inescapable logic of the projection, the tireless devotion of its effort, and the clarity of its vision. Already, in an industrialized civilization that has become class conscious, race conscious, age conscious, sex conscious, the individual, as such, is conceived. It is the next phase. Part 1. The Kindred. Yeah, that was the introduction only. Now we're actually getting into the confession of the Kibbo Kift. And I'm going to get more water. So, 1 sec. Yes. All right. Here we go. Actually, I'm going to grab a pillow really quick. The Confession of the Kibbo Kift, Part 1, The Kindred. Section 1, The Kindred in Embryo. The Kindred shows us a movement which digs itself into the past as a conservator, and is at the same time an innovator. In spirit and feeling, it joins onto a past which is not merely a local phase, but a past which goes back to prehistoric life, and is the common past of the whole human race. In this, it finds a world stability, and at the same time, it is able to localize spontaneously wherever it operates. Thus, in England, the Kindred has set roots into a cultural soil which shows most clearly the strata of Anglo-Saxon, Viking, Celt, and the Neolithic builders of Barrow, Dolmen, and the old straight track. In these traditions it finds something necessary, something clean and bright and true, something sensed by Rudyard Kipling in his Puck a Pook's Hill. It is something regional, belonging to that place, which is not expressed simply by words, but rather felt in the cadence of words. Beowulf, Hengist, Wayland, Smith, Robin Hood of Sherwood, Arthur of Camelot, these names call it forth. As an innovator, the Kindred proclaims itself the guardian of a Britain that has lost itself in a meaningless and devastating commercial scramble. It declares anew the determination of all Britons to resist slavery, and calls upon us to overcome the invisible thraldom in which modern industrialism, coupled to an infamous financial policy, has caught us unawares. It is bold enough to say openly what we all know in our secret hearts to be the truth, that the political machinery is out of date, is breaking down, and must be scrapped. It calls forth a new and vital patriotism, which is not an appendage to war manipulation, but on the contrary, by its practical operation in the internal affairs of these islands, can and will eliminate the economic necessity for international warfare, and therefore at the same time resolves the artificial antagonisms of capitalist and worker. It gives us, again, a Catholic, universal, religious urge which is in tune of our own day. Finally, it releases the individual by a process of integration and not by chaotic disintegration. It has fallen to my lot to set down some account of this embryonic movement. I hardly know what to call it. Order, society, church, party, group, which, fused from some spontaneous psychological combustion, began to integrate during 1919, and which has all along shown a tendency to put the horse before the cart and try to discover the reason why by active experiment. Known as the Kindred of the Kibbo Kift, it is usually spoken of as the Kindred. After 7 years of unobtrusive work, it seems well to make a public pronouncement and to explain as clearly as may be the general attitude of the Kindred towards the vital problems of human life on this planet, and of its particular ideal practice as applied to these islands. The Kindred began as a body impulse to get Earth contact in a mechanical age. It might have stuck at that and gone round and round in an eddy of unindividualized union with nature, a la Rousseau. Fortunately, having no preconceived theories about anything except that it feels good to be in fresh air, in the sun and rain, the movement was able to move, as all movements should. It did not develop the rabid revolt against things as they are, followed by the escape through the romantic back door. Sorry, my dog is looking at me very... Come on. The kinsmen felt that they wanted more health, and they got it. They did not talk about it. They went off as often as possible out of the smoke-ridden towns and cities, carrying their kit and rucksack in camp. And camped. Sun, rain, and the winds that blow did the healing, and many were made whole. The medical profession has just announced a wonderful discovery, that sunlight on the naked body can do a great deal of good. Isn't that marvelous? After how many years? These eminent physicians had found this sun with healing in its wings. Any child of 2 could put them wise. It is to be wondered that the medical men and their official institutions are losing... Is it to be wondered at that medical men and their institutions are losing the confidence of the public? The public? They must have been looking for disease, not health. That is the result of putting the cart before the horse. From this initial body impulse, the Kindred went forward. It began to question and to make experiments. It questioned the educational system, then came to certain quite definite conclusions and decisions. It did the same with economics, and finally it cleared the path through the religious jungle. Now comes the question. Are these tentative experiments of an almost unknown body of people, numbering but a few, any real value? I believe they are, and I believe that there are many thousands of people in these islands and elsewhere who will not only stop to listen, but who will respond to the call. After the war, a time came to gather together a number of scoutmasters, ex-scouts, campers, and thinkers, and to form the tiny nucleus of a movement which could develop from the first natural impulse of youth against the totally unnatural environment of our civilization. At the first meeting on August 18th, 1920, the original edition of the Covenant was drawn up. It is true to say that the Kindred sprang out of the morbid scout organization, determined to start again at a point first discovered by Thomas Seton in America about 1900. The point is that the healthy impulse of the child to react or to recapture. That point is the healthy impulse of the child to react or recapitulate the primitive life of the race out of doors. It was hoped that this would lead to something which was no mere sentimental Thoreauism or or imitation Tolstoyan attitude towards life. In this, the kin was not mistaken. In 7 years, it has come to grips with the problem of our civilization and has at least a general outline of a new trail. That's very nice, sort of summing it up as the new trail. During these 7 years, it had to withstand the most bitter antagonisms, the most sly and subtle half-truths, every sort of fatuous misrepresentation, and more than one attempt to disrupt the movement internally. He might be talking about the woodcraft folk here, but I don't know. I thought they split away from 1929. But the main difficulty was to escape being swallowed by this Leviathan, and then that great whale. It was like a minnow, always liable to be swept into the maw of some great organism. What annoyed the democratic Coliseans, for even your true blue Trory is a regular socialist for upholding the myth of for the people by the people, was the fact that the kin had begun to show a peculiar form of group organization. It had developed direction, common custom, and common obligations. It did not please the Tory liberal. It did not please the Tory liberal labor communist elements. That's one struggle. It did not please the Tory liberal labor communist elements that a wretched little minnow of a movement should first of all escape their tentative advances, and next go and stiffen its backbone. Hi, they shouted, each with his own slogan and each waving the flag of liberty. Union Jack or red flag, as the case may be. This is all wrong. This isn't according to the book of... Oh my god, I love the way Hargrave writes. This is all wrong. This isn't according to the book of the rules. We're all quite different, but we all say the same thing. We don't mind your being different, but you must shout the same idea. Freedom of the people, the sovereign people, the state. We don't mind if you choose to say world state, but you must not blow the gaff on democracy, the vote of the people, the will of the people. Yeah. No, you can't turn down democracy. All these roaring, undisciplined labyrinthians are in perfect agreement on this point. 7 years of this, and now the kin commands respect. Those who know of it may still think it queer, but they have ceased to imagine it possible to laugh him out of it. That truly democratic weapon which can only wound the humorless. Oh my god, he's so great, isn't he? And some began to wonder, rather seriously, whether this minnow is likely to outlive their more orthodox attitude and create order from the chaos of the waters of the deep. It should be known that the words Kibbo Kift are old English words, now obsolete according to the dictionaries, meaning strength, or any great proof of strength, or any proof of great strength. See Halliwell's Dictionary of Archaic and Provincial Words, page 493. These words were chosen, much against the feeling of a number of honest but unimaginative people, because they expressed the core of that ideopractic which it felt necessary to develop. There were some who would have rejected, there are some who would have rejoiced had the kin taken a title such as the Young People's League of World Fellowship and Goodwill British Section of, suffering from an inferiority complex common to many in these days. Having escaped the dear blight of those who would fear the strong word, the original nucleus overcame the miasma of leagues, associations, societies, and guilds of, all atonic and devitalized name sounds instinct with the idea of weakness and impotence. Hargrave calling these people cucks. Kindred was the right word. Their members were akin. The full title was laid down at the first meeting as Kibbo Kift, the Woodland Kindred, the word woodcraft meaning skill in camping, backwoodsmanship, and nature lore. The kindred came about naturally and without pushing and propaganda. It was not boomed, it was not hurried. It was allowed to cool and solidify or disappear. It did not disappear. It went on rather slowly and painfully from the first amoebic form to a clearer outline of its aim and method. It took on its present form by slow degrees over a number of years, and it was not until 1920 that the words Kibbo Kift came into general use among those who looked for something. In a post-war atmosphere, an atmosphere which allows of active developments on different lines, an atmosphere in which people began to look round in every direction for a sign, a hint of something, something on which to fasten new hopes of the future, the kindred takes shape. Although the Kibbo Kift was an embryo for a number of years, it has only lately hatched out into a world which is asking itself questions, and which is by no means easy in its mind as to where the rushing river of destiny is whirling it. The kindred of the Kibbo Kift differs radically from most other organizations. The honor of kinship within the confraternity is reserved for those who are prepared to work, to accept the principle of individual leadership as opposed to the usual committee effort, and to conform to the laws which has been deemed advisable to make from time to time. This is the autocracy which the woodcraft folk split from the kindred. Which is why personally I don't think the Social Credit Party or the Kibbo Kift really existed outside of the Hargrave personality cult. You know, the work of the kindred falls into two chief departments, which may be set down as follows: 1. To act as an educational incubator for the full development of the individual personality of the child in close contact with healing and health-giving forces of nature by a. Camping in naturecraft, reacting to the primitive struggle for food, warmth, and shelter as a corrective to the enervating conditions of indoor and town life, and as a necessity training by first-hand experience in the fundamentals upon which all civilization is based. B. Useful handicraft as a part of the natural impulse to express personality, thereby releasing disciplined individuality and restoring the significance of craftsmanship in the mechanical age. C. Active exercises in self-reliance, hardihood, and psychophysical control, and the ability to lend a hand as a corrective to crowd helplessness and the tendency to look on. D. The vision of mankind and the world as an essential unity in which regional patriotism can find its true perspective. 2. To act as an instrument for social regeneration, having focus, common customs, and obligations as the necessary quantities of integration in a period of disintegration, to influence existing social institutions at the point of direction in order to a. Prepare the hearts and minds of the people for a reorganization of social economics on the basis of the just price, b. Liberate the deep-seated urge of the people for active service in the world, and c. Restore spiritual values to a material age. These two divisions, the incubational and the instructive, in the instrumental, represent the juvenile and adult state sides of the kindred. Section 2. The kindred and the educational system. The older universities were right, says the kindred, in looking upon education as something apart from the necessity of earning a living. The idea that education should fit the individual for the industrial struggle is something entirely destructive of any real education, and is an attitude of mind engendered by a defective economic system. It is typical of a slum civilization, great word, to look upon its children as potential wage earners. The fact that humans lived life today is reduced to one long shift of work means that industrialized mankind has forgotten the just ends of existence. The educational policy of the kin is divided into three main parts. A. Environmental. Every town school to have its camp counterparts situated on the nearest tract of open country. B. Equipment. All school books and other equipment is to be revised and brought into line with the vision of mankind and the world as one essential unity in which regional patriotism can find its true perspective. C. Method. The child to be allowed to recapitulate the life of the race by reacting the primitive stages of development which show themselves in the play impulse. It should be noted that A and B depend upon the economic readjustment of the community as a whole, but meanwhile C can be put into operation in experimental training camps here and now. He actually draw. I don't know if it's in this book, but he draws literal, plans for training camps and buildings and such in The Great War Brings It Home. The educational work of the Kindred falls under 5 heads. Oh my god. A. Clans, tribes, and roof trees of the Kindred, which carry out recreational after-school recapitulatory training during half-holidays, evenings, and weekends. B. Private schools, which include a certain amount of Kibbo Kift training in the curricula based upon the recapitulatory method. C. Teachers who find themselves able to introduce part of the Kibbo Kift method in elementary and secondary school. D. Vocational training camps organized by the Kindred. Footnote here: the first tribal training camp was held during August 6th to 21st, 1927, at Fostertown, Surrey, and proved to be a successful experiment. Tribal Training is another one of his books, which I actually don't know what's inside it. It could just be a whole book on the educational method. E. The Kibbo Kift camp schools run entirely upon the method developed within the Kindred and staffed by a trained kinfolk. Of the above, A, B, C, and D are making headway, but E can only take shape when a substantial endowment fund places the Kindred in a position to go forward in this direction. The Kindred takes the view that education should be a leading out of individual personality, and that this is best accomplished in the child by the recapitulatory method. The natural impulse of the child, says the kin, is away from the classroom to the green fields and the hills, and there is no reason as to why this impulse should be thwarted and stifled. Having, at present, no control over the nation's educational machine, the Kindred devotes itself to experimental work along the lines indicated above. Yet the time will come when this experimental work will begin to eat into the present educational system, and backed by an ever-increasing mass impetus behind the economic policy of the kin, will give shape to a comprehensive national educational system. Boy, this man was an optimist. The kin declares without hesitation that our great institutional centers, and even rural schools, are not fit places for the full development of any child, nor for that matter of any adult. The child must be taken out of the towns and away from the ordinary bricked-in classroom. That the idea that it cannot be done is nonsense, born of the devitalated negative outlook induced by a civilization in decline. It is part of the psychological inability to say yes and do it. It is true that it cannot be done while the majority of human beings believe that we cannot afford to pay for it, but that only shows where the initial attack of all educationalists who are not playing a game of sidetracking must be concentrated. It must be concentrated first and foremost upon the economic problems of finance. A series of useful books could be written upon the experimental educational work of the Kindred during the past 7 years. In this confession, it is only necessary to give a very general outline of educational method and policy. It will be seen that the Kindred has here, as in all departments, its immediate objective in line with its ultimate aim, and it is to be hoped that the educationalists and teachers will think it is very important to listen to what the kin has to say, and see whatever educational work is put into practice. It must be remembered that upon the moment the Kindred has to work with unpaid spare time instructors, with no proper financial assistance for the most part during after-school hours, when the children are tired out with the fact cramming of the educational machine, and against all kinds of fatuous opposition from adults who are themselves the devitalized product of that machine. In spite of all this, the educational policy of the Kindred, because it is in line with these economic changes now forcing them upon themselves, in line with these economic changes now forcing themselves upon every industrialized nation, will become the basis of a world economic policy in which regional, racial, and other characteristics will find their full outlet through the highly individualized man and woman. Section 3, The Kindred and the Unconscious. Deeply flowing in the Kindred, undefined and unanalyzed, floods that dim and creative chaos which the modern psychologist has termed the unconscious. This great institutional flow cannot be named and cannot be brought into consciousness without creating psychophysical disharmonies. They give it names, the phlegm urge, and many another, but it has no name and cannot be expressed through the intellect. It is which gives the kin polarity, for this is the negative, the female, the circle of the waters of the deep. The druidical bard alone has the power to give voice to this dark depository of the unprotected in the lilt and cadence of his song. Forever it escapes the probe and the forceps of logical analysis. This is the great mother, the womb of darkness, the dream flood of the instincts. And here are the hidden things, the imponderables, the potential, the unknown forces of life. And here the kindred, if it is to germinate and change, the sharp may not bring the sharp-pointed dagger of the mind. It may be useful to dwell a little upon this unformed, formative aspect of the kin, because so much attention is always given to the restrictive structure which it takes on in its active work in the world at any given moment. We may call this structure which seems to be fixed the momentary rigidity, but it can only be effective flexing for action when it leaps out of the deep heart's core. This formlessness, which not understood or felt by the intellectual, is the wellspring of that new life which is as old as creation. It is that which gives counterpoise to the positive, upright principle, the focus, uniformity, and obligation of the kin. Out of this comes forth form and structure, and into all things form and all things structure out of this comes form and structure, and into this all forms and all structures must return to be swallowed up, destroyed, purified, and begin again, born again. Therefore, the kindred changes. Its forms change illogically, inconsistently as it may seem, with its non-logical forces of life and death. What was here yesterday is not today, and what is here today cannot be tomorrow. Its continuity and stability are here, in the cradle bed of the emotions. Man, by his canting critiques of pure reason, has attempted to cut out the umbilical cord and to bring himself forth from the matrix, believing that he could live by words and numbers alone. The revolt against science, against reason and logic, breaking into the mechanical ideology of today in a spate of expressionism, reflects a fundamental neuroses and possibly a healing crisis. Among certain groups of the younger intellectuals, this revolt shows itself quite clearly, but it is a conscious, highly intellectualized revolt. It becomes intellect fighting itself, and not the deep fluidity of the unconscious beautifully embracing and drawing itself to the jaded and nagging ego. I know, right? Hargrave in the Matrix. He is the one. The return of the prodigal son, Neo, is one thing. It is another when this froward, I don't know if that's a typo. When this froward ego, in a frenzy of self-disgust, tries to commit suicide on the way home. The man whose guise has been made known to him must have plunged into the dark place without turning back to struggle with his own intellectual abstractions. He must have submerged his dreadful headache of disrupted ideas into the whelming. Thus, the kindred takes no part in the revolt against intellect. For in that revolt, the self becomes not regenerate, but kin-shattered. The kindred does not think about this inner conflict. It senses, through the medium of its five senses, the shadow world of the subconscious, and has no desire to drive the sharp blade of consciousness thought into its own deep, non-understandable impulses. Like Jonah, the kin must dwell in the belly of the great fish, and await the moment to be vomited out upon dry land. Compared with other movements and groups, this must give the kindred a changefulness and an uncertainty which can only be faced and accepted by the humble and courageous of spirit, unafraid of the unknown and the unformed. It will appear to be without principles, but will remain true to the principles of the oscillating rhythm in the life of organisms, although it will be unable to state those principles in words. This, then, is the flexible, fluid undertow from which vitality is drawn. It is from here the song and the dance will upsurge, from here the body will be hollowed, and from here the indwelling wisdom can direct the mind. For man has become muscle-bound in his brain, with all his body impulses knotted in his head, and this must be undone. This release is an integration, a synthesis, and it can only happen when the whole man is willing to go into some rhythmic form. Where a few are assembled, camping together, their tents pitched in good order, hiking in perfect silence together, singing a way song as they step out, or raising the outcry of joy for the furze bush that bursts into a sunlit blaze, halting together round the Biovic fire at dusk, speaking when there is something to be said, beyond mere argument and contention, laughing together when the laughing is good, and finally standing together on a high place before dawn break. Here, in these forms, and in the spiritual adjustments which they bring about, is a hint of the technique which is lacking and which can only be regained and taken into the whole being when we are willing to merge, unafraid of losing ourselves. And so it is that within the kindred, one seldom hears much talk about nature and the nature spirit, or nature mother, or Dionysius, or any other name by which the intellect places itself at a distance. And here perhaps is something happening wordlessly, inoctly, which may blossom and bear fruit. If some of the forms in use seem harsh and uncouth, that may be because we are all, to this or that extent, emotionally out of the true. And it is better to take these crippled parts back to the holy well, having faith and a humble spirit, than to pretend that we have found harmony by a quick return to the antiquae and the folk tradition of the peasant. The dance, the lillet, the great chant, the rousing songs, the deep music take shape unconsciously from the true beat of the heart in silence, just as all the graphic and plastic arts can only recover vitality and meaning from a body sense of the sphere, the pyramid, and the cube. Before this can happen, the body itself must come into play, unbidden by the mind. There is a danger in going back to the past unless we go back far enough. During the first few years, one noticed a certain tentative indication within the kin, budding from it, so to speak, of new directions in this drama, in the ritual dance, in song and festival, and in other forms of expression, showing a vitality flowing from outside, from this invisible giver of life so darkly embedded in the core of being. Some of these buds dropped off because they were forced. Others, which might have sprouted, dropped and wilted, touched by the hot hand of conscious effort. Others, again, struck out vigorously, unfurling the green sprays of the shooting sprigs, the points of the trees, and purpose. These enigmatical tryouts are the real educational experiments of the kin, because the real problem of education has little to do with learning and scholarship, but is concerned with the spiritual inclusion of our epoch. We feel ourselves cut off from one another, wrapped about in tight-fitting words, and almost strangulated by cleverly devised systems of ideas. We have to learn to meet each other, naked, and without all this mental clover. What, for want of better words, may we call the workshop of the unconscious, is the experimental ground in which the kin vegetates, fructifates, I think that's like vegetating for fruits, germinates, and but for this, it could have but little significance. For the easy thing is rigidity, death, and the difficult thing is flexibility, life. I think when he's talking about the dancing and the whatnot, he's sort of, happy to talk about the experimentations, but he's also, talking about Rolf Gardner. I think he's talking about Rolf Gardner here, who was the traditionalist who would later, support the Nazis during World War II. Gardner, of course, was very into the sort of folk dances and whatnot, which Hargrave mentions here are sort of, a bit stuck in the past, but he was happy to experiment with it. And that's what I think, which is why the Kindred was able to become so completely the social credit party. You can see it here. Those that followed Hargrave knew that what the Kindred was would not be always what it would be. Section 4. A bit... Oh. All right. Section 4, in quotes, a bit cranky, ... All new movements should be looked upon as cranky, and the Kindred, so far from complaining when people express the view that it seems a bit cranky, recognizes a very healthy conservative instinct which it has no desire to break down. It might even be said that all new movements are necessarily cranky, but such a generalization would lead us astray. That movement is cranky which is merely an intellectualization, which does not strike any deep fundamental instinct, and, on that account, cannot become an accepted reality in the life of the ordinary individual. During the initial stages of development, any new group ought to be set aside as cranky simply because it is somehow different and strange. Only when such a group has been able to strike root as a living thing within this or that community does it cease to be cranky. The kindred seems strange and different to us because it joins us with a past which we have almost wholly forgotten. It is a past in which so-and-so, the son of so-and-so, was himself not a national, a past in which this particular man knew himself as one of the men of Midgard. What appeared strange to us would have been taken for granted by Sigmund Snake-in-the-Eye Eric of the Windy Hat, or Gunlag Wormtongue who made a song on King Ethelred. To a man properly named, with a distinctive blood tradition bedded in the name, claiming an undisputed right to come and go about the earth at will, that is in the tradition of our forefathers. That this individual earth right should now seem strange to us is indeed strange. Individualism and internationalism are wordy intellectualisms. God, this guy loves isms. It is not in our blood and bone ever to believe in these isms. That we can be gulled by such chatter shows we have lost stamina. We can leave it to Lorthrop Stoddard and others to prove this way or that how the Nordic races have become alpinized or Mediterraneanized. That is talking about it. The kindred exists to enter into the everyday life of the people of the earth, sending roots into their most vital regional traditions and feelings in order to combat non-entity. It stands for this particular man on this earth as against Nemo, the national of the non-such state. It may seem strange to us that the kin should deal firstly with questions of food and drink and gear, that it points to the tally stick of finance and declares an error in the notching. It would not seem strange to men of good blood and sound sense. Men like Throvald, Rolf the Ganger, Red Eric, or Alfred the King, accustomed to deal with and think in terms of men and provisions, finding the people in a sorry plight economically, would have demanded a close examination of the tally sticks. The kindred is destined to outlive any suggestion of crankness, to overcome the forces which turn blood into talk, and to call forth that fearless uprightness of the spirit which only manifests itself in those who can stand upright and full lunged in the body. Section 5, the fit and the unfit. This will be good. I'm going to go to the restroom very quickly. right. We are back. Oh no. I got coffee on my skull. No, it's not coffee. Is that applesauce? Huh. Right. Where were we? Section 5. The fit and the unfit. And I'd like to personally thank you, Wolf. This is very fun reading to you. The fit and the unfit. The kindred exists to prepare the way. It is fully conscious of the fact that, in itself, it cannot claim to be the fit or desirable, because it has to deal with its own faulty psychophysical functioning as part of the general decline in vitality exhibited throughout this civilization. The point is that it is conscious of these defects, understands what standards of value are necessary for a recovery, and where and how the corrective should be applied. The faulty manipulation of self, due to the sequence of wrong functioning as an inheritance of civilization, dissipates the mind, the function of intelligent being, it seems, a derivative of muscular sense, because a perverted sensory appreciation of the body is reflected in perverted consciousness. Thus, the ordinary, everyday concepts of modern man are not reliable. The re-education of sensory appreciation of each individual is necessary. It must begin in the first place with the few. The kin is aware that sunlight, fresh air, and the fair face of nature can have but little corrective effect if the individuals enjoying these things do not react in sensory coordination. It is obvious that the individual must learn how to use himself correctly in such an environment which allows of such use. This re-education should include the most ordinary actions, sitting down, getting up, standing, walking, lying down, etc. And it is from these humble beginnings that all other values, including spiritual or social values, spring. This is also he has a whole thing on the woodcraft man, the wigwam papers, where he talks about how people don't walk correctly. So the kindred is certainly not a back to nature movement, yet it is aware that sunlight and fresh air blowing from the mountains, forests, and the seas are necessary to modern man and will be necessary to the generations to come. In handicraft, especially these primitive these primitive crafts covered by the term woodcraft, the kin schools itself in the discipline of hand and head, thereby overcoming the automism of this period. The value of self-expression in the crafts is discipline, not merely the finished result of such craftsmanship. The joy of handicraft is not, in reality, the splushing out of oneself, but the discipline imposed upon self in working with and through and against the medium. Handicraft is also part of that re-education of sensory appreciation which is needful, for there is a right and a wrong muscular movement in gripping the handle of a saw, and in the upstroke and downstroke of sawing. Every implement used requires correct muscular action and reaction in order so that such movement may be coordinated and in control. This applies to all exercises, games, dances, etc. The majority of us are what is known as cack-handed. We take hold of things wrongly, thereby exhausting energy and putting our bodies out of gear, and therefore our minds. Our muscles are not really at rest even when we imagine we have relaxed them. And this is so true. It will take a long time before modern man is able to move his body correctly. He has forgotten how to do it, and must learn again. It is one thing to fall short of what one knows is to be right and good. It is another thing altogether not to know. Our Western civilization, in its pride of democracy, does not know what is desirable. It is unconscious of this ignorant, and naturally does not care to be told. It is indeed a sheer waste of time to attempt to explain. The only thing to be done is for the few to begin to live by different standards and to overcome by contrast. Psychophysical reactions, says the kin, must be much slower. Without pretending that the kindred is anything in the least wonderful in this sorry. Without pretending that the kindred is anything in the least wonderful in this recovery of what one may call common sense, by trying to use the senses more correctly, there are certain desirable alterations already observable. For instance, neither the men nor the women of the kin are easily moved to laughter. Both sexes are learning to be capable of remaining silent without strain when there is nothing amusing, interesting, nor important to communicate. Conversation is not so trivial as in the world without. It is much more serious and impersonal. Refrained speech is taboo and muddled. Badly formed speech is considered a defect. Sorry, Hargrave, for reading your not having such great speech reading your own book. New ideas are always investigated but not easily accepted. Women and girls who giggle and snigger are stared at as uncouth or defective. Women who kiss each other and splarm over each other with false endearments are looked upon as cants. Men with high-pitched voices who are felt to be odd men out, those who talk a great deal about the freedom of the individual, are suspected of an inner formlessness and unreliability in action. There is already a highly developed sense of responsibility as compared with the outer world. If a kinsman undertakes a job of work, it is certain that he will do the utmost of his ability and complete it on the day or at the time specified. All kinsfolk are capable of carrying out instructions issued by their leaders without the inferiority reaction common to the majority. Committee meetings and long-winded resolutions, congresses, conferences, and the usual getting together idea with tea and talk are looked upon as pastimes of the ineffectual types. Slack, slouching, unkept males are disliked. Women with strident voices and a nagging intonation sense the silent disapproval of the kin. People who cannot say yes or no with decision are ignored as lacking in essential vitality. All soulful types are heartily detested and avoided as undesirables. Men who exhibit sentimental attachments towards their own sex are sensed immediately and dropped. Sorry, Wolf. Men who display child worship, that is, those who, having but little vitality of their own, unconsciously absorb the vitality of the child, are called blotting pads, and are looked upon as psychic vampires from whom children must be rescued. This is, sort of in the sense that the Kindred was actually, an adults movement, despite all those fun pictures of Hargrave dancing around with the kids, It was really an adult movement. The kids were just, adults to be and had to be tolerated until they became proper iron-willed kinsmen. No kinsman or woman looks upon the sex impulse and the sex acts as a low, degraded, or sinful thing. The young men and women of the kin are learning how not to be sloppy in their love-making. The young men and women of the kin are learning not how to be sloppy in their love-making, i.e., holding hands, sprawling about, and generally exhibiting feeble sex reactions in public. This is the most deplorable exhibition of devitalization and social technique of the majority. People who belong to several other organizations are said to collect movements, as urchins collect cigarette cards, and are always looked upon as hesitant or unformed types. The chiefs and leaders of the kin have usually no connection with any other group whatsoever. The kin is one of the few movements today to be able to use the word discipline, leadership, and I must instead of you should. A real vanguard, these kindred. The contention that a movement which shows, the contention is that a movement which shows, however feebly, only the few corrections and alterations in standards of value set forth, is a movement worthy of the serious consideration of every man or woman sufficiently vital to grasp the potentials underlying such changes. But it must not be thought for a moment that the kin looks upon itself in any way fit. It is not, as it were, a segregation of the fit, because that is not possible. No one is capable of real fitness in this epoch. Those who approach the kin with the idea of discovering men like gods will be woefully and deservedly disappointed, for it shows them to be unaware of the factors at work in our civilization. We are all, in this or that degree, unfit, undesirable. The value and power of the kin is in this, that it has become conscious of the madly and sets a direction which can lead by slow progress towards life instead of death. All right, here we go. Fun stuff. Section 6. The Kindred and the Dominant Sex Controversy. The movement for the emancipation of women has been one of the most remarkable symptoms of our age, and no organization or group today can escape the intricate psychopathic... Yeah. John Hargrave on the woman question. And no organization or group can escape the intricate psychopathic effects and counter effects, acting and reacting in unfortunate directions which have been set up. He really uses the word psychopathic. That's, oh my god. The political women's suffrage campaign was, of course, the outward and visible manifestation of a deep spiritual upheaval, with all the psychophysical disruptions which must accompany such a crisis. Yeah, he did. Feminism and what has been called the sex war propaganda feminism and what has been called the sex war propaganda cannot be clearly differentiated from what is known as the women's movement as a whole. They found common ground in a common cause. The popular slogans of the period of conflict, votes for women, equal pay for equal work, etc., are not now so familiar to the public, and the victory of the political side of the movement pales before the invisible revolution in social relationship which has been accomplished. Closer. Women themselves are largely unconscious of the changes which have been brought about, and which have nothing to do with their right to use the vote. They are taking things for granted which represent a fundamental change over in human affairs which will have, and are already beginning to show, biological adjustments and modifications. The ramifications of these changes are so extensive that even those women who fought consciously against the women's suffrage movement are, willy-nilly, affected by them in their everyday lives and in their most intimate relationships. While these younger women who are blissfully unaware of the historic struggle of the women's movement in the past have grown up in a world which fully accepts the idea of the equality of the sexes and the breakdown of 1,001 social conventions. Regarding the political struggle, the Kindred has nothing to say, since it regards the vote as practically useless to either sex. The kin is interested only in the psychophysical problems which have been brought to the surface. It is perfectly natural that women seeking admittance to the Kindred should fall into certain easily recognizable classes, for these are the classes which start to be found in these islands today. They may be set forth as, and let's see if we can connect ourselves to modern day, See, do these classes still exist? Ooh. A. Women who were and are politically conscious of the women's movement, who fought for the vote, and who are anxious to extend the influence of women in every department of human affairs. B. Women who always ignored the women's movement, who still ignore it, and who were and are, by their apathy, against it, but have been compelled to adjust their standards of value in consequence of it. C. Younger women, unconsciously affected by the changed social status of women, who are more or less unaware that there has been and is a women's movement. And D. Younger women who have become conscious of a women's movement, who instinctively react against it, but who are, nevertheless, glad to take advantage of certain changed conditions without knowing that these changes are due to the women's movement against which they revolt. In every movement which accepts both sexes as members, one would expect to find a tendency for the women to become abnormally sex-conscious, and express this in the form of some sort of political agitation. One would expect to find a kind of embryonic women's movement within every organization where men and women work together. Women who approach the Kindred with this aftermath of the women's movement still lingering in the soul find but little response, for the time has come when the anti-male, pro-female enthusiasm must cool down and the proper polarity of the sexes takes its place. It has been instructive to note the reaction of avowed feminists to this working example of sexual inequality. Attempts to introduce the ideology of sex equality propaganda have always failed. Yes, but then the women of the Kindred are not progressive types. They are mostly very ordinary women, comes the reply. If by that is meant that they are not abnormal in their reactions, i.e., that they would prefer a strong, potent, well-knit man who could not be treated as a puppy dog to run around and follow after, this statement is true. But it should be pointed out that such a selective standards is by no means ordinary, and is not only progressive, but positively essential if women themselves are to escape the drear blight of impotent or semi-impotent males. The majority are abnormal in this. They are so deliberated that they cannot differentiate between the good male animal and male wreckage. So-called progressive types in both sexes are progressing without knowing it towards sex revulsion and inversion. In the long run, this spells death, not merely to the race, one writes merely, because there seems to be no strong racial impulse, but a living death by slow degrees for the individual in every form of psychophysical debility. A women's movement within the Kindred is an absolute impossibility. The Kindred would wish to point this out very clearly, because there are all kinds of automatic reactions which cannot but bring pain and humiliation upon those women who do not take the trouble to correct them before trying to take up the work of the Kindred. The Kindred is strongly heterosexual, and dislikes any blurring of the edges of male and female quantities. It has no place whatsoever for the masculine type of woman or the effeminate type of man. A footnote. No doubt that the general standard of such type varies, but at any given moment there is a standard of manhood and womanhood in the Kindred, which can be used as a system of coordinates. Back to the text. It can find no place for the woman whose female qualities are recessive and whose male characteristics have been brought forth. It does not proclaim the male as the dominant sex, but it does insist upon the fundamental necessity for a vital polarity of the sexes. The economic readjustments of the Kindred would set the whole problem upon a totally different basis, for the women, equally with the man, would be economically secure. In these circumstances, the woman would not find it necessary to join, either consciously or unconsciously, in any form of sex war. The Kindred has to begin, here and now, to train its womenfolk to understand that by moving over to the men's position and general outlook, women have, quite unknowingly and in perfect good faith, brought forward the feminine qualities in the male, and that this leads to an intermediate position which tends more and more to make both sexes atonic and devitalize to their everlasting misery. The main directive force of the Kindred is in the hands of the males, and this sometimes astonishes those who, because of the widespread notion that sex equality means a sort of co-partnership, doing everything side by side with the males for fear of being dominated by them, cannot understand that the new phase of human development will exhibit direct leadership and the polarity of the sexes. Those who imagine that the Kindred might be used as a channel for the development of a sex equality propaganda which fosters the idea of men and women as good pals and good sports together, rather than healthy, attractive, and graceful women and well set up and vital men in sound sexual contrast who will marry and produce sound offspring, should stand clear. The Kindred cannot be penetrated and turned in a direction which is out of line with the life impulse of the race. No matter what logical arguments may be, nor how skillfully they are presented, the Kindred declares by instinct alone that the popular idea of sex equality is a form of body contempt and belong to a dysgenic phase of democratic enfeeblement. The Kindred hopes, therefore, that it will not attract women who have been, knowingly or unknowingly, depressed in sensory reaction and whose harmony of instincts has become confused by the absorption of ideas regarding the so-called new woman and woman's rights. Not because women have no rights, indeed they were forced to assert them and fight for them, but because the next epoch of civilization arising from the wreckage of a crowd voting system will not be based upon the idea of rights at all, but upon the economic security of every man, woman, and child. Section 7. The New Savagery. A collection of ugly... Where's my pen? A collection of ugly people is an immoral society and the easy excuse. Still, one can't help one's physical deficiencies. Can one? Does not alter the fact nor bring forth health. A well-formed breed of men and women is the living proof of moral integrity. The sagging features, distorted expressions, and general debility of the townspeople of this period of civilization tell their own tale of frustration and disharmony. As a step towards integration, the Kindred abides by the fixed hierarchy of the visual arts in their order of importance. 1. Cultivation of human beauty, the good animal, the splendid body. 2. The art of manners. 3. The art of dress. 4. Architecture. 5. The minor arts of painting and sculpture. These arts are the reflection of reality. The first 4 are expressed in terms of reality and are therefore more important. It has been said, notice, however, that he does not even bring up music at all. It has been said that the most refined spiritual types know it is vital to keep a tight grasp on the material world, and the Kindred holds aloof from all philosophies and creeds which tend to place the emphasis upon spiritual values at the expense of the physical well-being. It is true that the pagan and the artist is on the side of life, both physical and spiritual. And the Kindred cannot ally itself with creeds and cults which have turned away from the body and disgust in the hope of a soul life hereafter. A brilliant and blazing spirit in a rotting carcass may be possible. It can never be harmonic. In such a case, the spirit is living by a terrible and malignant life, a self-consuming fire. When G.K. Chesterton points out that the only serious rival to the Roman Catholic Church is paganism, he indicates a most important truth, fully recognized by the kin. One second. Sorry about that. As far back as 1919, when the Kindred was no more than a nebulous idea, Havelock Elias called its general attitude and experimental methods the New Savagery, and expressed the hope that some such technique of life might be made available to all young people and not merely to a few enthusiasts. As the word savage derives from Sylvaticus, belonging to a wood wild, it is fairly appropriate to a movement which bases so much of its training upon woodcraft and the open-air life. In spite of the common association of the term savagery with ferocious cruelty, it is really a better description of the Kindred than others which have sometimes been applied, as for instance, the new paganism, modern barbarians, etc. So Hargrave would not like Annabel Paulin's book, Intellectual Barbarians. Paganism would apply to rustics, countrymen, and rural revivals, whereas the kin is not in line with a return to rustic conditions, and is certainly not adulterous. Barbarism indicates an uncouthness, ignorance, and a lack of mental dexterity which cannot apply to those whose aim is to overcome these defects in modern man. Both the adults and the children of the kindred are required, for reasons of health, efficiency, and self-education, to train themselves in camping, hiking, and the general woodcraft, and the new nomads of the kindred are to be seen with lightweight tent packed on their back, staff in hand, sometimes alone, often in two, in clans and gangs, tramping, cycling, and motorcycling into the wild places and through the crowded cities. Ah, motorcycling, very techno-feudal. The new nomads have arrived. These few are wandering and exploring and finding out about things. Here, a tribe of boys, there, a group of girls. Somewhere else, a band of young fellows all over 18. Men, women, boys, and girls, all hit the trail, not merely to counteract the indoor existence and sedentary work of ordinary life, but to see things, to know things, to observe, to watch. To gather together a knowledge of themselves, the countryside, and the people who live on the earth. Some pack their kit and go abroad, to Germany, France, Switzerland, anywhere they can get. And they go, not as Cook's tourists, nor as trippers, out to do certain certain towns or picture galleries, but as the new nomads of today, getting to know the look and the feel and the smell of things, taking note of the manners and customs of different people, and generally developing their common sense. Many there are who go out to get away from other people, who tramp over the Dartmoor uplands, pitch a tent in some out-of-the-way clearing in the New Forest, or away upon the fall sides among the mountains of the Lake District. Anyhow, they go. And they go not in any haphazard manner, but deliberately, out of the scramble of the haunts of men, to rest, to get health, to be alone with nature, necessity, and their own thoughts. They go out of the life of the towns into some wild and solitary place, bookless, without pen or paper, and with but little money they go, alone in twos and threes. Often they rig no kind of shelter, but prefer to sleep under the open sky. Very often they set forth mapless, determined to find their way by sun, moon, and stars as best as they may, and enjoying the self-imposed hardship of the wayfaring. They do not follow beaten tracks, they avoid inhabited houses, cook their own foods, and they live the life of a wandering holy man for a time. All this they do to discipline themselves, to tone up their body and tune in the mind. Young medicals, clerks, shop assistants, builders, printers, gas fitters, miners, textile workers, schoolmasters, teachers, art students, these everyday workers are going off to the woods and mountain ranges. They are the new nomads. Camp is the last great school of the woods, where one may learn more of nature and human nature than anywhere else. The campcraft of the kindred has become an established tradition, and the magic whiff of wood smoke from the campfire never fails to cast its spell over those who have once made their beds under the blue blanket. Here one may come face to face with the earth. Here one must be able to fend for oneself, and here each must help the other in the fraternity of the open road and the wayside fire. Camp is the school of health, where one may learn how to regain vitality and keep it, for a sick man on the trail is useless. Here in camp we come to know the secrets of nature, the ways of the wood folk, the calls of the bird, and the earth wisdom of woodman, shepherd, and gypsy. Here is that which we come down to at last to the three essentials: food, fire, and shelter. Here we have to be able to look after ourselves and to keep an open eye, with our wits as keen and our five senses as clear as those of our cave folk ancestry. In camp, all affectations. No one is truly fully educated. No one is fully educated who cannot do without, and who has not the craft and hardihood to secure food, fire, and shelter direct from the great outdoors. In camp, all affectations, fads, and civilized veneers drop away and reveal us exactly as we are. Here under the greenwood tree we find true brotherhood, and the inside self is stripped naked before our fellow man and the woods that blow. Swank cannot endure under a tent or round or a campfire. Here, with beds in the bush and stars to see, the pride of emperors, kings, and democrats count for nothing, and the simple dignity of honest Injun is far more count. He may be an LLD, DCS, FRS, KCB, or whatnot, but if he cannot find his way across country, cannot light a fire quickly and skillfully, cannot cook his own grub, and make and pitch his own shelter, he is ranked as a greenhorn, who must now go to the school of the woods as a little child and graduate in the university of the open air. Here the artist must use charcoal from the campfire and the birch bark as his campist. Here the naturalist must be able to stalk, hide, watch, and use his head as a notebook. Here the philosopher must be one with the natural universe, and base his philosophy on nature and natural law. Here every man must be something of an artist, a naturalist, and a philosopher, if he would become in tune with life. It is here, on the bare earth, face to face with mud, rain, wind, and sunshine, that the sloppy-minded, the over-civilized, the under-civilized, and the cocksure come to grief. Camp teaches us all to be on the alert, fully alive, never taken unawares by storm nor stranger, orderly in habits, self-reliant, self-controlled, and above all, humble. The social worker in camp may study and become part of a small community, cut off for the time from being from its usual environment, just as if one came upon a community of Robinson Crusoes living in a primitive state. And the beginnings of all arts and crafts, sciences and religions, may be traced and reacted today. Untidy or slovenly campers are not wanted and are not tolerated within the Kindred. There are no rules and regulations. Everything depends upon you as an individual. You are not number 11,567. You are you, a kinsman or woman. Where there is no rigidly imposed discipline, there must be self-discipline. The camp must be kept clean and hale, i.e., holy. Capcraft and backwoodsmanship, with all woodcraft lore and handicraft, is not merely a pastime or a sport within the Kindred. It is a way of life and a method of self-training. It is necessary breakaway, a ritualistic exodus from metropolitan standards of civilization, from pavements, sky signs, shops, noise, glitter, smoke. It is a vital urge. It is the five senses, common sense, blinded, deafened, dumbstruck, trying to recover vitality direct from the sun and earth. More than that, it is a preparation for active service in the world, a drawing apart for a time to allow body, mind, and spirit to regain pose. It holds within it something elemental and fundamental if we are to come at the root of our social problems. It means first-hand grappling with ourselves and the actual facts of physical existence, food, warmth, shelter, the basis of all economics. It is as if these new nomads, by some instinctive wisdom, felt the pressure of impending collapse overtaking our civilization at an acceleration, and had sense enough, without knowing it perhaps, to make ready for the call. To your tents, O kindred! Whether this is so or not, there can be no doubt that the kin is right in demanding physical as well as mental and spiritual training. It is one of the few movements able to call forth individual service in an almost servile state. Section 8. General outline of kin structure. The kindred is led by its elected headman and the following office bearers who together form the kin council, or singemot. Deputy headman, chief scribe, chief tallykeeper, chief rite master, chief camps warden, chief glee master, the redsman, and the headman of districts. Of these, 5 are elected offices, but the kin council may at no time go into committee and does not arrive at decisions by voting. Each office bearer is in charge of and responsible for his particular department and may appoint his own staff of mandated assistants. The elected headman is the inspirator and is in charge of the general policy. The deputy headman is in charge of organization, and the other members of the kin council are in charge of administration. Mandated kinsfolk appointed by the kin council develop specialization. The kindred assembles once a year in a camp at White Sun Tide, when the annual general meeting, or all thing, is held. The Covenant of the Kin is a document setting forth a rough outline in 7 points of the general aims of the kindred, which can be enumerated as follows. 1. The establishment of land reservation and open spaces for camp training and naturecraft. 2. By such training to inculcate pride of body, mental poise, and a vital spiritual perception. 3. The encouragement of handicraft training and the development of a new interpretation of craft guilds, backed by the reorganization of social economics on the basis of the just price. 4. The formation of family groups wherein the children shall be trained by their parents along woodcraft lines. 5. The establishment of regional assemblies to work for the commonwealth of the locality. 6. To stand as a witness for regional, national, and world peace based upon the equation of consumption to production. 7. To help bring about a world educational policy, world freedom of trade, a new world credit system, credit system, the abolition of political and financial intrigue, and the establishment of a world council or clearinghouse. See, this is, by 1927, Hargrave is deep into social credit, but basically he's keeping it quiet and, saying it in the terms of just price, just so that he doesn't scare the hose. This covenant, which is signed by all members over 18 years of age, is not fixed. It can be altered and has been altered from year to year by the kindred of all things assembled. Thus, the kin can modify or extend its scope with elasticity. The kin law is a document in 13 sections setting forth the general constitution of the kindred. 1. Objective. 2. Kinship. 3. Admission of kinsfolk. 4. Resignation, expulsion of kinsfolk. 5. Advisory council. 6. Support. Excuse me. 6. Supporters. 7. The headman and kid council. 8. The goods of the kindred. 9. The all thing. 10. Dues. 11. Official publication. 12. Notices. 13. Amendments. To these are added Appendix 1. Form of application for membership. Appendix 2. Model canon for local organization. Appendix 3. Declaration for membership of those under 18 of years of age. And Appendix 4. Application form for group charter. The advisory council consists of such person of public eminence as the kin council shall invite, but these are not members of the kindred unless duly accepted. Supporters are persons unable to undertake the obligations of the kinship, who wish to contribute material help to the work of the kindred. Supporters are kept in constant touch with the views, news, activities, and progresses of the kin. There is no age limit to membership. None is considered too old and none too young. And then there's a footnote that says, at the time of writing, the kin council has under consideration a scheme of some sort of Kibbo Kift reserve for men and women who, for some good reason, are not able to take up full service and who cannot be expected to keep pace with the younger adults, but who, nevertheless, will undertake to assist where and when they can, will possess complete kin equipage, and who may be called upon should a necessity arise. Children in their earliest years can only be admitted if their parents are members, in which such case a roof tree is set up. As soon as the child is old enough, he or she can combine with other boys and girls to form a clan. 2 or more clans constitute a tribe, and here an adult leader is necessary. Adults are usually admitted as lone kinfolk, but where 4 or more adults so desire, they may establish a lodge. Each group within the kin is required to hold a charter, issued by the kin council, giving authority to operate as a duly constituted section of the Kibbo Kift. In general, in a general exposition of the movement, it is unnecessary to go into further detail. It will be seen that the mechanism of control permits of the highest individualization of each member, combined with direct leadership and the cohesive group structure. It has all the obvious advantages of decisive action and clear-cut formation, together with the necessary development of each unique personality. Before the great totem of the kin, every man, woman, and child is equal. In action, each individual takes up his or her proper position and carries out the work of the kin, with a zeal only exemplified by the cathedral builders of the Middle Ages. The kin not only allows the individual to express his uniqueness, it demands that he should, and will not tolerate those who wish to be carried. This is a new thing in our time. It is something above and beyond a mere cry for freedom. The kin demands and is able to call forth the inner discipline of the free man. It has solved the practical problems of the paragraph, he is free, he only is free who binds himself. In this, it has a truly religious dynamism which will, in due course, attract to itself all that is alive and vital in every part of the earth. Section 9. Section 9. How the Kindred has no handbook and why. Those who wish to work by a textbook on life seek moonshine in a flood of sunlight. They have it and know not. Once in a dark moment there was talk of compiling an official handbook, but Wayland Smith, in work in his Cromley smithery, laughed till the veil of white horse echoed, and the foolishness fled away. For the youngsters of the kin, let them hold by Huckleberry Finn. They will not go far astray. Very, despite being such an English movement, it really is influenced by American things such as satin and Huckleberry Finn. They will not go far astray. And as for the adults, they should study King Gashok and the Birds by Emer O'Duffy for the sake of its soul-purging poetry and the gleam of Tanao Nog. This, said someone, is the age of movements, and most of them supply us with an official handbook for a moderate sum. That is, they dish out a pottle of dead words and hope that life will spring out of them. Out of words, words, and out of life, life. They might have known it. Nevertheless, matters would have been much easier had the kin been able to say, "Here you are, here's the official handbook, price 1 shilling, that tells you everything." But a movement which can get itself into a shilling handbook may be in the tradition of an epic that has to have its scouts simplified. In the tradition of an epic that has to have its Socrates simplified, its Plato potted, and its science stifled. It cannot claim kinship with the heroes of Asgard, with Beowulf, Balders, and the little smith of Nottingham, that does the work no man can. It is one thing to have a Bible, a codex, a written tradition, and it is quite another to have to rely upon an official manual, as a soldier relies upon rules of procedure and king's regulation. The one is an inspiration, a blaze of light in a hand that beckons; the other, a rod, a prison yard in the hand of punishment. It is the way nowadays to produce a handbook and wait for the movement to congeal around it, but it is not the way of life. A movement, says the Kindred, born of a handbook, is strangulated at birth. Interesting. 10. The habit, or costume of the kin. The Kindred looks upon costume as an outward and visible indication of the spirit of the age. The normal costume for men in this period of civilization may be the most suited for the particular mode of town life which the majority are called upon to suffer, but no one can contend that such a life is either health-giving or particularly attractive. Charlie Chaplin has made a worldwide laughing stock of the several garments which have become the uniform of a civilized man. This is a Charlie Chaplin civilization, says the Kindred. The bowler hat is comic. It is pathetic, a tragic comedy, the headgear of purposeless routine. It is the symbol of frustration, physical, psychological, and religious. It is an inane thing. Similarly, the waistcoat, coat, and trousers are the livery of a particular form of slavery. It is necessary to stand away from these glad rags of a syncopated civilization. This attitude has already found some response, but apart from that, the particular activities of the Kindred make it necessary that a special costume should be worn for camping, hiking, handicraft, etc., just as no one would go skiing in a top hat and frock coat. The costume of the kinsman is based upon a universal form, the jerkin and the cowl. Shorts, jerkin, and cowl of green, gray, or brown are the three principal garments, which, together with a leather belt, rough ash staff, rucksacks, shoes, and stockings, constitute the recognized habit of the men of the kin. This costume, which has been evolved over a number of years by actual experiment, conforms in many ways to the general dress of Europe during the Middle Ages, and is suitable for the journeyman, craftsman, the pilgrim, and the camper. The women of the kin wear a one-piece dress to the knee and a leather belt and headdress. The headdress has something of the Valkyrie in its helmet-like design. The women carry a short staff and a rucksack. The great coat for both men and women is the cope and cowl. The cope, or cape, comes well below the knee and has a long, dignified lines of a field service cloak, made famous in the Prussian army. The costume of the kin releases efficiency, calls forth conscious unity of purpose, and proclaims a dynamic difference in impressive silence. That's a great line for these people. The costume of the kin releases efficiency, calls forth conscious unity of purpose, and proclaims a dynamic difference in impressive silence. And there's a footnote to that says, the habit of the kin has been and can be modified from time to time, but such modifications are general and uniform. Individual variations are not permitted. Which is, how we go to the social credit movement. And they're the green shirts. Section 11, personnel. Even if the personnel of the kin consists of one scholarly maid, a taxi driver, and a bank clerk, it will, if its analysis is correct, and the constructive vision keyed to the dumb urge of the people as a whole, secure the active support and cooperation of an ever-increasing body of human beings, as those human beings find themselves forced by circumstances to the same conclusions and the same objective. The first conclusion is that we are not getting our money's worth from the productive organization of this civilization. The second is that there is no economic law governing this artificial poverty. The third is that the distributive structure is a financial one. These three material conclusions together indicate a possible universal spiritual objective, self-realization, following the period of the self-assertive crowd units in which the individual has been altogether pulped. Very well, you may say, but what other connection is there here with the kindred with any other group? What can it do? If the scholarly maid, the taxi driver, and the bank clerk have made a correct analysis and are capable of projecting in such a form as to enter the hearts of the people, however slow the initial process, they are not only justified in working together as the cherubim or the gaff blowers, or any other title they may find suitable, cutting themselves off from the crowd by the use of a slang, cant, or jargon of their own, as well as the use of special signs and possibly insignia, but it can be shown that unless they do so, they will not be able to withstand the invisible, insidious, moment-by-moment opposition, the almost overwhelming force of inertia by which the crowd quite unconsciously maintains its character. Such a minority convention forms, therefore, a nucleus, a point of integration upon which more effective personalities may whelm, but without which those personalities might, and probably would, remain under the spell of hard suggestion, public opinion, unable to resist the erosive and corrosive influence of the apathy of the majority. By the term more effective personalities is meant those who possess a more specialized technique in this or that brand of knowledge. The initial analysis and vision would still be the work of the humble three, and those who labored afterwards to perfect this. However, cultured and proficient in their own subjects would have remained impotent, but for the form and impetus given by personalities whom they might have regarded as distinctly lower types, and with whom, in the ordinary way, they would have avoided association. It is our conviction that a synthesis of logic and emotion, vital to the emergence of a well-balanced civilization, will not necessarily come from any special class or type, but might project itself as clearly through the medium of a street hawker peddling balloons and squeakers in the gutter, as through a professor of logic or in the scions of aristocracy. We should expect the professor to be logical, yet the logic of the street hawker might be far more penetrating. We should expect to find the young aristocrat efficient in the effortless technique of leadership, yet the professor strolling from his study might show greater qualities in this direction. We should expect the street hawker to be crude, uncouth, and ignorant, yet these very characteristics might give him a survival value and a directness in action far beyond the other two. But, as a matter of fact, the kindred would declare that the three of them quite unlikely to give any fundamental directive service to the human race whatever, and that the need to serve in the drastic discipline of a 7-year course in the school of Pythagoras. That brings us to the conclusion that a human instrument, a new Pythagorean school, is essential if we are to develop from the chaos of a period of disillusioned self-assertion into a period of harmonically conscious self-realization. The kindred, feebly at present, but holding within it all the necessary potentialities, feels its way towards this. It is impelled by its own constructive growth in this direction, and without seeking will draw to itself all those who know by the gnosis of the core of being that in the tradition of such strict initiatory training there is something which must find a reinterpretation and a reformation within the realities of our own day. The idea that such school could or should accommodate itself to the professor because of his degrees, the street hawker because of his proletarian outlook, or the young aristocrat because of his social traditions and technique is obviously absurd. The kindred has already had experience of this kind of expectation and the pained surprise of those who took it for granted that such preferential treatment was their right. Such rights are the travesty of democracy. Yet they only spring up in the fractured egos of democratized hard units. A sage, a hermit, or a holy man of the wilderness would not expect, nor would he demean himself by accepting any such special status. Mankind will not be regenerated by a committee of university professors, nor by a mob of class-conscious creed hawkers, nor by a coterie of, refrained young sun god heroes drawn from the remnants of the aristocracy. Only those who pass through the physical, mental, and spiritual fire of willing obedience and the terror of absolute freedom are tempted for service. Terror of absolute freedom, what a great word. Without this, neither learning, nor class, nor tradition, nor wealth, nor blood, nor are of any avail. Nor can those attributes be reckoned in lieu of the essential firing of the clay. As the makeup of the personnel, therefore, can as to the makeup of the personnel, therefore, there can be no restriction in any direction other than proven inability to stand up to the strain of two opposites, obligation and freedom. It is characteristic of the Kibbo Kift that it should require a continual testing of the individual at its weakest points. Thus, a person found to be authority-ridden is required to plunge into self-initiative and accomplish self-government. At that moment, when he expects to receive instructions, he will find himself entirely without them, and the atmosphere of the kin as a whole will brace him to master himself. Similarly, the person who has an authority complex and, out of a silly self-assertiveness, cannot bring himself to carry out instructions, will be surprised to receive orders, and the atmosphere of confraternity will assist him to pocket his pride, overcome an inner shapelessness, masquerading as freedom of the individual, and reveal himself as to lacking in the very individuality which he so much wished to convince himself. As in as in the idealized concept of a truly Catholic church, the church of all mankind, so within the Kindred there is a place and work for every individual. It has need of printers, typographers, and bookbinders for the printed books of the kin, architects, bricklayers, carpenters, tillers, thatchers, and metalworkers for the construction of the buildings of the kin. Artists and designers are required for the designing of tapestries, tent, mural, and other symbolic projections, as well as the gardeners, woodsmen, farmers, weavers, musicians, tinsmiths, poets, wheelwrights, electricians, chemists, accountants, and engineers. For every man, woman, and child into whose heart bursts the glory of God, let us recover from our fear of this word and retain our sanity. For each and every one there dawns the vitalizing individual coordination of active service within the sacred body of mankind. Whew. We are 106 pages in. I'm going to get some more water. One sec. All right. Continuing on. Section 12. Able bodies, Pilant wits, and deep-rooted stability. The kindred must attract to itself men and women of learning and intellect, as well as those who feel called upon to shoulder the responsibilities of service in a more humble but no less important capacity. This can only be done by setting forth such a clear exposition of what the kindred is about as to claim the serious attention of those engaged in the various branches of science and philosophy. What may now appear to be unnecessary frills and trimmage of quaint terminology and outlandish costumes will, once the central teaching is recognized, be seen as vital details of a particular body of people suited to the special activities of such a group. If the kindred cannot properly be called an order, it can certainly claim to be a university, using the term in its original acceptance to designate any aggregate of persons associated in a political, religious, or trading corporation having common interests, common principles, and common property. The brethren of a guild, the members of a fraternity, the monks or canons of a religious house, the inhabitants of a town, when addressed in formal institutes, were spoken of as a university. In this sense, a university might be localized or scattered over the earth. It was the living beings who constituted the university. The bricks and mortar were simply their house of studies. The range of development covered by the kin reveals it as a religious, political, learned, and possibly trading universitas in the old and proper meaning of the word. The kindred shows itself as yet the only germ in a glorious fellowship of living men, and its spirit must ever guard against becoming a mere building. It must set itself to escape the doom of the older universities, which began in the same way as an association of living beings, and by the slow degrees of what they are today. Many of those approaching the kindred from the purely intellectual standpoint may not desire to take an active part, and yet we believe that there is a number of younger men and women, not so easily dismayed by outward signs, willing to come wholeheartedly into the confraternity, finding there a sheet anchor, a structure by which they may consciously link up specialized knowledge and research to one universal focus, hominis corpus sacrum. We believe there are young students now at various universities and other places of study who feel, as many have felt, that the need for some physical contact with earth and sun in which one fits into a scheme, as it might be the wholesome and simple rule of an invisible monastery. Many must have felt the need for a unifying vision of microcosm and macrocosm, which, although it may not explain anything by logic, gives forth to an otherwise chaotic futility, a shape lacking since the Holy Catholic Church ceased to be a Catholic reality of the hearts and minds of men. To all such young and eager spirits, unknown to the king as of yet, but without doubt, feeling and thinking along much the same lines, who have felt sufficient inner harmony to allow them to break free from the fear of dominion, that bugbear, fear of domination, that bugbear of a crowd civilization, the kindred sends its message. It has come into contact with many cultivated and imaginative minds sunk in sentimental idolatry, charming personalities without poise or stamina, refined and polished individuals with a delightful social technique but otherwise quite unreliable, wayward, blown hither and thither by every emotional gust, unable to accomplish without the effects of effective control, and it would wish to pass by, not as likely to prove efficient kinsmen. Blown hither and thither. I think Mosley also used that in one of his speeches. Something more than cultured manners is required. Able bodies, pilant wits, and deep-rooted stability. These qualities do not come merely by the advancement of learning, but by an inner enlightenment, through actual contact with the earth itself and the hidden forces of folk, work, place. Section 13. A Vision of Kin Garth. At present, no kinsman receives money for kin service. There is no paid staff and no London headquarters. Whether it may be necessary to have a full-time paid staff in the near future remains to be seen. If so, it will not operate from London, but from a place of woods and fields and a running stream which we know as Kingarth. A special fund has been opened for the purchase of a tract of suitable land, and this may have gone forward more rapidly if the kin had developed a money-caging instinct instead of getting on with its own work. The king's adage, "We are not an order of begging friars," expresses the attitude. It is an attitude of steadfast independence, unwilling to kowtow to anyone, and determined not to be under the thumb of generous patrons. It is a good, strong, and clean attitude, and one which is essential in an age of fawning sycophancy. Money is required, especially for Kingarth, and money will be forthcoming when the work of the kindred is understood. Kingarth will be a tract of land which will form the dominus es spiritus of the kindred throughout the world, and the regional core of the movement operating in these islands. It will be a place of research and experiment, as well as a retreat from the world without and a living center of all liberal arts and sciences. In the midst of green fields and wooden slopes will be built a university, monastery, lamasery, house of self-initiation, planned in such a manner as to contain the most up-to-date equipment for the three main departments, art, science, and philosophy, with a central mott hall open to the sky for the Socratic method of discussion. In this house of Holy Spirit there will be no place for sleeping nor eating, and no one shall enter it who is not intent upon some branch of the great work. A great amount of the actual building of this house will be carried out by the kin, even if this means some years of arduous toil, following the examples of those good monks who, by their own labor, have reared great monasteries and abbeys. In this place will be a bathing pool and a sungarth. A number of cells will be provided for those who are not of the kindred, but who have come to this place to cleanse the body, the mind, and the spirit. Others who come to visit this place will be housed in the great guest house and conducted by the guest master. Handicraft sheds for the weavers, potters, and workers in wood and metal, etc., will be situated away from the central building. On an open plain in front of the central building will be the seats of the council and the great standard of the mark of the kindred. This council shall be the place for the pitching of tents such at the time that the kindred assembles at the garth. Fields for tilling and pastures will be set aside, and sufficient food grown for the supply of so many. However, there will not be an attempt to establish a colony of back-to-the-land idealists. It will not be a Tolstoyan experiment. No plots of land will be let or sold to anyone, and it will not become a ramshackle go-as-you-please huddle of odd folks with conflicting fads, putting up shanties and makeshift bungalows of old railway carriage, broken-down caravans, and tarred felting. What agriculture is carried out will be under the direction, and competent farmers will be under direction, and competent farmers will do the work. The whole garth and every activity in it will be typical of the spirit of the kindred, as strict in its silent discipline as the hospice of St. Bernard. This is made clear because the vision of Kingarth naturally attracts a number of people whose mental makeup runs along the line of some sort of simple life colony where land is held in common and no one does the work. Kingarth, then, is no such project. It will become the center of kin drama and the Kift theater, from which will spring various groups of wayfaring mummers. Already, the kin has a small hand press of its own, and this will be moved to Kingarth and used for such printed matter as is best done by hand. Books thus produced on the kin press will be bound by hand in craft sheds by competent book binders. In the development of handicrafts and outdoor camp life, there will be no neo-Ludditism. Machines will be used when machine work is needed. There will be a wireless installation, and no doubt motor transport will be required, as well as electric power. The keenest and most go-ahead younger artists, scientists, and thinkers will be drawn into the kindred and take up their work at Kingarth. Already those few who have heard of the idea are anxious to know more and ready to give service when such a center is translated from thought to fact. It will be a place of children and adults, each going about the work or play which is properly suited to the particular individual. The youngsters will have their own campsite in the tribal training ground, where they will still practice all of the primitive scouting and woodcraft which have been developed by Ernest Thompson Seton, Sir Robert Baden-Powell, and others. The adolescents will be able to break away from the clan or tribe and begin work in the handicraft sections, or go off alone into the woods or hiking over the hills. Teachers and educationalists will work through this camp school. The whole directive force of the movement will be generated at Kingarth. It shall be as a hearth to the kindred and a beacon to the world. From here, expanding circles of energy shall flow, and here shall concentrate those who sense the advent of a new synthesis. This thing will come about because it is the logical development of something far greater than the kin or any other group of people. And it will come about through the medium of the kin because it has the qualities of stability and imagination which appear to be lacking elsewhere. King Garth, during a time of emergency, might become the center in which a Noah's Ark policy could formulate. It might be a refuge or sanctuary safeguarding a certain body of ideas, as the monasteries were the repositories of cultural tradition which might have otherwise been lost to the confusion of the Dark Ages. Section 14. The Noah's Ark policy. And God said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence, and through them, and, behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Genesis 6:13-14. The Noah's Ark policy is the name applied by the Kindred to any plan or attempt to survive the flood of a disintegrating period of human association, in which chaotic conditions make it difficult for the individual to obtain the essential supplies by coming together as a self-supporting group. This form of civilization shows such ominous signs of possible, if not probable, collapse that it is not surprising to find various schools of thought considering what line of action, if any, could be taken in order to stay alive. The Noah's Ark policy has occurred to many, and the Kindred has considered the possibilities of such an action carefully. It has come to the conclusion that such a policy would be quite impossible without the support of the community at large. In times of crisis, such support might be given if Noah is able to prove A, that he can show people how to obtain food, warmth, and shelter, and B, can call forth discipline from his sons. In other words, a Noah's Ark policy, to be effective, would have to apply to the total area of the community. It would have to become a regional or national policy. No colony of cooperating farming enthusiasts could exist for long enough to harvest its crop in a country of starving people or people on the verge of starvation. Even the use of armed force, earthworks, stockades, etc., would not in the end avail. Another interpretation of the Noah's Ark policy has been put forward by what is called the Neo-Vitalist school. It is, in effect, to get together a group of people with sufficient plant and, leaving this over-industrialized area of the Earth's surface to its doom, sail to South America and there start afresh. It has the romantic tradition, a new Mayflower exposition, but fails to recognize the fact that the people and the money necessary for such a new start will not be forthcoming. The Noah's Ark policy advocated by the Kindred takes the form of a regional policy covering these islands, or the convenient communal area, in an attempt to become self-supporting. It presupposes that local parliamentary and government machinery has broken down, and that the industry is seriously dislocated throughout the civilized world, or over such extensive areas to have the effect of a blockade. Each great producing country unable to do more than endeavor to get essential supplies from its own resources. The only hope would be then intensive food growing, especially potato crops, by every man, woman, child, and a mechanism of exchange operated by a new origin of credit issue. Sort of a apocalyptic view there. Kibbo Kift colony in South America. Very funny idea, though. Section 15. The point of direction. A kinsman of the mark has two distinct obligations. A, to keep himself alive, that is, to obtain purchasing power, work. B, to keep himself alert and able to express ideas fearlessly and effectively, creative play. There may be a few kinsfolk able to dispense with the toil of kicking food into their own mouths all the days of their lives, like so many barnacles stuck to a rock. Most of the kin are forced by economic circumstances to enter some trade or profession. It is important that key positions in every department of social organization should be penetrated by kinsmen of the mark. This can only be accomplished by an iron determination on the part of each kinsman to make himself 1 degree more reliable, more alert, more efficient, and more generally quicker on the uptake than the ordinary man in the street. In this way, a kinsman will become recognized as, and will know himself to be, a dependable person who can, if it comes to a pinch, think and act with precision. What are the chief points of direction which control the channels of mass suggestion? The Kindred enumerates the following: banking and finance. 2. The press. 3. Wireless. 4. The kinema. Cinema, spelled with a K. 5. The theater. 6. Schools and universities. 7. Industry and industrial organization generally. The Kibbo Kift must penetrate to the point of direction in the everyday life of the community. Work as a teacher, carpenter, clerk, engine driver, artist, banker, clockmaker, sweep, or whatever it may be, is definitely part of a kin service. A kinsman should, therefore, try to reach his own point of direction in whatever trade or profession he happens to be. Apart from this, he may not neglect his after-work activities unless released from them by special dispensation. Under B, creative play, comes these duties which he has undertaken as a kinsman. When the ordinary man has done his day's work, he considers himself to be free. Not so the kinsman. Having done with toil, he must now begin his kin service, whatever it happens to be. In this way, he is not neglecting his bread and butter, but, on the contrary, carries a kin outlook into his office and workshop, and is all the time alert to the factors operating in industry, or whatever form of activity which he is connected, and by that workday routine links the kindred with the changing circumstances of national and world problems. He is, therefore, in the world, but not of it. He must not use the kin as an escape from the harsh realities of life, but must consider himself on duty at all times, and in all places with a watchword given in the heart, to know, to dare, to keep silence. It is not necessary for him to shout, "I am a kinsman." That is not his duty so far as keeping himself alive is concerned. It is his duty to be a kinsman at all times whether people know or not. He has nothing to hide and nothing to advertise. There are kinsfolk who are able to attend their daily work clad in the habit of the kin, and from certain points of view this is looked upon as good and useful. The kindred does not exist to make itself known. It is not a patent medicine which has to be advertised. It exists to accomplish the great work. It claims, or rather it implies, without making any statements in words, to hold the remedy in its heart. And it has the power to draw itself to people as a pool of clear water draws itself to thirsty creatures. It cannot lay itself out to attract the multitude, yet its whole aim is to release the many from death, darkness, and disease. In spite of, or even because of, its aloofness, cut off at many points from the destructive way of life, the kin will develop the power to move the many, or rather the many, turning away in disillusion from those who have flattered and cheated them of life, will give power to those who can deliver the goods. (16) The phasmid, or stick insect policy. What is known in the kindred as the stick insect policy has a particular interest. The organizational technique of the kin makes it possible for individuals and groups to merge into the background, and for the movement as a whole to take on protective coloring in such a way to be lost to sight for a time, yet keeping its structure intact. The early Christian fathers developed a similar method at a time when their teaching was heresy, and their numbers extremely limited. It is indeed the only way in which heterodox ideas can establish themselves during a period of intolerance and persecution. It may startle some to learn that, contrary to popular opinion, the kindred looks upon this period of civilization as one of developing intolerance and persecution, the intolerance of the average man, and the persecution of his ready-to-wear public opinion. Section 17. Receptivity and resistance. A living organism must be sensitive and resistive. An effective organization must be impressible, receptive, flexible on one hand, and resolute, disciplined, and inflexible on the other. Modern forms of democracy, as exhibited throughout our civilization, tend to unloose, to unbind, to open the sluice gates, and to flow away like a flood coming through a burst dam. Autocratic and aristocratic forms of government tend to become case-hearted, rigid, obsolete, until at last rigor mortis sets in. The attempt of the kindred is to model its form of organization and method of functioning upon the biological analogy of the living organism, to be both flexible and rigid at one and the same time. It has direct leadership by individuals who continually sense the group feeling, and those who obey those leaders not because they recognize their superior, and those who obey those leaders, and those who obey these leaders do so because they recognize their superior training and intuitive ability in leadership. The committee system is not used because it does not give a real interpretation of the group. On one hand, the kin keeps itself in the vanguard of new ideas and of new movements in thought and action. On the other hand, it stands a little aloof from the majority as a kindred. Thus, it is flexible and rigid simultaneously. The impulse of the kin is to survive the collapse of this form of civilization, the resistive impulse, and to work out the fundamental basis of the next phase of civilization, the sensitive, receptive impulse. Naturally, it is looked upon askance by the two extremes. The conservatives say, these people are always to be found experimenting with some new idea and associating with cranks and freaks and queer folks. Therefore, they are subversive. The anarchic mind says, these people obey their leaders, conform to custom, and stand aloof from the majority. Therefore, they are reactionaries. Both views are incorrect. The kin is always experimenting with new ideas because it considers this civilization to be past its zenith and on the decline. It has focused uniformity and obligation because it has to resist and overcome the inertia of the reactionary conservative mind and the shifting nebulosity of the anarchic mind, both negative. The first reflects the rigid inertia of the few, the second reflects the chaotic flux of the many. The kindred looks upon itself as a positive, upright, fertilizing principle, and the creative climax of lingam in yoni is reached when it has penetrated inertia and given form to formlessness. This penetration may be considered as an invisible state within the state, in every country where the kin is operative, and this leads inevitably towards land, labor, and organization. The organization will include banking. So far, but little has been done in this direction. But each day the threads draw closer for the final plating. That final plating extends far beyond the kin. It will be a form of national, or rather regional rebirth, resurgence, resurrection. Not only in these ideals, not only in these islands, but throughout the world, wherever the phase of disillusion has reached its psychological culmination. It is something that can only take place during a healing crisis. It can only be effective when it receives its impetus from the great masses in one simple concept with its one emotional counterpart. This simple concept can be put forth into slogan form and will reach the minds and hearts of the people as soon as it becomes clear to them that mankind has already overcome the initial struggle for the essentials of life, and that only artificial restriction keeps the human race in constant toil and fear of want. Such a mass slogan will surely be an imperative demand. Deliver the goods! Section 18. Essential conservatism. Using the word conservatism without its political associations, the kindred upholds the biologic necessity for that rooted fixity of habit which is the characteristic of the majority. The great mass of people, no matter which way they happen to vote, are conservative. They dislike change and have a strong disposition and tendency to preserve what is established. This is the distinguishing trait of all life, from the simple cell to the complex organism, and a life would cease without it. It applies as much to the nonconformist liberal labor elements as it does to the Church of England Tory and the atheist or agnostic revolutionary. All are essentially conservative. It is up to the innovators, says the kin, to show that they can overcome or move this inertia. But it would be fatal if that inertia should respond with fickle volatility. The majority are instinctively right to put the innovator to the test. If you can overcome our dead weight, says the mast, overcome it. If not, the theory of evolution gives a picture of life emerging from the warm Paleozoic seas and adventuring itself upon the rocks and mudflats. Millions of organisms must have perished in this experiment. They were the innovators. The vast majority must have remained floating happily in its tepid waters. Yet a time came when land life was to overcome the floating inertia and develop reptilian structure. A new conservatism is set in. The great conservative land dwellers. The new experiment of land invasion was successful, yet the impulse of those who did not land With the innovators are right, for they preserve the spark of life, which, if the majority had made a sudden rush for the shore, might have been put out. They conserve the vital throb, lest this experiment should fail, and in doing so were left behind in the evolutionary struggle. But for the innovators, life would have made no advance, and but for the conservators, life would have perished from the earth long since. It is the fate of the conservators to be left behind whenever a new experiment is initiated and successfully established. In human affairs, any political group calling itself conservatives is in a difficult position because, in order to conserve, it is necessary to stand aloof from any policy of change. At the same time, the urgent problems of the period will demand a solution, and any solution must be an innovation. No truly conservative political group can put forward a practical solution without losing its characteristic conservatism. Boy, isn't that right? We come to the conclusion that conservatism is a necessary life impulse of the human being, but that it cannot be put forward as a solution to anything. Thus, we see the Conservative Party in England entirely without a solution to any of the social industrial problems of the day. In other words, the conservatism of life cannot change the conditions of life. Curiously enough, it is from the conservative elements that the Kindred is likely to recruit its most active innovators. This is due to the fact that the younger conservatives began to recognize that the party is forced to take up a democratized attitude of midway hesitancy. From the Pekin point of view, the conservative type has these points in its favor: that it is not so easily moved or carried away by a flow of idealistic phrases, that it is accustomed to take hold of events at the point of direction, and that it does not shrink from necessary discipline. These are qualities which are very much weaker in ranks of the more radical political groups, always accepting the extreme revolutionary elements. Constructive conservatism implies the threefold power of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, and the final plan of action must always strike the conservatism of the majority as revolutionary or subversive. The Kindred is the manifestation of constructive conservatism, which does not stop short of the final plan of action. The Conservative Party of England reflects the negative conservatism of the majority, and therefore cannot arrive at an authoritative position. It cannot even take up the position of masterly inactive, which would at any rate give it a powerful inertia. It is always being pushed to do something and never certain what to do. It cannot stand up and say, "This is the right thing to do whether you choose to vote for us or not." It has, in fact, come under the spell of the very thing it tried to withstand, the disintegrative force of modern democracy. Paradoxical as it may seem, the Conservative Party has become the socialist party of the better educated and more leisured classes. It is socialistic in that it is the unconscious instrument of standardization brought about by a monetary system beyond its control. It exhibits the same ownership and work complexes which are the characteristic of socialism, and it tends to abolish private property by developing the industrial combine. However, the impotence of the Conservative Party, along with other political groups, does not alter the fact that the slow-moving conservatism of the individual is an essential negative quality which must have as its necessary counterpoise the positive directive push of the innovator. Section 19. Not to be tacked on to other movements. When the Kindred was founded in 1920, many people said, this is the labor scout movement, but it never had that intention. In the first place, it is not simply a juvenile organization or youth movement. It includes all ages and both sexes from birth to death. In the second place, its intention is to penetrate every department of human life, to replace and reorganize the whole social fabric, to become, in fact, Catholic, universal, in influence. Year after year, quietly, persistently, and without fuss, it may not be tacked on to any other organization, even if, by doing so, it might gain an immediate advantage. And its conclusions do not tally with those of any existing political party. It follows that it cannot be regarded as a useful recreation adjunct to any political organization. The kin has sometimes been mistaken for a anti-war Boy Scout, as the Daily Herald put it. The various churches and chapels Okay. Not sure exactly where the stream cut out, but I will start back here. Not to be tacked onto other movements. The kin has sometimes been mistaken for an anti-war Boy Scout movement, as the Daily Herald put it. The various churches and chapels have used the Boy Scout movement as a recreational adjunct to their Sunday schools and young men's Bible classes. And no doubt this has been a great help in retaining boys who might otherwise have drifted away. Scouting was recognized as something which made a direct appeal to the outdoor nature instincts, the natural outdoor instincts of the boy, and which, unless it could be tacked on to the local church or chapel, would have the effect of drawing the child away to camp when it should be singing in the choir. It was possible to use the scout training in this way because the scout organization did not put forward any religious or philosophic instructions for its members. The Kindred cannot be used in this way, either by religious sect or by a political party. This is because the kin has a definite religious and political tenets of its own. The Kindred has, from time to time, attracted all the attention of members of the Labour Party and of all sorts of socialists, many of whom have been disappointed. This disappointment arises partly from the fact that the kin cannot be absorbed or used, and partly because of its heterodox attitudes towards the popular democratic slogans and its criticisms of methods advocated for making this world a better place for human beings to live in. This does not mean that members of the Labour Party are not wanted. It means that from the same series or sequences of facts, the Kindred presents a different formula, i.e., it comes to a different conclusion and therefore difference in methods. Here is a peace movement, which even Miss Nesta Webster cannot classify correctly, and it seems to puzzle and distress her chosen enemies of the socialist network almost as much. It may be useful, therefore, to note the attitude of the Kindred upon certain points. The kin does not admit that one class is much better or much worse than the other. It considers that most of the class propaganda put forward by the capitalist and the worker can be written off as mass emotion of immense interest to the student of crowd psychology, but that on the account quite useless in any logical consideration of the problems confronting mankind. The kin recognizes one class, Homo sapiens. The kin does not agree that a mass approval or disapproval of a scheme determines its value to the community. The kin repudiates the legend of the nobility of work. It would prefer to see people doing less and less work and more creative play. The legend of nobility of work is based upon St. Paul. If any would not work, neither should he eat. The kin wishes to see man released from the bugbear of work, that he may be able to express himself in creative play. And a footnote, by the term work is meant something which has to be done in order to stay alive. By the term creative play is meant the doing of anything for its own sake, such as the painting of a picture, the writing of a play, or the organizing of a factory. It wishes to see the whole of mankind more and more unemployed, less and less occupied with the toil of getting food, warmth, and shelter. The prehistoric hunter-gatherer must have found most of his time taken up in getting meat in a cave, or a hut to dwell in, driftwood for his fire, and warm skins for clothing. Today, with all of our machinery and applied sciences, most of our time is occupied in this toilsome business. Even the capitalist is a slave. The kin considers the present parliamentary system obsolete, cadging for votes by means of herd suggestion as dishonest and a waste of time. The term economics lends itself easily to party and class propaganda, and the subject is only beginning to be treated in a scientific manner and reduced to mathematical formulae. At present, it is mixed up with rights and wrongs. The Kindred wishes to disentangle the word and the subject from these associations. These points of difference are vital, because orthodox socialism bases its method upon class division, the popular vote, the present parliamentary system, so-called economic laws, mass opinion, and popular ideals. Man, having conquered his environment, first learnt to live up to its natural resources, and then began to increase them by artificial means. Passing from occupation to exploitation, it was possible for the land to support a larger population than its undeveloped state, thus evolving civilization. Civilization is a recent phase and is a form of slavery, masters and slaves being merged into one common slavery to the financial system that they have built. All civilization depends upon control directed by intelligence. As the civilization becomes more perfect, the weaker becomes the control and the intelligence at the point of direction. At a time when the complexity of the problems and the extent of the knowledge demand expert coordination, the political power has passed into the hands of popular assemblies swayed by demagogues and the press, leaving finance in position of real control. Conditions which indicate decay in local civilizations of the past are observable today throughout the world. The conspicuous feature of our civilization is the desire of the individual to plunder the community. The active few always influence the multitude. The leader in an advanced democracy is prevented from using his own judgment because he only holds office in virtue of his readiness to give immediate effect to the will of the people. A popular sportsman, a kinema star, or a tub thumper is more to the taste of the masses than a quiet thinker with a profound knowledge of a difficult subject. To place the direction of affairs into the hands of a popular assembly elected by the mass vote is to entrust the business of government to the tub thumpers and petty demagogues. The time has arrived for a different form of control. It is impossible to accept the opinions and desires of the masses as being wise counsels of government for the community. A mass vote taken today as to whether it is desirable to extend the period of education up to the age of 20 or 25 would not only produce a screech of indignation from the capitalist class, the masses would return a solid vote against any such proposition. That is simply because the books of the nation's credit account are not properly kept. Yet the probability is that under a well-organized system of society, industry would not be allowed to absorb the youth of the community until it had an opportunity to educate itself thoroughly by means of regional occupational schools, where the child would pass through the stages of development in a recapitulation of human arts and crafts. The method of the kindred is therefore twofold. A, to build a state within the state, a state within a state, as an incubator for the active few, and B, to penetrate and educate the capitalists and workers in the middle classes towards what is at once a much more vital idealism and a more sterner realism than any which has been expounded heretofore. If members of the Labour or any other party find themselves in agreement with the general conclusions of the kin, it means that they have made a new orientation, a new alignment of thought which must reveal the political significance of the Kibbo Kift. There is a number of Labour and Conservative men and women who have reached the same conclusions. Men and women who have seen through the hollow sham of party politics, who cannot be moved by soft sob stuff nor class slogans, who begin to see that the proper place to take hold upon the social organization is the point of direction, who recognize that we have to create an incubator for the hatching out of young men and women, trained to live hard and think hard, and who have been looking for a confraternity which demands loyal and undivided service in creative play towards world unity. Section 20. An implement, not a container. Unlike most movements, the Kindred is not a container for the amusement and convenience of its members. It is an implement welded for world service. In this it is remarkable, for it means that if a man approaches the kin with the question in his heart, "What can I get out of this?" he senses the voiceless answer, "Nothing." But if a man comes within the influence of the kin saying, "Am I of any use?" he is at once vitalized and released for service. "21. The instrument is not the projection. The subtle curves and intersecting planes of the sculptor's art are not produced without the proper instrument. A chisel and mallet are not the projection. Beauty is released from the marble by the cutting edge. The Kindred, if it is to accomplish its task, even if this means generations, must forge and temper itself as an instrument. There is one confusion on this point. For instance, many reformers impressed by the facts of social injustice try to establish a little kingdom of love and beauty, a community of harmony, in the hopes that a miniature projection will somehow leaven the whole. The instrument not only need not, but cannot be the projection. You cannot cut wood with a twig, a saw is needed. There are people, good honest souls, who say, "Here you are proclaiming world peace and the freedom of the individual, and yet the king and folk have to be able to march or hike in formation, carry out instructions, and conform to a certain rigid custom, such as camping and wearing a special costume or uniform. It's not consistent." That is to say to the sculptor, "Here you are telling me you're going to shape the lovely curve of a dryad's breast, and you're holding a horrid, sharp, murderous-looking steel chisel. It's not consistent." There is no escape from this. The moment you say things could be altered and we ought to set to work and begin to alter them, you have proclaimed the necessity for a human instrument. If you say human instruments are not required, things are not. If you say human instruments are not required, things change inevitably without these little gangs of fanatics. You must prove it historically. It cannot be proved. The historian who sets out to show that change happens inevitably and without the fanatical drive of this or that group would be unable to record the facts before him. To the statement, this is the day of the great masses. You are living in a dream world of ducked-up society and samurais. The kin replies, "This is the day of small closed groups swaying the emotion of the great masses. This is the day of Sinn Féin, Bolshevism, Fascismo, Young Turks, Awakening Magars, the Kuomintang, Ku Klux Klan, and 1,000 others, not to mention the nameless brotherhood whose secret signs are dollars, dollars, pounds, etc." The value of Section 22. The value of ritual in the modern world. Where more than 2 or 3 are gathered together for some particular purpose, group techniques must develop. Modern democracy has produced a most cumbersome and almost meaningless technique in its committee ritual. The ritual is cut and dried in such a way as to defeat the majority and the minority simultaneously. It is pompous, lost in a maze of observances, and very frequently becomes more than an empty formality, a farce. We all know this perfectly well, and the day has come when the majority begin to understand that what all the minorities have always understood, that the committee system is a method of sidetracking the issue and of doing nothing but pass resolutions, a method of evaporating the will to act into verbose phases and long-winded discussions. Such a technique will, of course, linger for some time, but it is doomed with the dooming of a period of mass consciousness giving place to individualism. We find 3 techniques which should be considered in relation to this gradual emergence of individual from the mass. A. Military discipline. B. Ecclesiastical or religious discipline. C. Common custom developed within the group. All 3 express themselves in outward forms which may be called ritualistic or ceremonial. The first is backed by force of arms in the last resort. and completely subordinates the individual, forcing his personality into a rigid form. The second relies upon the power of a spiritual outlawing, in which the individual is held by the fear of either eternal punishment or being cut off from the common communion with a faith which has become a necessary body of reference, or system of coordinates, in a world otherwise meaningless. Here, individuality has greater free play, and, by dexterous mental twistings, can express itself and square the conscience and logical mind. The third uses the pressure of public opinion, and brings the wayward individual impulse to heal by means of another form of excommunication, that of ostracism. Every schoolboy is acquainted with this method, by which an unpopular or discredited companion is sent to Coventry. Of the three, the last is the least injurious to the individual personality. The majority vote of the modern political procedure is but an extension of this system of primitive taboo. The disadvantage, however, is this. The ostracized minority will be forced to disregard the rules of fair play and develop a method of overthrowing the machinery by which it is excluded. In doing so, it is certain to become a powerful factor, for it is turning mere words back again into action. This it can only do when it has subdued itself and can use an active ritual. Action requires good order, and good order is always expressed through a form or ritual. The kindred of the Kibbo Kift is outstanding in this, that it has developed a ritual of group action in harmony with a ritual of self-expression. As a kindred, it has the discipline of a brigade of guards, and as individual kinfolks, it gives form to and allows the natural development of personality. That in itself is a remarkable and significant thing. Naturally, it is something which has received severe criticism from those to whom the word ritual is as red rag to a bull. The kindred declares that if you will not use military discipline imposed from above and backed by guardrooms and court-martials, you must use a ritualistic system willingly accepted by the group, and capable of innovation and revision. Such ritualistic practice is to be found in the kin greeting or salute, the sign of the open hand, in the semicircular tent and motte formation adhered to in all kin camps and assemblies, and in the various ceremonies such as the naming ceremony, the ceremony of the all-thing, including the beating of the bounds, etc., etc. A number of people who might otherwise have been accepted as kinfolk had been put off by this adherence to certain simple ritualistic forms. Nevertheless, the kindred has been right to take shape in this way, because the objections put forward were not logical nor harmonically emotional, but sprang from a shapeless and inner falling to pieces. The most general objections come from those who hold that all ritualistic practices are mere outward forms, hollow shams, and that they are thus on a level with the humbugging conjuring tricks of the tribal shaman and the medicine man. This is all part of the turning away from the body towards the spirit. The body itself and all our objective environment are no more than outward forms. Further than that, modern psychology shows us the reaction of the individual and of the group to this stimuli environment, such as ritualistic and dramatic. Of course, no one would mind taking part in a ritual which was spontaneous, says one class of objectors, but this is nonsense. No group ritual is or can be spontaneous expression of the group. It is always, in the first place, the spontaneous expression of one of the individuals composing the group, and it is accepted as a useful or beautiful or vitalizing form by the remainder. The kindred is frankly ritualistic, and like all other human associations, without such techniques it could not hold together. It would cease to be a kindred. The symbolic act is an essential form whenever and wherever a number of people assemble. The anarchist himself is firmly held in the anarchic ritual by which he rigidly forbids himself, taboo, to conform to the common conventions around him. The revolt against ritual is a necessary revolt in personalities which are trying to become conscious. It is a fear lest they be lost, pass by unnoticed in the form. Democratized herd units must therefore revolt against ritual during this phase of self-determination. But the next stage of development, that of superconsciousness or inner synthesis, finds its channel of expression through the symbolic act. Within the kindred, there is no confusion here. Within the kindred, there is no confusion here. The problem is clearly differentiated by the individual. Thus, A, I am now acting in association with my fellow workers, and here I must use the group ritual. B, I am now not acting in association, and I must therefore use my own personal ritual. Oh, but that is using the word ritual to cover practically every human activity, comes the objection. It is, however, no objection. Man is a ritualist first and foremost. Every advance has been made by means of appropriate ritualistic form, ideopractic, welded, welded by a human instrument or by an individual. The scientific itself is a ritual. The scientific method is itself a ritual. Collection, classification, corollary. The Quaker meeting, which is certainly a revolt against ritualism, is a ritual. The ritual of keeping silence until the voice within shall move the voice within shall move this one or that one to speak. It is the ritual of reducing oneself to a vehicle through which the inner spirit may make itself manifest, and is well known in all primitive preparations for initiation. We find it in the magical picture writing of the medicine song of the Midi, Obajue. Listen, the spirit wishes to speak to us. Nothing can be accomplished without technique. All technique is a form of ritual. In the formlessness of the modern world, a formlessness which is both the cause and the effect of individual chaos, ritual is essential to the integration of the individual. The present confusion is due to the fact that the mass industrialization does not define the obligations of association for economic purposes. And therefore, the individual, once he is out of the workshop, has no personal technique or ritual, whatever, but must fall upon the mass suggestion. To conform to a ritual unwillingly is to be a poor, weak fool, says the kin. To revolt against ritual is to conform to the ritual of revolt. The end of all revolt is nihility. Out of nothing comes nothing. It is necessary, therefore, to find the acceptable ritual, or to become impotent in action. Section 23. Reply to the one-man movement critics. It may be well to reply to some of the criticisms which have been made from time to time. One of the chief is that the Kindred is merely a one-man movement. Well, that's what I've said. It is merely a one-man movement, the reflection of its founder's personality, and therefore not in line with modern developments, out of touch with the mass of human beings, and unlikely to have any real effect upon the life of the community. This criticism is usually made by those who believe in the average man of democracy, and who read their history in terms of which omit dominant personalities and the instruments forged by such personalities to carry ideas into action. They look upon the average man as being sat on, and generally oppressed by Napoleons and Mussolinis, and find a good excuse for their own negative helplessness and the lack of will to accomplish in such a view of human evolution. These critics are strong upholders of Chartism, believing that the liberties of the individuals have been wrested from kings and tyrants by a kind of mass righteousness. Our point is that these constitutional liberties might have been wrested unconstitutionally by dominant personalities flowing through appropriate human instruments, which finally fire the imagination of the people at large, thus bringing mass will into being. There are, it would seem, 3 degrees in the process. Firstly, the dominant or outstanding mind of one individual. Secondly, the selected human instrument, the few, who form a vehicle for the idea. Thirdly, the reaction of the many to the idea, the reaction of the many to that idea as a result of the energetic efforts of the first 2. Certainly, the whole history of Chartism is the history of the capable few able to articulate the dumb urge of the many. The names of such as Oliver Cromwell, John Ball, Wat Tyler, Jack Straw, Archbishop Langton, and a host of others come to mind immediately. There is then some confusion. The term of one-man movement needs definition. A one-man movement is a kosher centering around a more or less dominant personality whose central idea, teaching, outlook, or philosophy is not intended to affect, or is incapable of affecting, the general life of the community. A footnote says a typical example is that of Oscar Wilde. A typical example is that of Oscar Wilde and the Yellow Book aesthetics. It is evident that the Kindred does not come into this category, for its central teaching, especially regarding economic problems, affects not only every human being now living on the planet, but the generations yet unborn. Section 24. The Kindred and religion in general. There is one rock upon which the kin does not intend to split, and that is the rock of religious controversy. In itself, the kin holds something as deep and silent as all true religion must be. This something is the distillation of religious life. It is a blinding, as the word religio signifies. Binding, as the word religio signifies. What is the true religion? The kin remains silent and perhaps a little tight-lipped for fear lest foolish words should hop out of the mouth, like the toads that jump from the mouth of the widow's daughter in the tale told by the brothers Grimm. What is then the religion of the kindred? If any kinsman will answer that in words, let him do so and prove himself a lackwit. In deeds alone it can be answered. But they will say, a religion which cannot be stated is not a religion at all, and we must concede that you have no religion. Let us conclude, it makes no difference. By what authority is it ruled as a religion? To be classified as such must be capable of statement in words? Perhaps there have been too many words and as little religion. There is a religion of the heart, for which there are no words. By turning religion into words, we have plunged into limbo. They will say, so you try to make a sort of hodgepodge world religion out of all the great religions. The answer to this is a clear and short no. Again, they will ask, do you have any formal religious teachings? It should be noticed that this flood of anxious questioning comes as a rule from those who cannot see and cannot feel for themselves what is and what is not. But, being senseless, they have to reply upon answers to question marks. The answer to this question is, I leave you to judge what is formal and what is not, what is religious and what is not. Will that be enough? No. Those whose souls are fed on the word worms will be hungry for more. They will say, but surely if you have a kind of wordless religion, you must have at least some sort of worship, an act of worship. The kin at work in the world is an act of worship, and it has its several symbolic acts, uncodified, but intensely real to those that perform them. Well, comes the complaint, it all seems very vague. Yes, but for those who must have it all set forward as precisely as an insurance policy, there are already a great variety of scheduled creeds. To add to the number of this present confusion would be foolish. So really, this Kibbo Kift is a sort of new creedless religion. Call it so if it is acceptable to you. For us, there is no need for cataloging. Curiously comes the point, Pilant. Well, it isn't what I should call a religious movement, no? It seems to me that you ignore religion altogether. Yes? But remember, things are not always as they seem. There are three ways in which a movement may avoid the pitfalls of religious confusion. The first is to link up with one particular form of organized religion. The second is to declare itself interdenominational. And the third is to turn the religious impulse from words into action. The Kindred holds by the third. So that really a kinsman has no particular religion at all? I should have said the most particular religion, the religion which requires him to walk in the sight of God at every moment of his life. But how can he know what is right and what is wrong if he has no divine guidance? How can you know he has no divine guidance when you have... How can you, no divine guidance? How do you know that he has no divine guidance? Have you met so many wicked kinsmen? In this spate of questioning we shall hear, can one be a kinsman and still belong to a particular religious sect? That is for the kinsman to decide, and that is for the kinsman in question to decide. No one will ask how he or she is able to perform this spiritual adjustment. Do admit free thinkers, agnostics, atheists. If by their actions such men show religious devotion, the Kindred does not ask how they came by those labels. They are treated as if they belong to an organized sect, and they will be able to squeeze their unorthodox heterodoxies with the life of the Kindred. Shall anyone ask how they manage it? Section 25. The Kindred and Christianity in particular. How often, after some explanation of the work of the kin, one hears the question, yes, but is it a Christian movement? A lurking fear prompts the question, a fear which could only spring up in the heart of a conscience-hearted unbeliever. It is the fear of the religious atheist who, lacking faith by the very question, declares himself. The wise answer to the question is in the deep silence of utter bewilderment. In silence is faith, and let the silence of faith swallow all fear. A corner in wheat, but not a corner in Christ. They that have the name always on their lips may not have it in their hearts. A label can be stuck on any bottle. Does the strong thing fear the weak thing? Yes, always, always. In weakness, the king goes about its work, and, because of it, strength flows into it and from it. With a humble heart it lifts up its voice, and with the eyes of a little child it beholds the everlasting. Those who would dispute by theological or ecclesiastical authority, by test of creeds, by the examination of dogma, must needs dispute amongst themselves, for no answering word springs to the lips of the kin. Let those judge who set themselves to be the judges, and by their judgment stand self-condemned. Where there is fear, there is hatred, and where there is hatred, there is heresy. This, then, is the attitude of the kindred to those who would ask such a question. The question is answered in your own heart. Seek for it and find it. And having found it, ask no more, but go about the work of him who said, No man seweth a piece of new cloth on an old garment, else the new piece that filled up with it else the new piece that filled it up taketh away from the old, and the rent is made worse. This admission to the kindred. They will hate most who have least faith. Receive hatred with joy, transmuting it into joyous life, for this is the great spiritual operation. There is also to be said, insofar as any church bows the knee to the state, so it becomes an integral part of the state. So far it is of the earthy, and is no more worthy of the spirit. Neither is it a true church which dare not lift its voice above the voice of the state. Neither it is a true church which confines itself to spiritual matters, leaving the state full authority in secular affairs. The two are parts of the one whole one and individual, and he who divides them shall know. He who divides them knows not what he does, for out of that division shall come a whirlwind of destruction. By these tokens, judge no man, but with knowledge and understanding go about the kin service which is laid upon you. These exhortations give some indication to those who would wish to know the relation of the kin to organized Christianity as a manifest in our Western civilization at this time. To all of which there will be bickering and murmurings. It will not please, it will not be acceptable, it will upset. Yet the common man will know intuitively that the kindred has declared that which was dumbstruck in his inmost being, and because of it he will respond. One other point. The question is frequently asked, why not work with an established religious organization? You are just the keen, serious-minded active types we need within the so-and-so church. The kindred answers that question by saying that it is better to be with the weak and growing than with the perish. It is better to be with the weak and growing thing than to perish with the rigid. Reform from within is a fine-sounding slogan, but no such transmutation is possible. The dying twig does not blossom again, yet from its vital sap the tree of life can send forth a new shoot. Organizations, like civilizations, arise, mature, and come to their zenith and decline. Reform from within can only take place in this sense, that a new vehicle is forged which reinterprets something of the same vision and forms which are in line with changed conditions. Without the least disrespect, it must be acknowledged that no amount of prayer book revision can ever revivify that which depends, not upon words, but upon the living body and soul of each individual. Nor is there the least hope in trying to bring an ancient faith into line with modern science. In that direction, the result can be foretold. By slow degrees, the religious organization must disintegrate. The problem of the churches is the problem of the individual, and the problem of the individual today is one of inner shapelessness and physical debility. No words can give shape to this confusion of body and soul, for words themselves have become meaningless to the disrupted spirit. It is a falling to pieces, a crumbling of the makeup of the personality. Nothing can begin to reassemble this atomized man except an authoritative command from outside himself. Arise and take up thy bed and walk. In other words, the desiccated personality can only come together in harmonic wholeness when there is something to do. The technique of organized Christianity is at fault. It is an error in priestcraft. There is literally nothing to do. There is no use trying to walk around the fact. We are not here dealing with the teachings of Jesus. We are dealing with organized Christianity. Let there be no confusion. The human instrument of religion does not understand the technique which is required. It is itself suffering from inner formlessness. The dilemma is apparent. If the technique is rigid, a great mass of people turn away because it is too dogmatic. If it is modified in a way such as to comply with modern thought, the mass of people take no notice, because it is now reflecting their own hesitation and lack of stability, for all modern thought is relative. It is obvious that no reform from within is possible. A new vehicle, a new instrument must arise, manned by individuals who have put themselves through such a grueling and such a tested and tempering that they command respect. Rightly or wrongly, the common people look upon all ministers of religion as softies. There's something, there's something wrong here with the instrument? The Protestant minister of religion can be guyed into comic papers and made to appear a perfect ninny on the music hall stage. The fact that this can happen is an indication of impotence. Where no popular differentiation between the crown and the priest shows itself, the fault is whose? Section 26. The kinsfolk and the international proletariat. Standing as it does for organized world coordination and having an economic analysis and program, the Kindred has naturally attracted the attention of some who are connected with what is called the international working class movement. One of the questions asked by such is, why do you not link up the work of the Kindred with the struggle of the international proletariat? It must be obvious to all that the sympathies and active efforts of the Kindred are with every man in his struggle to emerge from mass bondage to individual self-expression. The question implies that the kin is a coterie cut off from the life of the peoples, and that it can never do so much until it contacts with the working masses. In that suggestion there is at present a certain aspect of truth, but there are very good reasons why development must take this line. The international proletariat is being moved by mass suggestion, which springs from a particular economic and historical analysis, which emphasizes property ownership as a real control, and traces a continuous, inevitable, and necessary revolt, which is called the historic mission of the working classes, revolutionary working classes. The contention of the Kindred is that the analysis can be shown to be inaccurate and incomplete. See Part 2. While the masses of workers respond to an emotional impulse derived from an analysis which is mathematically unsound, it would be quite hopeless to come in and help. Moreover, the technique of the struggle of the revolutionary masses is by no means efficient. It is the offspring of defective first principles. The struggle of the worker against the capitalist is not a reality. It is a sideshow promoted, unconsciously maybe, by a third. The third factor is neither a worker nor a capitalist, but a manipulator of financial abstractions. It is like some scientific fantasy of H.G. Wells, two men of flesh and blood dominated and directed by an invisible man. It is the work of the kin to prove to the international proletariat that this is so. To link up as an integral part of a movement which is a flux of disorganization, which is wedded to the committee system, which is not even moving to the direction of attack against its invisible foe, would mean the kin would be swallowed up and disintegrated in the conflicts raging within the ranks of the international proletariat itself, and no more able to speak and act with singleness of purpose. Because great numbers of people can be moved in a certain direction by a particular formula, such as the famous slogan, "The workers have nothing to lose but their chains, they have a world to win." It does not prove that there is any advantage to be gained by them, nor anyone else in that direction. It proves the efficiency of mass suggestion in a period of psychological dissentation. There could be no advantage to the international proletariat for the kin to plunge itself into the seething swirl and lose its identity. If the kin holds anything which it is of use to the workers, it is freely offered, but it's something which is so fundamental that it will, if accepted, turn that general oblique direction into a full frontal attack. To those who believe in the essential rightness of a majority impulse, it must seem the utmost impertinence for a tiny organization to stand up and say, the majority is moving to its own defeat. That the workers are oppressed is certain. That they are cheated of the fruits of their labor is certain. But that which the oppressor is not known to them. Unfortunately, it is not a living being, but an abstract formula of calculation. How will you alter an abstract mathematical problem by rifle fire? As well try to get rid of the principles of Euclidean geometry by a massacre of geometricians, the assumption of Euclid will still remain and will have to be used until you have discovered a more accurate method. The problem of the international proletariat is the problem of distributionism, and the solution of this problem demands a more accurate analysis and different attitude towards the control of world credit power. Taking over the present capitalist system of cost accountancy and placing it in the hands of the workers can do nothing. It is not a solution to the problem of distributionism. It is no more than a change of accountancy clerks. The method of book entry will still work, wrong ends upwards. In spite of this drastic criticism, which affects not only the general socialistic analysis, but also the technique of the working class struggle throughout the world, Must not be thought that the kindred wishes to stand aloof from the people. It definitely declines to be absorbed and modified, but it is anxious to contact the workers, yes, and the capitalists also, in every country and every department of social and industrial life. The international proletariat is exhibiting a monstrous and very dangerous pride of power, which is as ignorant and mischievous as that which it is trying to combat on the capitalist side. It does not care to listen to criticism. In spite of that, the kindred has entire faith in the inherent good sense of the ordinary individual. And the time will come when the workers will find it necessary to turn towards the kin and to re-examine their basic assumptions in light of its criticism. It is possible to ask the question in another form. Why do you not link up the struggle of the international proletariat with the work of the kin? The answer is never forthcoming, but one knows what it is. Yet one cannot expect an elephant to be led through the jungle by a field mouse. The feeling springs from the pride of size. That feeling springs from the pride of size and ignores the power of accurate and intricate logic. The kindred is with the workers in their struggle to become individual men and women who can no longer be labeled workers, but it is not going to join in the stampede, which will not have that effect. Ooh. Oh, man, we've been talking for a while, haven't we? 4 hours. 4.5 hours. I hope you guys are still listening. 27. Section 27. The Jack of all trades criticism. Ooh. One of the best known philosophers of modern Ireland suggested some few years ago that the kin was attempting too many things at once, and that it would be better if it concentrated upon one or two. It is a criticism which must have occurred to others, and has certainly been discussed by the kindred. On examination, it will be found that the kin has not only something to say, but something to do in relation to every phase of human existence, taking the life cycle from birth to death. And this sweep is so inclusive as to seem bewildering to the units of a civilization accustomed to deal with this specialization, but unable to use synoptic vision. In reality, there is no confusion. There is a well-ordered hierarchy of effort divided into two chief departments. 1. The reorganization of social elements on the basis of the just price, food, warmth, shelter. 2. The restoration of spiritual values to a material age. The second depends on the first. Arising out of these two, we find a third, the welding of an instrument for social regeneration having focus, common customs, and obligations as necessary qualities for translating 1 and 2 into action. By means of this classification, the kin is able to place each detail in its proper relative position to the whole. It knows that it must concentrate upon economics. It also sees that poetry and philosophy are most closely connected with the problem of essential supplies and must be related to that problem. The kin is a parent body from which will spring organs of specialization, but for the kin itself to become such an organ would be to forfeit its most potent attribute, that of synoptic synthesis. Movements of specialization at work in our civilization resemble the dismembered and disembodied organs of one holy body. Those concentrating on phonetics represent a tongue speaking from nowhere and to no one. On dietetics and food reform, a belly walking about on its own account. On simplified spelling, a bodiless hand that writes, and so on. We have, as it were, eyes, ears, nose, legs, arms, teeth, etc., all emphasizing themselves into a hideous nightmare of sundered mutilation, all concentrating doing one thing at a time, so that the whole body of man is hanged, drawn in quarters. To all those disjointed parts, the kindred is in local parentis, and to ask it to concentrate upon any one of them to the exclusion of the others is like asking the body to change itself into a liver, a lung, or a big toe. The body is not necessarily in confusion because it possesses a number of specialized organs, and the kin is not lost or diffused in action because it is able to take in a wide range of human activities. The jack-of-all-trades criticism is justified only if it can be shown that the kin is master of none. It may yet become master of one, and that key to all of them. It may yet become master of one, and that the key to all of them, the technique of economic reorganization. I have to clean my glasses. Much better. Section 28. There is no new thing under the sun. Eccles 1:9. There is nothing new about the kindred is a criticism which is symptomatic of the age. It is an age of sensation, something new. If it could be shown that the kin was something new, if kinsmen could grow an extra arm or talk out of the back of their necks, it would, one imagines, meet with the approval of such critics. It would be something new. This incessant seeking after a new thing is a form of infantilism. A new plaything is required every few days in order to forget the painful disruption of an atomized ego. What is there new about a sheltered bud that breaks into vivid green with the awakening of spring? That is the reply to the criticism. Life is always new and always the same. Such critics are not looking for life, they are looking for a new toy, some quick or crank with which to putty up an inner emptiness, a dry rot of the soul. The kindred is not here to supply the tonic with the stimulant. The kindred takes all that it can find worth taking. It is selective. What new is the combination, the synthesis of aims and method. It is this unique combination which makes all the difference between the quick and the dead. For instance, there is no difference between what we call living matter and inert matter. It is a difference in the chemical combination of the same series of elements. Conflict in mankind is reducible to the conflict in and between individuals. Therefore, the kindred sets to work to discipline itself as a body of individuals in various ways, becoming hardy, thoughtful, anger-proof, dope-proof, self-reliant, and reliable. In view of world forces now at work, the kindred is convinced that such a disciplined movement, not necessarily one using force of arms, is essential. Because it is alive in a dead world, in a world of faithlessness and boredom, sure signs of the fractured individual, it is a new thing. It is a sprig of ragged rub suddenly blossoming in an extinct and lifeless plant would be a new and astonishing thing. Section 29. Yes, but must one join a movement? What a question to ask! Of course, anyone who joins a movement against his own will or desire is not merely a fool, but a fool past all redemption. The mere asking of the question is a sign of collapse of willpower following a confusion of the impulses. Yet those who ask it are never aware of this and look upon themselves as having blossomed into individuality by a kind of self-initiation. Actually, they belong to the anti-movements league and have a group cause to fight for. The question is particularly ridiculous when it's supposed to apply to the kindred. People do not join the kindred, they are admitted if they are found acceptable. This attitude is always most distasteful to those who have lost all selective sense. They imagine that they confer an honor upon the movement by joining it. To be confronted with a movement that may reject the offer does not appear to them as sound. It simply strikes them as a slight, an affront to their pride of personality. By what right do you reject anyone who chooses to join, says the Democrat. The answer is, by no right of any kind, but by the selective impulse using its own standard of feeling. Then there are those who would like to be of the kindred, but cannot bring themselves to undertake obligations. Oh yes, do, let's play that game. It's such fun. Only, I'd rather not have to keep the rules. Can I just join in when I feel like it? That is the attitude. The answer is no. As to whether it is of any use belonging to a movement or group at all, that is another question. It depends entirely upon what the group is trying to do and whether the individual is trying to do the same thing. It must be obvious that 10 men can pull a cart which could not be moved by one man alone, and no individualism which tries to blink this fact is more than a silly dream of self-assertive impotence. The notion, very prevalent at this time, that movements and groups have never done anything worth bothering about, and therefore one should just do all one should just do all the good one can oneself, is, we hope, dispelled into the introduction. Section 30. After all, why bother? And why bother to ask this question? To believe that evolution goes marching on and that no individual counts for much in this gigantic process of becoming is to have arrived at the old idea of providence. Leave it in the hands of providence. There is no logical reason why anyone should bother about anything, because there is no logical reason why life should exist. This why bother attitude is in the tradition of soul value and body contempt. Let us fold our hands and slip away into paradise, leaving this howling wilderness to evolution. That attitude is not in the tradition of full-bodied men. It is a decay, a shrinking from the struggle. It implies a willingness to bother if a sufficient sound reason is forthcoming. We know that life is not a reasonable thing, and no sound reason to be given. A blade of grass struggles for life against the forces of death. What? Why? Why? Why bother? Ask the question from now until the crack of doom. There is no answer. The question does not spring from the relatively healthy resistance of the conservator. He would say positively, "No, this is my way and I don't intend to change." It is the cry of the futility faced with the breakdown of all standards. It is, "I don't care what becomes of me." What is the swan song of which is the swan song of nonentity? It is, in effect, the voice of the dying. "I'm half dead, so why aren't you?" The kindred realizes that these devitalized souls will bother quickly enough if that The kindred realizes that these devitalized souls will bother quickly enough if they have to endure a shortage of food, water, warmth, and shelter, and their bothering will be as futile as their questioning. Section 31. What can a little chap do? A group, movement, cult, sect is to be judged not merely by the result of its immediate efforts, but by its focused and the energizing power of its imaginative projection. When one thinks of the kindred struggling along, unknown, apparently without power, without the necessary financial support which will eventually evoke, there comes to mind a colored plate from an old picture book of nursery stories showing Jack climbing the beanstalk. After all, one may feel, what can one little chap do? The kindred is at present in the Jack and the Beanstalk stage. Yet that old folk tale is right in its human values, right in its dramatic emphasis, right in its psychological perspective, and true to the practical importance of the race. It is the little chap who, after many exploits and escapes, overcomes the giant. It is this quality of epic struggle against fearful odds which the undying soul of the folk tale, as it is the vital spark of human life on earth. It is wrong to think of the giant as a symbol of the masses, the great masses. The ordinary, honest, workaday people of the world represents Jack's mother, and the giant no less than an invisible ogre muttering fee-fi-fo-fum as its numerical rhythm. Whatever the course of world forces interacting upon the regional or national problems, the kin, by its twofold capacity, can define its position both in relation to any surprising event of the hour and to that slow, continuous flow of existence which constitutes the life of the race as a whole. Either A, it is able to bring into play its instrumental side, which means the ability to respond instanter to the requirements of the moment, fully alert to the possibilities of such fleeting opportunities and capable of using them, or B, it will continue the slow re-educational process on its incubational side, which means that it goes on training itself in the younger generation in such a way as to strengthen the possibility of taking a hold of events at a later date. If it cannot operate effectively at this or that moment as an instrument, it carries on its slow incubational process. What it finds it cannot do today, it may be able to do tomorrow. And all the time it develops and perfects its technique. This dual technique must be stressed. It reflects the slow-going evolutionary development taking place generation after generation, which at any moment, by the incalculable fusion of biochemical elements, may break into a new direction. That break is the moment of integration, the favorable opportunity. Not to take it if it can't be taken, and if the new direction is a desirable direction, is to become effete, to decline, to fear the plunge, and to be out of the running. The reason why many people are so anxious to give the rising generation a better chance by slow educational methods is that they wish to escape the risk of taking the chances which occur during their own lifetimes. It is a peculiar aspect of otherworldliness, a perverted humility within a psychological explanation. Such people, and there are thousands of them, cannot bear to imagine that any drastic changes might demand their active service. They know that drastic change must take place, but they have so far lost all decent adult courage and will to hide behind a pack of little children, i.e., the child with a capital C, thus shouldering all the responsibility of the moment upon the future. Never now, never ourselves, never our own day, always the rising generation will begin to put things right. All we can do is see that the children are properly trained. What an attitude of helpless insufficiency expressing itself in namby-pamby sentiment. Oh, good to see you back, Wolf. The difficulty is such that each generation assumes the same attitude and little or no change takes place. This spell, this psychoparalysis, has to be broken, and the kin is aware of it. The kin has had the experience of those adults who were quite keen to support the slow educational method, but who were horror-struck when it dawned upon them that they might be expected to take hold of events at any suitable opportunity. Without knowing it, they took care to project this terror into their future, and so escape from the painful realization of their own enfeeblement in the face of harsh realities. But in making this escape, they inoculate the rising generation with exactly the same fear of the moment, and they in their turn place all their hopes, i.e., fears, upon the next generation. We may be called upon to act. It is something which the ordinary adult today cannot stomach. It is an age of onlookers and bystanders who, because none of them is willing to play, sit like gaping noodles waiting to see a game which never begins. That game is life, throbbing, full-blooded life. And because they reduced it to passivity, they are necessarily bored stiff by their own lifelessness. That is all very well, may be the reply. But what will such action be? How on earth can anyone tell, is the answer. It depends on the factors at play in each moment. Who is to decide whether action should be taken or not? Obviously, the leader, who is capable of interpreting such factors in relation to particular standards of value and who is able to, by his superior psychophysical ability, to bring such action into operation. Pure opportunism? Opportunism is the taking of any opportunity which leads or seems to lead in the required direction. The selection of this or that opportunity by a particular standard of values in order to translate these values from the thought to action may be called opportunism. But it is a very different thing. It can only be judged by that scale of values. The scale of values embodied by the Kindred is reiterated throughout this book. 1. The economic security of the individual, and 2. Individual emergence from the masses. Both are interdependent and can only find initial impetus, expression, and effective direction through the medium of the few acting as a compact and highly disciplined instrument. Whether the kin is able to accomplish what it has set out to do or not, a small body of disciplined individuals, able to act rapidly and decisively, either as single units or as a group, will be necessary and will appear. And if the kin fails in its task, it will be the duty of a better forged instrument to put the kin and all other side-tracking associations out of action and take control. It is the intention of the Kindred to extend itself slowly, having more faith in an amoebic group to begin with than an aloof labyrinthine movement which, in the nature of things, is forced to base itself upon hard and fast principles owing to its asphorous structure. I think that means without head. Where group structures is wide and loose, dogma must be rigid. All great popular movements suffer from this fact. But where the group structure is clearly defined and capable of rigidity, the dogma must be elastic, can be revised, and methods can keep pace with the changing conditions and circumstances. Numbers count, but only when there's a central nucleus at the core. The Kindred can begin to operate fairly effectively when it has drawn itself to an adult membership of 1,000 trained kinfolk. I think in reality they never got above a couple hundred. 1,000 in these days of mass movements must seem like a drop in the ocean. Yet it would be a convenient size for such a human instrument. There can be little doubt that those who will eventually rally to its standard will number millions, and although they will reckon themselves of the Kindred, there will still remain the need for the directional few to act as innovators and conservators, to keep the masses from going too fast asleep in a fixed tradition, and to ensure that the certain essentials are not allowed to fade away. Numbers are a secondary consideration, and where large numbers are rapidly attracted in the initial stages of a movement, it can be written off as a side tracker. There are, at most, a few thousand people who can and will initiate a change in mass direction. The Kift represents a tiny group of people actively disciplining themselves for keen, concerted action, and will be admitted that a disciplined body is able to do more in a period of hesitation than the undisciplined. Knowledge and determination form the backbone of the kin, and the day will come when the great mass of people returns towards it. Meantime, it is sifting its catch for those personalities best suited to its work. Section 32. The Kindred and Adequate Financial Endowment. The Kindred, as such, is not permitted to beg for money, and on that account the writer proposes to bring this matter of adequate financial support before those who read this confession in the belief that there are many who have been waiting for the coming of the Kindred, and will recognize it and help it to its uttermost. Upon what grounds does the Kindred look to us to give pounds, shillings, and pence for the furtherance of its work? It does not diminish its importance in the world when it reveals itself as a small group. On the contrary, it is just because the kin is not a crowd movement that it stands out as a significant focus point which may yet give form and direction in the fluctuating confusion of our day. It is as a vehicle of the spirit that the Kindred comes to each of us. It is not a cut and dried scheme. It is not a dried formula, a thesis, a logical abstract, but a living fraternity, a cheerful company of steadfast human beings doing so far as is in their own power what they knew to be right. There is something here with a beating heart which, by its own tiny effort, is calling men to repent, to turn away from the folly of devastating materialistic age, and to live. Is that worthless? Is that nothing? For lack of this spiritual vision, our civilization goes hurtling from one catastrophe to the next. It is the hard-headed businessman, the practical man of affairs, the industrialist, the few who, having money, are yet able to sense the emergence of spiritual values embodied in the flesh and blood of the Kindred, who will hear, understand, and respond. If the work of the kin is of any importance at all, it is so important as to call for the adequate financial support. This is a movement, a faith, which must be firmly established and carried on. This handful of people working quietly in our midst must not be left struggling without the necessary funds, and handful as they are, the spirit in which they work and the troth by which they stand justifies the call for an endowment fund which shall enable them to go forward in every department of the great work. Then there's a footnote that says Kibbo Kift General Account, the Midland Bank Limited. Oh, here's a fun section. Section 33. The development of the Kindred in other countries. By slow degree, the Kindred begins to see itself upsprouting in other countries. In some of these, the words Kibbo Kift are in use and may tend to become internationalized, as the Ojibwe word totem has become an accepted term throughout the world. But it seems as if the natural growth is more likely to root itself in the language of the particular country or race. For example, in India, for instance, the name Kibbo Kift will probably be translated as Shakti, creative strength, and Kindred might find an equivalent in the word Sabaha, the folk, the people, the kin. There will grow up an unwritten working agreement between the Kindred in its different aspects as it manifests itself in each country, because the basic economic problem throughout the world is the same for all men, and because the integrative spirit is now the dominant factor in the midst of a disintegrative period of civilization, and will become more and more intense as the outward forms of our epoch drop to pieces. In some cases, there will be a more... These dogs are running around. In some cases, there will be a more definite ligature, as already exists between the Kindred dwelling in these islands and Het Woodcraft Genootschap de Nederlandsche Groep in Holland, in which the offshoot holds a written authority as an organized section of the Kibbo Kift issued by the parent body. In time, these linkages will require a special department dealing with the coordination of the kindred throughout the world. Such coordination can only be a living reality after the seed has sprouted naturally in the traditional soil of each country. It is something which cannot be forced by propagandists in a hurry to show result. There is hope, for example, that the Shakti will become the regenerative movement of India following the period of purely political Swaj agitation. In many cases, isolated individuals in this or that country awake to the need, moving in the same direction and finding themselves in tune with the life beat of the Kibbo Kift, will seek to join themselves direct with the kin dwelling in the British Isles until such a time that they are able to attract certain types capable of rebirth. Around such natural leaders will form the kernel of the kindred in the particular region, each one, as it were, a lone battle standard emblazoned with the words, "Whelm on me, ye resurrected men." Along these lines will develop that universitas of flesh and blood, which, because of its common focus, uniformity, and obligation, rooted in the regional past of each locality, will give a change of direction to the world flood from left to right, releasing a personality within the invisible house of the holy body of men towards the emergence of the supremely coordinated soul, well and truly laid in body fastness, mindfully alert, inflowing and outflowing, swift, sure, serene. Whew. Part 2. Food, warmth, shelter. We're about 171 pages in. So I'm going to make myself some lunch really quick. So I'll be back in 10 minutes maybe. Part 2. Food, warmth, shelter. Note: the author is aware that this section gives but a rough and ready statement of certain economic factors, and that the orthodox economist is likely to pooh-pooh the whole argument. But orthodox economics is not in such a secure position as it once was. The orthodox economist cannot claim infallibility. His basic principles are being questioned right and left by the inquiring heretic. There is one question which we press with ever greater insistence. Is it sound economic theory that the cash credits of the population of any country should at any moment be collectively equal to the collective cash prices for consumable goods for sale in that country? We shall not be convinced by any destructive criticism of the following pages unless it gives a straightforward reply to that question. Oh boy. So we're 171 pages in, and Hargrave is going full social credit on us. So we will see how we will see how much this has to do with the Kindred. Or we're about to read a social credit treatise. Well, let's start. Section 1. The 3 essentials. In the complexity of this civilization, it is so easy to lose sight of the obvious truths that become necessary to insist upon them, even at the expense of being wearisome. It is because the Kindred is based foursquare upon the facts of economic necessity that it has developed a truly dynamic religious impetus that will carry it past all those who might wish to ignore it, scoff at it, or set it aside. The Kindred insists upon first things first. It declares food, warmth, and shelter to be the 3 fundamentals upon which all life depends, and that, therefore, the production and supply of these 3 things should be protected from any kind of private or public interference. In other words, the function of government is first to secure the life and economic freedom of the individual. The production of food, warmth, shelter, and the amenities of life is the function of industry, which should also be free to develop along lines which make less and less demand on individual labor. Only the effective interplay of the function of industry and government along the lines of these definitions can, says the Kin, release the individual from unnecessary toil and allow that integration of the spirit which it should be the function of education and all liberal arts and sciences to release and stimulate. Every human problem that arises can be shown to have its roots in this initial problem of essential supplies, and every question brought before the Kindred is at once reduced to these terms. The life of the spirit and the life of the flesh are not to be separated, except maybe by death. Because organized religion has separated these things, it is powerless. Protoplasmic life is itself a miracle, and food, warmth, and shelter are spiritual elements. Herein the Kindred places economic integrity upon a high spiritual plane, lifting the dust of the earth in consecration. Two, the economic analysis of the Kindred. This is like esoteric Keynesianism. 2. The economic analysis of the Kindred. The final result of the economic analysis of the Kindred can be stated simply. It is that the method of industrial cost accountancy is operated in such a way that the aggregate of money paid out to those engaged in industry will not purchase the resulting products. Okay. The economic readjustment to which the Kindred sets itself has at its technical objective the correction of this error in cost accountancy. The remedy can also be stated simply. It is the equation of consumption to production. The necessary technical mechanism for this is quite well known and is already in existence, working in the wrong direction. This mechanism or method can be brought into play when there is not only agreement upon, but categorical demand for the active application of the following apodidactic postulate that the credit power of a community belongs to the community as a whole and may not withstand or be restricted by any private individual or group whatsoever. That is, that's straight out of C.H. Douglas's stuff. But, he has not mentioned C.H. Douglas once here. May not be withheld. Okay. If this is accepted as the basic principle of economic freedom, it indicts the present policy and methods of the banking and other financial interests throughout the world as an artificial restriction upon the normal consumptive powers of the various nations. This is not the place to enter into any controversy upon the foregoing assertions, nor to explain the logical processes by which they are formulated. Look at this. It's on that note, he then goes on to a half-page footnote, which I will now go into. In a book called Young Winkle, which is actually a Kindred book, a John Hargrave book I don't have, I gave an elementary outline of economic development, together with a rough and ready idea of how things can be put right. What I wrote was and is perfectly sound, and I challenge anyone to show where the argument is in error. It cannot be done in any attempt to expose the fault in any attempt will expose the fault in the financial strata. Man, Hargrave really was a guy who was sure about himself. What I wrote was, for the most part, ignored or called forth this sort of thing from some book reviewer. In too many passages, mere ineptitude, as in the very elementary exposition of economics. They love talk about peace and world states and wider horizons, but do not mention money. It is inept, almost obscene. Anyone who touches that subject has to be sidetracked and shunted off the line. In a so-called novel, it was a little odd to be held up for a page or two by an exposition on money, but I noticed a general unconscious conspiracy to keep the subject under academic control. People are encouraged to find this subject dry and dull, although money is the only thing most people want, including the reviewer of books. They instinctively play into the hands of the taboo. Quite unconscious, no doubt, on that account of all the more effective. All the more effective. The Kindred cannot be shooed off the financial chicken run. It intends to examine this hen that does not lay enough golden eggs. Signed, J.H. In his own book. He's put a little signature in his own book. Okay. Back to the text. There is a growing literature upon the subject of credit power, which can now be consulted. Suffice to say that the Kindred places the emphasis upon the equation of consumption to production by the proper recognition of the just price, which is something Aquinas brought up. The just, or scientific price, is arrived at by calculating the ratio between production and consumption. The just price of an article to a consumer bears the cost of its production, the same ratio as does the gross depreciation of communal real credit bear to the gross appreciation thereof. C.M. Hattersley. Again, no C.H. Douglas. If the total national depreciation of communal real credit is 50, and the total national appreciation 100, the just price to the consumer is at that time the just price to the consumer at that time is as 50 to 100, or 1/2 cost price. Thus, it is not a matter of personal judgment nor any ethical code, but is the result of a mathematical calculation which, given the necessity aggregates, and these figures are or can easily be available, allows no alternative. It is not intended to argue the case presented by these ex parte statements. They are known to be true. The Holy Catholic Church of the Middle Ages was right in teaching and trying to maintain a just price. What exactly the just price should be was always more or less a matter of guesswork. The discovery of a mathematical method of arriving at the just price places the Kindred in a position of authority, whether that authority is recognized at the moment or not. Section 3. Will they know what to do with their leisure? It soon becomes obvious that when industrial organization is functioning smoothly in its unrestricted cycles of production and consumption, a very large number of people will be partly or entirely released from industry. But able to live with some margin of comfort upon dividends which they will draw on script as held as a birthright by shareholders in the British Commonwealth, Andrew Yang, with further application of automatic mechanical processes to production, as advocated by the Kin, more and more people would find themselves out of work, receiving what has been aptly called the wages of the machine, and with leisure on their hands. A most remarkable and not too intelligent reaction sets in whenever such a state of affairs is pictured. What will they know what to do with their leisure? Oh, the little tremor of fear in the voice. I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, the little tremor of fear in the voice that utters those words. The people will not know what to do if each day they have a few hours and a few shillings to spare, and the dire result is usually implied rather than stated. They will drink themselves to death. They will roll in rowdy millions to football matches. They will career in endless streams of charca blancs to pub. Worse than that even, all kinds of immorality will increase with these hordes of loafing, out-of-work people. They will not read good books. They will scan the scar for racing tips. They will not know how to spend their money. Think of that. They will squander it on beer, betting in the kinema. Ah, shocking. He still writes cinema as kinema. Is that a joke, or I have no idea. If, says the Kindred, there is any truth to such an apocalyptic vision, it shows that England, and indeed the whole civilized race, is composed of a low-grade mass of robots only kept from breaking into hooliganism by keeping them short of time and money. A pretty sort of civilization. If such is the case, the only prevention is to keep them economically imprisoned forever, and the only cure is to unlock the prison doors. Obviously, this extraordinary notion as to how the common people would behave if they were released to a very large extent from the factory system with money in their pockets is no more a chimera, it is nonsense. There will be isolated cases in which individuals will run amok and misbehave themselves in such a way as to be a nuisance to other people, as there are now. A number of people will go on the booze for a few weeks, but the millions of honest folks who have that sound common sense we hear so much about when it is politically expedient to flatter the working man, his wife, and his children, will give a sigh of thankfulness and do with their leisure very much as you do. The Kindred, unafraid to tell the people that when they are fools and why, has absolute faith in the ability of the toil-released masses to make good use of their leisure without moral lectures from those who already enjoy it. What vast educational advances it must need before one obtains to the technique of leisure, which includes cabaret haunting, dancing, motoring, golf, yachting, grouse shooting, deer stalking, and the consumption of the correct brand of whiskey and soda. Have done with such utterly smug hypocrisy, and try to understand that only those who have leisures are likely to learn how to use it for their own good and commonwealth. Trust the people. Is that not the great democratic slogan? Yet the Kindred, which never hesitates to blow the gaff on the most cherished shibboleths of a sham democracy, would seem to be the only party which can trust the ordinary man round the next corner. Section 4. St. Paul, Robotism, and Mr. Bernard Shaw. The latest edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica contains an article on socialism by Bernard Shaw. Mr. Shaw's conception of an ideal state is based upon the following first principles: the inequity of private property, the paramount social importance of equality of income and the criminality of idleness. Although the modern capitalist does not know it, these three principles are the logical conclusions which must be the outcome of his concept of the pyramidal state. Mr. Shaw's outlook is the product of capitalism and is part of it. The Kindred challenges every point. Only a completely servile state could possibly result from such a moral basis. It represents the maximum interference with personal liberty and implies compulsory industrial service. Neither private property nor inequality of income nor idleness represent essential problems of our civilization from which the first principles of reconstruction can be formed. The fact that such first principles are put forward shows that the economic analysis has become entangled with two side issues, ownership and work, neither of which are vitally connected with the financial difficulty of distribution now facing mankind. There cannot be the slightest doubt that Chauvinism and Fabianism are already out of date, together with all the theories of socialism which accept the same views, if these principles are put forward as the basis for societal reorganization. The criminality of idleness is the most unconvincing of all. There is not the slightest reason, moral or otherwise, why people should not be idle if they wish to be. When automatic machines, plus a comparatively few highly skilled and highly paid engineers and mechanics, are able and willing to produce essential supplies and a margin of luxuries for general distribution. The 19th century is marked by the advent of power-driven machinery. The outstanding fact of our own period is the application of automatic machinery to production. What has already been accomplished in this direction is astounding, and it is still more astounding that its effect upon the economic problem should be so generally overlooked. Given a lead in a free hand, the industrial engineer, by the application of improved automatic machinery, could throw out the work of the majority of those who are at present scramble for a job. The labor-saving revolution is upon us, has already begun. While Mr. Shaw is intent on keeping people at work and inculating the juju of the criminality of idleness, the industrial engineer and organizer is doing his best to increase the number of unemployed. The only thing that is wrong about it is that these unemployed are left more or less on the verge of substance, and there are not only plenty of goods for them to buy, but producers only too anxious to find a market. They have no money because they have not worked. No one wants them to work. There is no work for them. Production goes forward without them, and there will be less and less work for them as methods of industrial efficiency are speeded up and unnecessary human labor thrown out of the factory. For some unknown reason, Mr. Shaw cannot bear to think of a man receiving purchasing power unless he has done his quota of a machine minding in the compulsory state workhouse. It is absurd. Mr. Shaw would be quite willing to leave his pen and do his share of robotism for the hour or two a day, but no one wishes for him to do so, and there's no economic need for any such part-time work sharing. It is a ramshackle notion which has no relation to the facts of modern productive organization. In every department of labor, more and more human beings will be given the sack because they are not needed. Even automatic machines have to be attended to, watched, and kept good order, you may say. Of course, but not by part-time amateurs. Those whose whole interest is in the perfection and construction of the mechanism of the right types. Why should the few toil for the many, comes the wail. The answer is because they want to. It's their special interest in life's work. That wail about the few educated, skilled, and efficient engineers and mechanics being left to see after the productive machinery for the supply of the majority is a miserable meow about no real inequality at all. It is the leavings of socialism soaked in sentimental slush and unable to detangle itself from ideas formulated under different conditions. If Mr. Shaw wants, for some reason, to eradicate the terrible vice of idleness, there is but one way of doing it, and that is to see that everyone is idle. An Irishman should be able to see... An Irishman should be able to understand the practical result of such paradoxical action, but perhaps a Lao Tzu is the more likely to come at it? The fact is, we are dealing here not with economics at all, but with an ethical dilemma pronounced by St. Paul, which may have applied to the problems of his own day, but which certainly cannot apply to the mass production of our own. Mr. Shaw shakes hands with St. Paul and reiterates the "no work, no food" slogan, see Fabian Essays, but the spirit of Lao Tzu shakes his head and smiles. The attitude of the socialist and the capitalist toward the idea of work is identical. You must work before you can eat, even if there is plenty of food and your work is not required. It is a ridiculous attitude which will pass away as the forces at work within industry are recognized. The attitude of the wage slave, it is a perfectly correct term, is, please could you give me a job of work? No, Mr. Shaw would change this to, oh God, I've got to go and do my 2 hours robotism in the ginger beer factory. Damn! Otherwise, the poor wretch is liable to be charged with criminal idleness. The Kindred foresees a state of affairs in which the idle citizen will say, fed up doing nothing, I think I'd like to do a job of work. And when he applies to be taken on, he will be asked, you want to work, eh? Are you any good? Have you any particular skill or ability? Oh no, we make, fill, stopper, and pack all our bottles automatically. 2 of us look after that. If you have any new ideas or invention to offer, or if you've studied the process, why not try handicraft workshops? They might allow you to do a bit of weaving or rough carpentry. Where every individual can live without being forced to industrial occam picking before he's allowed to have a penny in his pocket, the ethical values regarding work will become clear. Work will be the privilege of the few who love particular work because they have chosen and can do. The man who is just a person with no special bent can dig up his garden, mend the taps in his bathroom, paper the spare room, read a book, or to smoke his pipe. Only the really keen men will be able to work into industry. Work? It is an honor to be allowed to work here. In this way, those who are capable will naturally go into those departments for which they know themselves to be fitted. The teaching profession, for example, at present clogged and congested with a mass of inefficient and weary men and women, will be released from its economic bugbear. These inefficients who take no particular interest in education, but who had to do something to earn a living, and so became teachers, will drop out and be able to live without strangling the minds of little children. The vital, enthusiastic teacher, full of vim and ideas, keen on his job, and able to do it with a gleam of joy in his heart and plenty of physical energy in his body, will come into this department, because he is not driven by the fear of being an idle criminal if he stays out, and he will receive an adequate purchasing power over and above the dividends of those who are not considered capable of such, and he will receive adequate purchasing power over and above the dividends of those who are not considered capable of such work. And bang, there goes all that equal income nonsense. Those who do no work will be able to live without working, and those who show themselves as first-class workers will get first-class pay. Section 5. Still, someone will always have to do the dirty work. Sewers, eh? Somehow it is always the main sewers which crop up at this point. Socialist or capitalist, be sure it will be the sewers. We will deal with this question of sewage. When we were told that someone will have to do the dirty work, we should know the word someone. It implies some human being, and it is just here that we shall take up the argument. It is not necessary for anyone to do the dirty work. In this matters of sewers and the disposal of sewage, for instance, it would be possible to do away with any human having to go down in the sewers, or in fact to deal with, in any way at all, with the filthiness of sewage. Every part of this work could be done, and a great deal of it is now being done, by mechanical processes from the surface. If we had enough sense to say to the Institute of Civil Engineers, you have got to work out a system of automatic sewage disposal in such a way that no human being comes into contact with the refuge and get it into working order within a year from today, it could be done without difficulty. It is not a problem which is beyond the powers of the civil engineer. He has never been given the order to do it. Oh, well, yes, but who's to pay for it? The answer to that is that so long as there is a surplus of good and services able to be monetized anything at all. The answer is this, that so long as there is a surplus of goods and services available to be monetized, anything at all can be paid for. More taxation, no taxation at all. A matter of sound business, an ordinary commercial transaction between the Institute of Civil Engineers and the British people. Still, the British people have to pay for it, don't they? Yes, but not out of individual incomes. You don't expect the Institute of Civil Engineers to do it for nothing and starve, do you? But where will that money come from? From exactly the same place that it does now, that is the national credit. So the civil engineers won't get any real money? At this point, we relapse into silence, having discovered yet another individual who cannot understand that all money is real money if and only if goods and services are there to redeem the pledge. On a desert island, gold is worth nothing. On a fertile island, cowrie shells will do just well. So much for this mythical someone and the dirty work. There's not a single problem of degrading or filthy work now done by human beings, because they must find work or starve, which could not be solved by the inventive engineer. Away go all the dreams of the golden dustman. In their place come the engineer and the automatic machine. No doubt the Dustmasters' Union will fight a forlorn fight against being thrown out of work, and in their dilemma, quote Mr. Shaw's Pauline doctrine of the criminality of idleness. No matter. This elimination of human labor power is at work, and nothing can stop it, however slow it may be. The only question facing us is: must we starve because the machines plus a few capable men and women can produce food, warmth, and shelter sufficient for everyone? It is a question which, in another form, the standing army of unemployed may well ask at the present time. A queer state of affairs. The warehouses are full to overflowing, and everyone is in rags looking for work. Solved, said the socialist. We will all do a little bit of work. But how silly. That's where the that famous green shirt slogan came from. You know, would a maggot starve if the apple was too big? Came from right here. The Kindred disposes of these moral first principles, which are purely secondary considerations and not first principles at all. The ownership of private property or the common ownership of public property makes no difference to the fact that we cannot purchase the goods produced. Equal or unequal income make no difference. There is plenty for everyone. Equal or not equal, much or little. What is wanted is, in the first place, that the cash possessed by the community as individuals shall equal the prices charged for goods and services. At present, it does not, as anyone interested can calculate for himself. And in the second place, that birthright shares in the British Commonwealth shall take the place of the dole, so that the march of science shall free people from labor and not degrade them as unemployed. As for the criminality of idleness, in what way is it deemed criminal if our work is not required by the productive organism? If there is plenty of food for all without our labor, why should we refrain from eating because we cannot sell our labor? Oh, but if no one did any work there would be no food to eat. True. In which case, the dividend on the national birthright system, based on productive capacity, would drop to nothing. But why should everyone stop work when those in industry receive the incentive of good pay and work they have chosen because they enjoy it, and those released from the industries can do things of greater interest than hawking round writing pads and packets from tea from door to door? Ugh. Section 6. We are but little cogwheels meek. New dances are being written for you, said Tomsky to the workers. Repeat with the dignity of labor and devoid of outworn bourgeois sentimentality. Decent, rhythmic dances, suggesting the chaste movements of the machines in our beloved proletarian factory. Daily Press, February 7th, 1927. The press is inaccurate and unreliable, but Mr. Tomsky, one supposes, did say something of the sort. This alleged speech on the proletarian amusements in the USSR represents the perfectly logical outcome of an economic theory which sets up the average man and the gospel of work. The chaste movements of the machine. You can see the workers doing the ball socket blump, the ratchet rhythm, or the centrifugal slide. One imagines the rotary squeeze and the differential brake, as well as the turbine trot, and the crankshaft. Nikolai Foreger, the ablest of the youngest Russian producers of stage dancers, was commissioned to create the new proletarian dances, and so the proletariat cult, the proletcult, Proletculet, the proletcult goes forward to the chaste dance of to the chaste rhythm of its beloved machine. The little human sick creatures are to be hitched onto the machines. All day they will serve these rhythmic deities, and all night they will imitate their chaste movements. If that does not please If that does not please international finance, nothing can. Mr. Kapik's robot play RUR has shown them how. All institutes of industrial psychology, please copy. It is only one further extension of the do it with rhythm, stunt for overcoming industrial fatigue. It is the shanty man's chorus up to date. Blow a man down. Mr. Bellic's servile state is shaping itself, and the Soviets lead the way with fascismo a good second. Keep them all working and dancing to the chase movements of the machine while we get on with the invisible smile spreads among the invisible face of someone who know how to rig the financial markets of the world. It only shows how effective rhythm can be, especially if it has the chastity of a virgin dynamo. The Luddites have turned in their graves. After the dynamo, there's a footnote. Some weeks after writing the above notes, the following paragraph appeared in The Observer, March 13th, 1927. Machine, the new Russian national dance, composed to order by a special commission of Soviet pedagogues and dancing masters as a substitute for the Charleston, is looked upon with favor whenever danced in Berlin. It is even prophesied that a modified machine may be the next world craze in this technical age. While arms, hands, and body copy as naturally as possible, the graceful movements of a piston's legs and feet stamp out the rhythmic beats of a hammer. It is stated that the youth, male and female, of the Soviet Workers' Club are enthusiastic about it. Chapter 7, Section 7. Ownership or control. Homo sapiens, says the kin, represents the only true class. All men are men. But it admits that this is a biological classification of little use in a civilization which has developed class consciousness as the inevitable outcome of a particular economic and financial system which forces the individual to plunder the community. The way out of that difficulty is an alteration in the economic and financial system. Before this can be undertaken, it is necessary to have a correct analysis of the present impasse and a logical alternative. After that, the problem is how to bring about alterations in a society which will resist every suggestion and every attempt with bitter ferocity. There would seem to be but two points of view, labeled capitalism, private ownership, and socialism, public or common ownership, into which all other arguments and theories are forced to fit. The point at issue is usually one of the ownership of the means of production. The question of ownership, the whole question of property, is the pivotal doctrine of all socialist theory. From the mild liberal Fabian to the revolutionary communist, it is the kingpin of socialism, upon which the bewildering maze of different and often violently opposed socialist theories depend. Take away this question of ownership, and the whole socialist argument falls to pieces. Socialism may be made to mean almost any proposal for social reform and reorganization, and may include the rabid rationalistic social imperialism of a Robert Blatchford, the workers' revolutionary struggle of the communist, the semi-scientific utopian fantasies of H.G. Wells, or the ineffective House of Commons debatings of the Labour Party. In such a fog of half-bored ideas, we have to look for some one central formula in order to know what we mean when we speak of socialism. The formula, public or common ownership of the means of production, gives us this central doctrine. It is upon this that the class struggle develops and is here, says the kin, that we ought to examine the issue rather than fritter away time and energy upon the thousand and one-sided issues which spread out from it. The assumption that public ownership of the means of production, nationalization of industry, will give public control over production, distribution, and consumption. The assumption is, every socialist is convinced that public ownership spells public control, and that one will follow the other. Trotsky's quarrel with McDonaldism is not of practical ends, but of practical means. McDonald says ballot box, Trotsky says rifles. They both agree that ownership gives control. It is just at this point that the Kindred asks the question, does it? It is quite certain that private ownership does not give private or public control, for if it did, the private owners, the capitalists, would certainly control their own productions. Having materials, plant labor, and organization, why do their factories ever go on half-time or close down? Their fields go out of cultivations, and their workshops rust for want of use. as no private manufacturer or group of manufacturers as such is able to control demand. That's because demand cannot be effective unless backed by money. Their ownership of the means of production has only a real control of markets and therefore of production lies elsewhere. Suppose the wage-earning masses obtain the ownership of the communal means of production. How could they control demand? How could they control money? For the control of money and therefore demand has little or no connection with the problem of property ownership, public or private. Nationalization of the banks, the public ownership of buildings, furniture, ligatures, pens, inks, blotting paper, and state-paid officials would not necessarily alter anything. Mere nationalization would leave banking methods untouched and the control of money still beyond the reach of the nationalizers. Yet without such control, the wage-earning masses could not guarantee themselves production, work, or wages, and would be faced with the same economic enigma which faces the private owners. The Kin declares that public control of demand can be established without any change of ownership of the means of production, in which case the hub of the socialist and capitalist wheel is removed, and we need not bother or pick up the spokes. That is not to say, however, that the present owners will at the outset welcome the establishment of public control of demand, i.e. credit power, for they are with the socialists in this, that they are under the delusion that ownership gives control, and that to establish public control of demand will deprive them of it. It has to be patiently demonstrated to them that they have no control, they simply own the means of production. As for those who, among owning nothing, do actually control the demand for and therefore the production of goods and services, they will fight any scheme of public control to the last ditch. Many socialists are so bemused by the ownership complex that as soon as public control is mentioned, they imagine it must mean nationalization of industry and the banks. It seems necessary to give some clear explanation of what the Kindred means by public control. The Weights and Measures Act of 1878, superseding all previous laws, enacts the legal measures for the United Kingdom, basing them upon a standard yard and the standard pound, in the custody of the Standards Department of the Board of Trade. Thus, 1 yard equals 36 inches, 60 minimums equals 1 fluid drachm, 60 ounces, 1 pound, and so on. No, excuse me. We can imagine what would happen if these public standards... this is an example of public control. We can imagine what would happen if these public standards were left to the private individuals who were now forced to conform to them. The yard measure would shrink and enlarge like a piece of elastic. But in order to enforce this public control, is it necessary to overtake the ownership of factories and workshops making yard measures, weights, scales, etc.? It is obvious that the control of these standards is not connected with the ownership of the means of production. The question is not one of production and not one of ownership, but of distribution. Distribution depends upon demand, and this, to be effective, must be backed by money. You may have a demand for Rolls-Royce, but without some £2,000, your demand will be ineffective. Does the private owner of the means of production control money and therefore... Does the private owner of the means of production control money and therefore, in the ultimate sense, prices? By what means, then, will the communal owner control money and prices? Obviously, it cannot be done by changing ownership. Public ownership of the means of production, nationalization of industry, may take place. It may become necessary for a more efficient production on a larger scale. The point is that better, greater, and more efficient production is impossible unless there is also an increased consumption, and increased consumption depends upon demand and depends upon money and price. As ownership cannot control money and price, it is clear that this is not the true line of attack. The struggle of the classes, which deepens daily in our national life, is based upon the idea of ownership and looks upon the present industrial slowing down as a problem of production. Naturally, this leads to the conclusion that it can be solved by some rearrangement of work or of working conditions. Thus we find the producer and the capitalist saying, work harder and produce more. But he does not explain how he is to sell. The unemployed say, we want work, as if plenty of goods and to spare were not being produced quite efficiently. Were not being produced. I lost my place. Efficiently without him. The Fabian Society says everyone should be made to do his quota of work, but does not explain how this would enable such 2 hours a day robots to buy the goods made. They seem to agree with Apostle Paul's economic theory. This we command it you, that if any would not work, neither shall he eat. Footnote, Theologians 2, chapter 3, 10. But we must remember that Paul had never seen an automatic lathe, nor a dynamo, nor a penny in the slot machine. If the machine will not work, neither shall you eat. If the machine will not work, neither shall you eat might have some meaning today, but the machine does work, and it works very well. The difficulty is that we cannot buy what it produces. Trotsky, who is certainly a realist socialist and also an ideal practice, does not, so far as we know, give an answer to this question. If the communists said, we are going to control the people's credit and make book entry money conform to the intelligible public standards so that prices will fall as communal power of the production increase, the revolution will take on a totally new meaning. As it is, they proclaim the same old slogans. The right to work, workers' control of industry, and nationalization, all slogans of production and ownership. The present struggle of the classes may be inevitable and may be the logical outcome of historic processes. It is, says the Kindred, nonetheless wide of the mark. The revolutionary struggle of the working masses, developing within a haze of democratic parliamentary labor, ILP, Fabian, and liberal idealism, may be part of the historic mission of a class, but no proletarian, fatalistic mysticism will solve the fundamental problems of distribution. Accounts will have to be kept, bookkeeping will have to go on. What method will be used in keeping the communal credit account is the question we ask, and until that is answered in such a way as to prove that it will always be possible to consume and utilize the goods and services produced, socialism and all its offshoots will remain out of the running, except as yet another form of mass hallucination, a sort of counter-irritant to an egocentric capitalist aberration. Refill my coffee. Section 8. Economic power precedes political power. There is a growing disbelief developing in the minds of the British people in former constitutional parliamentary procedure. It is important to note that this disbelief, which is spreading rapidly, has nothing to do with any kind of anti-parliamentary agitation. It is becoming more and more obvious to everyone that the debates, the measures, the speeches, and the conflicts of the political groups are unreal, have little or no relation to the problems facing each individual. This disbelief is expressed very generally in the words, after all, it doesn't seem to matter much which party is in power, they can't really do anything. Between 1920 and 1927, that is, from the peak of a year of this artificial trade boom to the nadir of the artificial trade depression at the time of writing, the great majority of British citizens have lost faith in the ability of former parliamentary machinery. It is a most significant indication, a mass orientation to the economic situation. It means that the people begin to feel, they do not yet know, that the government they elect is always controlled by forces which are outside its sphere of influence. It is no use trying to set aside this developing consciousness as a passing phase. It marks the beginning of a drastic alterations in the organization of the state. It might be a passing phase if it could be shown that at one time Parliament had control of real economic power and had, for some reason, lost it. But it can be shown that the Mother of Parliament has never had such control, and that in its present form it is incapable of doing it. The people at large have sensed the fact that their elected representatives are powerless no matter which faction or party is returned. The Kindred, fully conscious of the constitutive elements governing political impotence and capable of explaining what they are and how they operate, is in full agreement with the general feeling of the British people and sees in it a gleam of individual common sense breaking through the miasma of mass suggestion. In their feelings, says the Kindred, the people are always right. In their logical analysis, they are frequently wrong because they are led astray by a parade of facts which are not facts. A flood of printed matter reaches the people daily, and in that flood, reasons and explanations are given which are not logical and which do not explain. For example, the war of 1914 to 1918 is supposed to have made us poor. Financially, that is true. But financial poverty is not the index of real wealth, goods and services. The British people are richer than they were in 1914, but have been financially reduced to a state of extreme indebtedness. That indebtedness is not a real thing. It is a series of figures which represent the history of a stupendous production. That is but one example of a fact which is not a fact. The various political groups accept these facts because it is only by doing so that they can justify themselves in their own eye. If they put such facts to the test of logic, their own significance would drop away. It would become clear to them that the present mechanism of parliamentary procedure is a treadmill mechanism, and that their own programs, planks, and platforms are based upon the fallacious assumption that a party returned to power has real control. If one may speak, without the least disrespect towards one of the best newspapers published in the country, of the Manchester Guardian mentality, it is possible to indicate certain important points which cannot escape the attention of honest minds. This mentality sets the greatest store by such historic events such as the signing of the Great Charter at Runnymede and the tremendous liberating act of Oliver Cromwell and his Roundheads. It must do so because these events represent the two of the greatest liberating movements which have laid the foundation for our present constitutional times. But, asked the Kitten, is there never to be another Runnymede? Will another body of Roundheads never arise? If it can be shown that the present constitutional system does not and cannot safeguard the food, warmth, and shelter interests of the people from the artificial booms and slumps caused by financial mismanagement, and if such safeguarding is demanded by the people, as most certainly will be, why should one take fright at the idea of so-called unconstitutional pressure? If their elected representatives cannot deliver the goods, the people are absolutely within their rights in demanding and obtaining the necessary changes. The Constitution was forged for the people, not the people for their Constitution. If the defective mechanism cannot be changed constitutionally, then it is obvious to anyone but a man of words that unconstitutional changes become an imperative patriotism. If constitutionalism cannot deal effectively with the modern problems of essential supplies, it becomes a duty to reform that constitution. And if its own legalities prevent reform from within by means of the vote, it must be reformed from without by means of mass pressure. To walk round these facts may seem to be very moderate and sane, and level-headed and practical. In reality, it is blank doltishness. There will be no economic Runnymede, says the Kin, constitution or no constitution. And the Kin ranges itself with the British people, and indeed with the people of the whole civilized world, enforcing the issue as yet only dimly sensed by the majority. Will the Kibbo Kift ever stand for Parliament? Is a question that has been asked. If it does, it will only be because the House of Commons is one of the channels of mass suggestion. It is possible that a kinsman or woman of the Kibbo Kift might be put up for Parliament. If so, the election will be fought on one policy only, with one plank in its platform, the reorganization of social economics on the basis of the just price. All questions of the moment will be related to that policy. If returned to the House of Commons, that kinsman will always attend in habit of the kin, and will do his utmost to reduce every debate, every bill, every proposal, and every division to this purely economic asking the same question over and over again with tireless energy. Will this give economic security to the individual? If not, it is an eyewash. It is a fuddling with the things that really do not matter. Oh, these guys are so great. The Kibbo Kift Member of Parliament will be there to declare and prove on every occasion the futility of the present parliamentary situation, and show clearly that economic power precedes political power, that Parliament is not in control of economic factors, but is itself controlled by the hidden forces of the financial system, and that its first function should be to control and safeguard the nation's credit power. Such a representative of the kin will regard the House of Commons as a pulpit from which to demonstrate the helplessness of any and every government which fails to take control of credit power, and the electors will realize that they are sending him there for that purpose and for no others. The Kindred must become a political force outside the House of Commons for this reason: that this reorganization of social economics cannot take place within a mechanism which, by its own legal structure, is precluded from taking the necessary steps. The urge of the people is towards economic security. Parliament does not translate that urge into action, but dissipates its momentum in words only. In its present constitutional form, it can do no more. Therefore, the Kindred will stand apart and receive its impetus direct from the people, foregoing its political technique in such a way as to become actionable by its influence over the heads of 615 members of Parliament. Whenever it is possible to act through constitutional channels, the British people will do so. Whenever such constitutional channels are found to be ineffective, the British people have enough sense to act unconstitutionally. In this, they display their supreme common sense and exhibit that illogicality which so often exacerbates the onlooker. A political technique developing outside the House of Commons, the House of Parliament, and not even proposing to express itself at Westminster is possible and is in line with the general feelings of the people and the work of the Kindred. If in detail it is as yet incomplete, its outline is already clear. The technique will perfect itself in one great regional, national, slogan or outcry of the host: credit power for the people. Section 9. The tactical value of nonviolence. It does not follow that such political technique must include the use of armed force. It will have a much greater power if it can stand unarmed. There is a vital difference between non-resistance and non-violence. The kin is capable of the utmost resistance, but will try to wield the power of non-violence. It is quite obvious that armed force constitutes the decisive factor in the maintenance of the present financial regime. Is it practical to face this regime unarmed? Those who are impelled to fight the reorganization of societal economics to the last ditch will not hesitate in their blindness to bring armed forces into play. How can such opposition be faced and overcome without the use of arms? That is a logical question which has to be answered. The answer is that an alteration in feeling, emotional reaction, can give the trigger finger a fatal hesitancy. Nonviolent pressure can be brought to bear and is highly contagious. To shoot an armed mob is one thing, but it is quite another to shoot into an absolutely defenseless mass of human beings. Nonviolent resistance on a mass scale, necessarily springing out of individual enthusiasm for a righteous cause, is not so easy to put down, especially if such resistance is directed with intelligence and officered by leaders who have developed an iron self-discipline. An unarmed nation facing an armed minority can actually disarm that minority. This is not a question of merely wishing to avoid bloodshed on humanitarian grounds. It is a question of tactics. The notion that Gandhi failed because he developed the theory of ahisma or nonviolence is erroneous. Ahisma was entirely successful against its most formidable armed forces. The real failure was that at the very moment when Gandhi had the whole of India at his feet, he could not give an answer to the economic riddle. At that moment, Gandhi said, "Back to the spinning wheel." Such a slogan could have no fundamental economic reality for a primitive agricultural community threatened by and involved with encroaching modern industrialism. Sooner or later, India must face the problem of real credit and financial credit. Of course, Gandhi was successful in the end. You know? The British people as a whole, once they recognize the plain issue, can overcome unarmed any armed minority which tries to oppose them. The tactical value of such unarmed conquest is that it is in line with developing human individualism and removes the continuance of government by force. If the necessary economic changes cannot be brought about without bloodshed, that is, if the people cannot feel the power of such unarmed action, then those changes will certainly be initiated by an armed clash between the interests of the people as individuals and the interests of armed international finance. To stand unarmed and unafraid is not so foolish as one might first imagine. Such a position has immense power, derived from the common and perfectly right feeling that killing is beastly. To be able to stand up and show hands which are not bloodstained is not merely a matter of moral or ethical standards, it is better tactics. For if you have overcome by the spilling of blood, why should you not perish in turns by that means? Whereas if a whole nation can be moved to bring pressure without the spilling of blood, the constructive response will be greater. Those people will claim those people will claim the support of the masses who are able to show clean hands, for in spite of all realist logic, bloodliness is a stigma not easily eradicated. The hearts of the people see the problem clearly. If these men direct us to spill the blood of our enemies, may they not one day turn upon us and spill ours in like manner? They sense the fact that directors who work by the power of death may enslave them once again by that same power. Section 10. New spirits in industry. All My Eye and Betty Martin. A rather nauseating moral smugness overtakes the correspondence columns of our great national dailies whenever the economic shoe begins to pinch more acutely than usual. These symptomatic recurrences the Kindred diagnoses as subconscious attempts to escape the mental conflict and to project the offending complex onto a moral plane, thereby concealing the economic skeleton in old Mother Hubbard's cupboard. We find hard-hitted practical businessmen talking pure nonsense about ending industrial strife by promoting the spirit of goodwill and cooperation. It is on par with the peace cranks who imagine that goodwill can put an end to war. The dismal mal of business men telling us that we might achieve peace in industry if only we would squeeze out a blob of goodwill on both sides is neither useful, practical, nor businesslike. It is an indication of utter bewilderment. It is a confession that they do not understand the economic factors at work. It is escape, a getaway from reality, and the Kindred deplores it and denounces it as a dangerous sidetracking. The industrial war has nothing to do with any will, good or ill. It has nothing to do with tiffs and bickerings of employers and employed. The problem is created, as all wars created, by a deficient financial system. And you will be clever if you are able to correct an error in methods of accountancy by goodwill. A mathematical brain will be more to the point. The Kindred declares that industrial strife is the direct outcome of the failure to equate consumption to production. The people cannot buy what they and the machines have made. Because of that, we must find export markets. Every other greatest producing country is in the same position, all scrambling for world markets. As each country becomes a producer, it tends to become less of a consumer of other people's goods, and export markets dwindle. The frantic scramble to sell goods abroad must finally burst into open warfare. Internal industrial strife is generated from the same fundamental error, which eventually forces war upon the nations, namely, the inability of the people to consume, i.e., obtain, the goods produced. Ugh, my throat is starting to hurt. Section 11. Only one political issue before mankind today. The Kindred is not a political party in any ordinary sense of the term. but it is an economic party dealing with the problems of food, warmth, and shelter, and as such, it may be regarded as a portent of change of direction, foreshadowing the passing out of politics and the emergence of serious economic questions put over the heads of politicians, parties, and parliament, direct to the people. The kin makes no rash promises in order to cage votes. It says that it is possible to deliver the goods to everyone, everywhere. Its function at the moment is to proclaim that economic security of the individual can be assured and to shout down all political slogans and gags which tend to sidetrack that universal necessity. The Kindred declares that there is only one political issue before mankind today, the economic security of the individual. Any other issue is a side issue, a red herring across the trail. If the people can only understand slogans and crisp sentences, then the economic situation must be translated, however crudely, into words and phrases which can be grasped by all. A good deal has already been done in this direction. Every man, woman, and child gives the correct reply to this question. Can you buy the things you need? Throughout the world comes the deafening answer, no. Your money does not buy enough goods. They understand that. It is no good purchasing goods if they cannot be consumed. There is never enough purchasing power to purchase the goods consumed. Demand more goods. Shout for goods. Demand to use the things you make. Debts galore, but where's the credit? Who has pinched the credit power of Great Britain? Our factories produce plenty. Why can't we buy? Sell at the just price. Equate consumption to production. Lift the bank loans off the price. More production cannot increase spending power. We cannot buy the things we make. Open the national credit account. Make money buy more. Not for some, but more for all. Not less for some, but more for all. Yeah. And the loans, that's right. This question of the equation of consumption to production will, within the next few years, oust every other issue and will dominate the political situation in every civilized country of the world. Sure. Yeah. The problem before mankind is not a problem of production, it is a problem of distribution. The solution to the distribution problem is already known, and once people realize that there is no shortage of goods, but an artificial shortage of purchasing power, it will not be long before they find men capable of acting as their cutting edge to remove the obstruction which causes the financial stricture. Section 12. Political impotence. There is a need for a principle of social stability and need for a vision of life that satisfies the feelings and imaginations as well as the logical and calculated facilities. The first is to be found in economic reality as against financial jugglery. The second can develop only when social stability is established. Social stability is essentially gyroscopic. It falls into wobbling chaos the moment it ceases to maintain its speed of poise. It is just here that the political parties are all beside the mark. They wish, without knowing it, to upset, slow down, or stop this gyratory base. For them, social stability spells either stagnation or scaffolding and props to keep the structure upright. They cannot believe that social organization can keep its proper balance without their aid on condition that the economic engineer is given free hand and told to do his work. They lack faith. Lacking faith is in the stability of social momentum, they also lack it in its economic equivalent, the control of credit. They are powerless. The political significance of the kindred is hardly yet realized. If embryonic consciousness of administrative capacity is developed along effective lines and avoid being sidetracked in the eddies and backwaters of party loyalists, herd pressure, class sentiments, mass suggestions, and the timid acceptance of static authority or adherence to dogmatic theorization, it must keep an open eye and a clear mind upon the shifting complexities of the present situation in this country. It must try to reduce those complexities by the scientific method to a simple formula. Gradually, over a long period of years in which the Chartist movements became more and more powerful, the House of Commons and the House of Lords, the system of general elections, the party machinery, and parliamentary procedure known to us took shape. At last, the people had some sort of democratic representative government in which the king was reduced to a figurehead. Out of all of this chaos emerged two great political parties, the Conservatives and the Liberals, each throwing up its political games. While all of this was going on in the political world, a great social change, which has complicated the whole problem of human organization ever since, was brought about by the coming power-driven machinery. The new serfdom developed rapidly until today we see clearly the cleavage between employee and the employed. The advance of mechanical scientists, of chemical processes, of the popular press, of rapid transport, of cheap manufacture, and later the development of flying and wireless, has brought about the inevitable scramble for raw materials between the commercial empires and republics. We see, therefore, a staggering speed up in all human activities due to the mechanical revolution of the 19th century. But we look for in vain for any parallel reorganization of administrative models. Method. But we look in vain for any parallel reorganization of administrative method. It seems as if the only place where inventive faculty has failed to function is in the science of statecraft. The problem which faced this country is in common with mankind in general, for are not those which failed Walpole, Pitt, Wellington, Peel, nor even Gladstone and Disraeli. Yet the machinery of great administration has made little advance since their day. The development of power-driven machinery, the industrialization of country after country, and the consequent world scramble for raw materials and markets constitute the prime factors governing all political activities today. The very forces which produce this sudden industrial and commercial emphasis are trending to bring it to a standstill in every civilized country, either by A, wars between the great powers, or B, civil wars between organized people and organized finance. In both cases, the objective is the same: the controlled production and the securing of outlets for the finished products. The toilsome creaking of machinery of so-called modern democratic government is unable to control the forces which are accelerating outside the House of Commons. Let us see what appears to be taking place. A few years ago, we had two clear-cut parties: conservatives, liberals. The labor element were in a minority of twos and threes. The issue was clear-cut, although totally out of date and having no real bearing upon changed social factors: tariff reform or free trade. Neither one nor the other could have any effective influence upon the stream of cause and effect set up throughout the world by a mechanical manufacturer. Whenever the political parties might do, the credit power of each great trading state was certain to fall into the hands of fewer and fewer individual financiers and bankers, the practical internationalists. Then, a new political party made its appearance, and we had conservative, liberal, labor. With the entrance into the political lists of the third party, the traditional healthy opposition became confused and blurred. But there was one point which all three parties agreed: the inherent soundness and essential rightness of the formal democratic model. They were all pledged to the divine right of constitutional government, without bothering very much to see whether the Constitution itself was an efficient instrument. Into the midst of this confusion, hanging on to the tail of the Labour Party, comes a fourth political power. The Labour Party does its best to shake off its clinging newcomer, and now we have conservative, liberal, labor, communists. Clearly, the alignment is as followed. Oh, Jesus Christ. Conservative, labor, communist, capitalist, middle class, worker, fascist mentality, Bolshevik mentality, force, force. The Liberal Party has been torn asunder in the conflict. Conservative liberals trending towards the right, labor liberals trending towards the left. The Labour Party has been forced into the middle class position once occupied by the liberals. There is certainly a distinct development going on at the 2 points of antagonism. The conservative element tends to draw away even further to the right, e.g., the growth of the fascist mentality and sudden fear of dislocating manifesting itself in the OMS, etc. The communist element is going further over to the left, openly planning and preaching armed revolt by the workers. In the midst of this, the Labour Party has to keep saying, no need for armed revolt, we can all do it all through the parliamentary machine quite constitutionally. The more sober conservative section has to say, no need for British fascism, the forces of law and order are quite adequate. It is perfectly plain, however, that neither the right nor the left has any faith in the machinery of formal democratic government. Both feel that it may be necessary to use extra-constitutional methods, the one in order to maintain the present social system, the other to destroy it. The buffer position of the Labour Party must weaken it irreparably because this position, forced upon it by two extremes, will appear to its own left-wing socialists as pandering to the right, and its own right-wing moderates and ex-liberals will fear that it is in danger of swinging too far to the left. Thus, in time, the Labour Party must necessarily follow the Liberals into political incoherence or take upon an active revolutionary attitude. Throughout the whole political sphere, we see one common failure. There is no constructive program. What are the four parties saying? The Conservatives say tariff reform, only you won't let us do that, and we can't think of anything else. Liberals say free trade, a progressive policy, only it looks so awfully like socialism when we define it. Labour says nationalization, quite gradually. We shan't really hurt you. Let us try. The communists say, to hell with the capitalists, you better get ready to shoot. But none of them reveal any inventive genius, and applied inventive power is just as necessity in administration as it is in arts and industry. The people as a whole lose faith in the Conservatives because they do not know what to do. In Labour, because it will not be able to redeem its promises through the parliamentary machine. In Liberalism, because it does not even know where it is. In Communism, because even if it can grasp power, its dogma is already out of date, its method too destructive for a highly industrialized community with no peasant population on its land. Wow, Hargrave, understanding Maoism. Whatever the succession of parties may be, it is probable that the people will continue to lose faith in the obsolete democratic machinery of the House of Commons. Section 13. An organization is not an organism. Many theorists fall into the error of likening an organization to an organism, and are led to carry the simile so far that they will speak quite seriously of individuals in association as if such a grouping were an organic structure. Thus the group is made to have separate existence apart from the units of its consumption, and must then be given a destiny to fulfill, which need have no relations to its parts. Such a concept is no more than a concept which may be useful in placing the group in relation to other groups. Beyond such mental convenience, it can lead to a vast, abstract superstructure which has no objective reality. An organization of human beings is not itself organic and is not an organism. It is a group technique, ritual, or code, accepted by a number of living organisms in order to accomplish some particular end. That end is not the destiny of a group organism, but of each separate organism within the rule of organization. It is important to bear this in mind, because the idea, it is no more than an idea, that of a group ego can be translated into action in such a way as to pulverize the real individual unit, the living organism, and make it disappear in an abstract myth. The state, considered as an organism, is just such a mental spell. And there's a footnote. The Italian nation is an organism having ends of life and means of action superior in power to those of the single individuals occupying and formulating it. It is a moral, political, and economic unity. My italics, John Hargrave. Quotation from the Principles of the Fascist State as set forth in the Charter of Labor under the general heading, The Cooperative State and its Organization. Whereas the state is a number of individuals in some kind of organized association. In much the same way, the utopists will speak of the mass ego or the folk soul of an organization, thus defeating the incarnation of the unique unit by trying to breathe organic life into something which is an organizational method only. When this kitten speaks of the holy body of men, it does not mean to conjure up an organic concept, but is speaking of the separate organisms of human species in psychophysical association. It is obviously an image and not a reality, used in the same sense as when the Church describes itself as the mystical body of Christ. Section 14. The average man of democracy. The theory and practice of democracy is today a reactionary movement. It holds us back, restricts us, and keeps us in mass formation when our whole aim is to break free and to individualize. The ideology of democracy holds up the image of the average man. This average man is an abstraction. He is constructed of words and of the sounds of words. He is a tremendous make-believe, a mass myth capable of inducing crowd hypnosis and hallucination. He is the god hero of the great army of ineffectuals, and his legend pictures him as having the cardinal virtues of mediocrity. He is ordinary, plain, thick-headedly honest, and hates to be laughed at. His name is John Blunt. This mythology of the average man tends to shape reality. Real men try to be average men. The result is a mass servility on a world scale. Some artful shaman with a dance rattle and medicine bill gulls a few hundred natives about Nukuta Sound with the myth of the totemic bear spirit or fish god. But that is an honest and harmless fairy story compared with the civilized projection of the average man. This average man can and does drive whole nations, millions upon millions of human beings to unindividualized identity, until at last we have the psychological myth of the mass ego, and its political counterpart in the myth of the mass will. It is the work of the Kindred to explode this average man, to break the spell, and to show that to make laws in the name of the average man is to legislate for no one at all, to the very great private gain of hidden financial interest. To explode the average man is to knock the bottom out of all political parties, for they all don the ritual dance mask of democracy, carved in the likeness of the average man. Section 15. A crowd has to be given a will. A crowd may exhibit mass emotion, a form of hysteria or panic, but it has no will. Each individual in the crowd has its own will, but this is probably in conflict with the other individuals because the individual impulse is to leave the crowd and to dominate. Sorry. However, it is to leave the crowd and to dominate. However, the anesthesia of mass emotion usually overcomes the individual will. And so each unit of the crowd, therefore, however, the anesthesia of mass emotion usually overcomes the individual will, and so each unit of the crowd, and therefore the crowd itself, remains willless. A dominating personality carrying an idea can and often does give his will to the crowd. Thereafter, so long as this personality is able to stimulate it afresh, the crowd will take on his will and so may appear to have a will of its own. A crowd can only be moved to logical and consecutive action. Logical and consecutive action by the will of an individual playing upon its emotional scale. An individual life tends to become more and more crowded, as for instance by mechanical production in great industrial estates, quicker transport, and the application of the kinema, gramophone, wireless, communities singing, newspapers, etc. The people are standardized and become one enormous crowd. Whoever is able to control the centers of film production and distribution, the radio stations, the press, etc., is able to sway the world crowd this way or that. It is obvious that the controlling factor in every case is finance. Having made it comparatively easy for a few individuals to sway the feelings of millions, the standardized crowd units of modern civilization has, to a greater extent than ever before in the history of the human race, laid itself open to sudden changes. It is much easier today to make 40 million people believe something patently absurd than it would have been to convince a folk moot in the Anglo-Saxon times. But it is also much easier to tell the crowd that it has been gulled, how much it has been gulled, and what it should do to break them free from mass suggestion. It works both ways. The situation is fully understood by the Kindred. Section 16. The Kibbo Kift conception of the state. The state is an abstraction in which the reality is the individual. Unless it can be demonstrated that a number of people have a will, that the average man is a real and noble person, and not, as the Kin declares, an occult ideologic projection of democratic idealism, the state as an entity does not and cannot exist. The state is a name, and no more than a name for a number of people, the region in which they dwell, and the code of governmental management which the group suffers to be imposed upon it. One of the chief conflicts throughout our civilization is clearly between the unindividualized idea of the state, in which the individual must be lost, and the impulse of the individual to assert his own particular individuality. Our modern nation-state, in which the individual is called a national, represents enormous undifferentiated crowds, and the characteristic feature of our civilization is the desire of the individual to plunder the community. On the surface, we see a new thing, not the old statecrafts of a bygone era age, but something springing out of the imperial dreams of a Cecil Rhodes and a John Stuart Mill tradition. Crowdcraft on a world scale, governing by newspaper, machine, kinema, and checkbook. Therefore, today is the day of the crowd and today is the day of the crowd and individualism is a lost cause? No. Individualism is already breaking up the crowd and the politics of the crowd. The inarticulate urge of mankind is away from the crowd life towards individualized life. This very urge liquefied the classic idea of empire, and, finding a sudden energetic outlet in power-driven machinery and applied sciences, produced the modern commercial crowd state. Nevertheless, the crowd is nothing more than a phase of development. The idea of the state is already becoming consciously distasteful, restrictive, and dull. For centuries, man has struggled to break free from the crowd unit in which he was lost and to integrate as an individual. The mechanical production of enough and to spare of food, warmth, and shelter has knocked the last plank out of crowd politics. There is no reason why the individual should be held in the crowd taboo and made to kowtow to the fetish of the average man. Rigid association of human beings was valuable under primitive conditions, where necessity forced the individual to submit to the dead level of the group in order to obtain the essentials of life. Today, that is not an economic necessity, and the idea of the modern nation-state, the crowd, will tend to break into smaller and smaller regional units, and will not stop until the individual personality of each human being is the state. The breakup of Europe at the close of the war into a kaleidoscope jumble of little states, the partial breakaway of Ireland from Great Britain, the convulsive centripetal force of fascism in Italy, of the Bolsheviki in Russia, nationalist China, India, and Egypt are all indication of the disintegration of the crowd and the integration of the individual. These are fractures which will lead to all sorts of rabid and ridiculous revivals of Caesarism, Napoleonic frenzies, and attempts to play the imperialistic game in this or that form. In spite of all that, there are forces at work which cannot be stayed, which cannot be canalized, and which cannot keep frontier bound. These are the forces of industrial engineering, the dynamo, the airplane, the radio, etc. And it is through these material forces that the individual mark will break through the new states and the new republics everywhere as soon as the tourniquet of an obsolete financial system is seen to be the universal Madeleine. Section 17. Social structure should be on the square. All right. 1. It's a circle with a dot inside. Unindividualized tribal structure. 2. A triangle. Present pyramidal structure of the state. 3. A square. Square structure with fully individualized social organization. In the primitive communism of the tribe, in which the individual as such does not exist, the formation is circular, with the tribal totem or myth as a focus point. Owing to an artificial financial policy imposed on economic factors, the social structure of the state is pyramidal. At the base of the pyramid are the unemployed and the workers. Resting upon them is the middle stratum of the middle classes, and at the top are the directive controlling types. So long as the pyramidal shape is retained, it does not matter what internal changes take place. A game of general post or musical chairs is continuously in progress, and the odd men out go to the bottom. Within the pyramid, it is possible to push one's way from the base to the apex. Those at the top are always tumbling down, only to be replaced by those pushing up from below. The pyramidal structure looked at from without appears to have stability and endurance, but within the pyramid, and only the gods are outside it, is chaos. The Kindred points out that such a pyramidal society is always liable to be shaken up from the base. The foundations can give way at any critical period. Moreover, it is not now a necessary structural form of human organization. Social structure, says the Kin, should be on the square. It should be quadrilateral, right-angled, and expansive, an elastic-sided cube, within which the individual understands his economic obligation of association, but is not pressured upon from the top. The function of administration should be allowed the expansion and keep the right-angled formation. Those who, without being drugged by occultism, can appreciate the mathematical significance of symbolism will note that this concept of social structure is akin to the mystical plan of the Temple of Solomon the King. There can be squares within squares and squares of any size, as the Chinese puzzle makers know. As a diagram of social structure where the square represents the functional obligations of the individual in association necessary As a diagram of social structure, the square represents the functional obligations of the individual in association necessary to his own supplies of food, warmth, and shelter. The pyramidal form of society, because it is internally a house divided against itself, must give place to the indivisible square. The change will take place automatically when the individual is economically secure. Therefore, the kingpin of social reconstruction is economic, and the Achilles heel of the pyramid state is financial. Gonna get a bit of water. Section 18, the kindred form of government. The only use of any form of government is the coordination of human association for the security, economic and otherwise, of the individual. The whole function of government is to this end, and any government system which strays away from this must and does develop into a form of tyranny. It should hold the economic balance firmly and permit no sort of interference with that balance. Its prime duty is to see that the individual lives secure and that the productive organizations produce and deliver goods and services to the community. Beyond that, it sets itself up as a tin-pot pope, a smug Confucius, a double-faced Mr. Grundy, and an intolerable nuisance. Religious feeling, ethics, morality, art, all these things begin to regain their vital equilibrium the moment that the government's hand is taken off them and attends to its own business of protecting the individual from interference. Thomas Jefferson was right when he said that the government is best which governs least. It governs least when it defines its function and deals mainly with the prime essentials of human life on earth, the supply of food, warmth, and shelter. There is not a government today, and uh, there's never been, which does not interfere with matters which are the private concern of the individual and have nothing to do with the security, maintenance, and distribution of essential supplies. To interfere with the private matters of religious feeling, ethics, morality, art, etc., is to create every kind of destructive perversion in every department of life, a topsy-turvydom so subversive that it actually generates crime, sexual excess and enormities, sentimental atheism, hand in hand with teacup fortune-telling, crude magic, and erotic occultism, cheap thrills for jaded philanderers, drunkenness, secret drug-talking, prostitution, and every other infantile escape from reality. All these retardations are effects which, in turn, translate themselves into this or that cause. They are rooted in human existence as it is at that moment, and can adjust themselves to sane and healthful forms of expression only when the prime factors of human life are coordinated by firm control. While men find it comforting to drown reality in the stupor of alcohol, it is not wise government to close the saloons and enforce prohibition laws. The only effective thing is to discover why they need this kind of comfort. American legislation is a laughingstock to all sane men, and Lao Tzu, who had more sense in his little toe than all presidents put together, must be smiling a celestial smile if he does not laugh outright. Not until the secret of high wages has been found to be faced upon higher purchase credit will the USA wake up from its Jonathan Bunyan dream of commercial puritanism. Morality by legislation, decent behavior enforced by statutes, according to plan, ethical standards put over by enactments, will end in a ridiculous phantasmagoria of special police squads, armed points of defense against the criminal, and a state of affairs which will be little short of a perpetual siege, with continual raids by outlaws and banditti, hooligans and hobos, and intelligent outcasts with sense to earn their livelihood by breaking the law. And this tendency is exactly what one would expect to find when the form of government controls its basis not in economic reality, but on a vague yet dogmatic ethical code. There are two chief forms in governmental technique: divide and rule, and combine and govern. Both are infamous impositions upon the function of government. Both are infamous impositions unless the function of government is clearly defined upon lines which keep them from interference with purely personal considerations and the personal likes and dislikes of the individual. It has now been found that sterilized milk is not so good for babies as the sterilizers thought. It is so sterile that its food value is lowered. So, with an association of adults, we shall be wrong if we begin to sterilize their mental and spiritual milk supply. We shall standardize, stunt, and deform, and in the end come to ruin. For the one thing which is essential to all life is individual energy, danger, and struggle. Human beings, although they do not know it yet, for they wist not what they do, have already overcome the struggle for food, warmth, and shelter. It needs nothing now but proper coordination at the point of credit control to make sure that every individual is economically secure. Instead of making his physical life secure, the governments are bent upon keeping the individual in constant insecurity to the advantage of small financial groups, and dragooning him into thinking and feeling according to law. But the next struggle is the struggle of ideas, the mental struggle. Here, man needs all his energy, for here the danger is swifter, and failure more fatal in its results. He must release himself from the swaddling clothes of governmental moralities and face the problems of life alone, each man for himself, and certainly the devil will take the hindermost. The protection by the government of essential supplies and services will not interfere with the individual mental and spiritual struggles, so long as the latter does not conflict with economic security. The moment religion, ethics, or any other force collides with those fundamental economic functions of the community, the government will say, in effect, go away and play in your own backyard. You have no business to be stopping up the drains and dropping sand in the dynamo. It's our job to make sure you don't interfere with the proper production that you don't interfere with the proper function of production and consumption. Again, the governmental control will be one of combine and govern, and will not tolerate the technique of divide and rule. The technique of modern democracy is a diabolical manifestation of divide and rule, whereby the common man, the ordinary citizen, the private individual, is always automatically cheated out of his real economic power. It all seems so fair, it seems so sportsmanlike and decent to have a party in power and a healthy opposition always doing its best to stop anything being done at all, lest the party in power should do so well that the opposition have no chance of power ever coming to power itself. How long will the British people, with their sound horse sense, put up with the tomfoolery of electioneering gavel and votes, while they lose whatever they gained through the sudden progressive period of the mechanical revolution, when machinery was first applied to industry and Britain led the world? Combine and govern is the only hope. Socialism wishes to say private property is not private property anymore, it belongs to anyone. All right, let it. What's next? Can you buy the things that are made? That is all that matters to you or anyone else. What is the use of a gas stove or pillowcase, which you are told belongs to 47 million good men and true, if not one of them, when he puts his hand in his pocket, can buy it? Economic security for the individual means public credit control by governmental enactment. It means the just price. You will not get this control and retain the sham fight of democracy. If the fiasco of the Tory Liberal Labour Socialist Party is to continue, we should soon be under the absolute control of one or two unknown financiers. The King calls to every sane Britisher to come awake and acknowledge the farce of so-called democratic parliamentary system. It is no use clinging to the school history book fudge about the mother of parliaments and constitutional institutions. That will not save the situation. The situation is this. The forces of mechanical production, together with the mumbo-jumbo jigglings of high finance, are absolutely outside and beyond the controlling powers of any House of Commons, king, prince, or president whatsoever. The present form of governmental control, compared with the forces of modern production and modern finance, is like a child's wooden horse hitched to a 10-ton mortar lorry. Less than 100 pages to go. Section 19. On Peace and War. The Kindred stands for peace. Well, there's nothing new in that. There are plenty of peace movements, and most of them can be classified under three general headings. A. Those who are against those who are against the use of any kind of force and who consider war to be ethically, morally, and spiritually wrong because it means the killing of human beings. B. Those who consider war to be a barbarous practice which should be outlawed, and international disputes settled by legal arbitration. C. Those who consider war to be wrong because it is part of the capitalist order, but you may look upon the use of force by the class-conscious proletarian masses as necessary. The Kindred cannot be properly classified under any of the above headings, and it is necessary to reiterate its analysis of the cause of modern war. The Kin stands for peace, knowing that war is unnecessary, but that it is the chronic disease of an industrial civilization with an inadequate mechanism for distribution, and that peace among the industrialized nations now depends on the equation of consumption to production within the boards of each. We're we get it, Hargrave. We get it. It follows that those who accept this analysis must center all their attention upon the problem of economic control. Once understand that all war today is brought about by the scramble for dwindling world markets, and you will not waste another moment upon the 1,001 side issues springing up from that fact. The only constructive step towards peace is the equation of consumption to production in every country, and this can only be accomplished by opening the national credit account. With public opinion aroused to the fact that the nation's credit power belongs to the nation as a whole and must be accounted for, it will be possible to make the necessary changes. If this cannot be done, the economic impasse may throw up another Cromwell to deal with the situation summarily. It is the immediate task of the Kindred to point out to everyone that, whereas there seem to be plenty of debts entered on the debt side, the credit side of the national ledger is blank. The Kibbo Kift case for peace, then, is that war is totally unnecessary and that it springs from faulty financial system and that the system can be rectified. ... Most idealists have the notion firmly fixed in their minds that the spreading of a spirit of goodwill throughout the world is the preliminary peace on earth. If it could be shown that human beings are poisoned by the spirit of ill will, this might be true. They are not. There is practically no ill will at all. In 1914, there was no ill will. The Great War was not the catastrophic climax of ill will seething and simmering in the European melting pot. Ill will does not generate war. On the contrary, war generates ill will. Peace and goodwill among men will be established when the economic necessity for war is removed. Goodwill can do no more than it can work out a Euclidean problem. The majority of peoples of these islands, and indeed of most of the world, are honest folk, are ordinary, honest, cheerful folk, struggling to keep alive, who harbor no particular ill will in their heart toward anyone, but that cannot prevent another war. The problem of war has nothing to do with goodwill or ill will. In other words, neither lovemaking nor fisticuffs lay down Casey's court to make the defective Mank do the washing. It is not goodwill that is lacking, it is mathematics applied to financial methods. Section 20. Ugh. The philosophy of force. Oh, this is funny. It came as something of a shock to the Kindred to learn that a militant organization had arisen in Italy using a salute which could be mistaken for the sign of the open hand, and which might lead to a confusion in the popular mind between the two movements. However, having established the greeting of the open hand some years before the appearance of the fascisti, the Kindred determined to make no alteration and to live down any misapprehension which may arise, as it already had lived down the Ku Klux Klan confusion, i.e. Kibbo Kift Kindred, foisted upon it at the outset by the popular press. But for this detail regarding the hand sign of greeting, the fascist movement might have passed unnoticed by the kin, except for such general interest as was exhibited by anyone who scanned his daily newspaper. And what was this black shirt idea? And this man, Mussolini, what was his analysis and solution? At that time, it was not possible to obtain any reliable information, the scrappy press reports giving only an indication of an unexplained philosophy. Now, however, with the publication of a whole literature from the fascist standpoint, it is possible to come to some general conclusions, and it seems necessary to state them here, since the Kindred has had to run the gauntlet between A, those who wish to confuse it with and damn it as a British form of fascismo, and B, those who wish to hail it with joy as a useful auxiliary to the OMS, the BFs, and other movements of a like nature. Dealing only with Italian organization and ignoring the inane limitations that have arisen in this country, hanging to the coattails of a Home Secretary who believes that a little touch of Mussolini is all that we need, the Kindred takes note in the first place of the mental background of the Italian leader. According to his own confession, Benito Mussolini has been greatly influenced by the thought and doctrines of two personalities, Nietzsche and Machiavelli. The Nietzschean theory may be summed up as the possible perfectibility of man through forcible self-assertion based on the sanction of the will to power. The Machiavellian doctrine is that any means, however lawless and unscrupulous, may be justifiably employed by a ruler in order to establish and maintain a strong central government. Fascismo, as it seems, an improvised weapon of the philosophy of force, and as such must be judged by the principles of that philosophy. The principles of the philosophy of force are summed up in the secret words of the ninth and final degree of the 11th century assassins, founded by Hassan Shaba in Syria and Persia. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Footnote: it may not be entirely without significance that the Italian dictator is alleged to have chosen these very words as the title of his novel. Hassan Shaba, in training his Fedavi, devoted ones, was wise enough to preach strictly orthodox views, keeping the words of the ninth degree secret, and with no initiate dared to ask by what authority this dogmatic statement of the truth was made. And so the logical absurdity of the statement was probably overlooked by those who were under oath to plunge the knife without hesitation at the bidding of their Ismailite leader. The assertion "nothing is true" cancels itself, for if nothing is true, follows logically that the statement "nothing is true" is itself untrue. Such a philosophy destroys all system of coordinates. An attempt to arrive at the conclusion "nothing is true" makes it necessary to compare each thing with a rigid reference body called truth, but the assertion includes the truth, and therefore no conception of untruth is possible. It will be found that the statement, everything is true, suffers from the same defect, and indeed an assassin of the ninth degree might have easily defended the most outrageous crimes of secret assassination by saying, all is permitted, everything is true. The use of force is not a philosophy any more than the use of sunlight is a philosophy. If by philosophy is meant a knowledge of phenomena as explained by and resolved into causes and reasons, powers and laws, the philosophy of force would have to explain force. And the Kindred submits that no philosophic explanation of force is forthcoming either from the Italian fascist movement or the Russian Bolsheviki. Both these movements are phenomena of force, and neither is able to explain the force that they use. However, it may be said that whether they can explain force or not, they know why and how to use it. They have an objective and a technique. The objective of force would seem to be, firstly, to overcome inertia, secondly, to impose and establish a different regime, thirdly, to maintain the inertia of the new regime. We need not question whether this or that regime is better than some other. Those endeavoring to impose it will believe it to be better, more expedient, necessary, or inevitable. We ought to take some account of the laws of motion, the interplay of dynamics and statics, force versus inertia, as the facts are known to the physicist and the mathematician. For the essential identity of all forms of energy points to the fact that the use of forms by a human organization may be governed by the same laws which control the energy of bodies in motion and the action of forces in producing or changing their motion. Into this interplay is projected an erratic factor, the human element, but this cannot be apart from the laws of energy, and is erratic only because we are without any real science of kinetic psychology. Inertia is motion at rest. Momentum is inertia in motion. The tendency of bodies at rest is to remain at rest, and the tendency of bodies in motion is to come to rest. The force used by the human instrument is the force of an idea, as, for example, the idea of the fascist state. And the rifles of those intent upon translating that idea into action will rust the moment this idea ceases to hold the imagination. When an idea has been translated from mental vision to material reality, it begins to lose momentum. The deed is accomplished, and there is no further imaginative urge to action. The physical and mental strain of the previous effort will assist this slowing down, and a new phase of inertia will set in. Trotsky shows this very clearly when he describes the indifference and general apathy of the Russian proletariat at the very moment when constructive thought and action on a grand scale is necessary. The revolution is over, so now we can rest. Every military commander knows how difficult it is to keep the men up to it once they realize that the action is over. The tendency is to relax, and the very relaxation may turn a victory into a defeat. Once, therefore, inertia has been transmuted into action, it can only be kept in motion by continuing to overcome its own inertia. When applied to human beings, this means that a new danger has to be supplied. A new picture in the Shown to the Children series. And if no new danger arises, it must be artificially aroused or projected. Even if it can be done, it defeats the object of the original action, the translation of a dream into a social structure. Herein, according to the interpretation of the Kindred, lies the whole difficulty. Although it is possible to compel people to overcome what appear to be an external energy, i.e. the red dragon and the black shirts, it is not possible to compel them to overcome the internal enemy, their own disintegrated selves. The real enemy of the fascist state is the fascist, and the real enemy of the USSR is the communist, so much that the only method by which these groups can be kept together, and the state maintained, is by facing them with new external dangers. For Satan, or libido, finds some mischief still for idle hands to do. There will have to be a succession of Napoleonic years and of world revolutions developing rapidly, if inertia is not to swallow energy and bring these experiments to a standstill. What is really happening, and what seems to be happening, may be diametrically opposed. And the Kindred maintains that the objective of both the Russian and the Italian movements is in line with what appears to be the development of humanity, industrialized mass formation, but is really a swimming against the tide of an invisible emergence, the breakup of the mass and the integration of the individual. The concept of the state is dealt with elsewhere. Suffice to say that the use of force to compel and constrain in order to erect and maintain a pyramidal state structure must produce a general hangdog apathy in the many, who, bulldozed and bludgeoned into obedience, find it easier to put up with things, however intolerable for the sake of avoiding punishment, and B, a hidden smoldering of a revolt among the more spirited who, driven underground by the severe edicts and penalties of the authorities, are certain one day to discover the set of rhythmic words which will gather up the inertia of the many and fling it into revolutionary energy against the established order. The Machiavellian doctrine applies as well to the rebel in hiding or in exile, biding his time to strike a blow as the powers that be who have to maintain orders. Both are justified. We know that the moment the rebel comes to power, he will at once put down any counter-revolutionary action, and he will look upon those who plot his downfall as rebels. The point at issue has nothing to do with justification. The Kindred holds that the use of force, A, is necessary to maintain a pyramidal state, and B, contains the embryo in its own military formation of a new pyramidal state. The use of force, although it may galvanize people into mass action, must necessarily tend to depress the individual and to deprive people of what little initiative they already have, making them more and more like depraved sheep. This effect may give a wonderfully tranquil appearance. It may look like normalization, but in reality it reflects nothing but the vacancy of browbeaten personalities who dare not say boo to a goose. It will be seen that the Kindred neither condones nor condemns the use of force by the fascisti or the Bolsheviski. It regards such use as inevitable when the idea, the utopian dream, the organizing and vitalizing few was a pharaoh's dream, a pyramid complex. From the kin point of view, the changes which have taken place in Russia are much more fundamental than those effective in Italy. But in both cases, there is a failure to understand the inner or psychological struggle of the human race. Paradoxical as it may seem, especially when one looks around at the swarming millions driven by invisible forces to spend their lives in monotonous toil, herded together in great cities, duped and doped by a press that is not conscious of its own duplicates, the inner urge of each human is A, to be economically secure, and B, to be someone and not a mere cipher. These two things, says the Kindred, economic security and spiritual values, can never emerge from the pyramid state, but can develop only from the cubical state. The present concept of the state is pyramidal. The Nietzschean idea of the perfectibility of man by forcible self-assertion is based on the sanction of the will to power, is little more than the desire of the slave to be a slave driver. Whew. The Kindred wishes to destroy both the slave and the slave driver, and there are forces of destruction which, like the ultraviolet ray, are not visible to the so-called men of action. Oh. Right. Section 21. The use of revolutionary force. The Kindred approaches the subject of the use of revolutionary force without tying its hands behind the back, so to speak. It does not assert that force is wrong, for example. It does not say that it is cruel, because that is obvious and can only lead to an ethical discussion upon the rightness and wrongness of the use of force in certain circumstances. It does not even say that it is inexpedient, nor that it does not accomplish its end, for it can be shown that at certain periods in the historical process it has accomplished an end which may be said to be the end for which it was used. The biological evolutionary process cannot be regarded as gradual, even flow. It seems to manifest periods or of even flow interrupted by sudden jerks or jumps, as if the even flow were building up the interplay of circumstances in readiness for a new jump forward of this or that species. Without trying to graft a biological analogy upon the interpretation of human history, the Kindred holds that the historical processes which unfold from a dim prehistoric past to our own times is a sequence of periods of flow interrupted and dislocated by sudden jolts and catastrophic events. Thus, we see the ribbon of history not at all as one long band unwinding like a tape measure from the gloom, but as scraps and odd lengths knotted together, some with frayed ends fluttering and others plaited together for a stretch and then suddenly cut off. These knots and breaks and loose ends represent some sudden end or some new beginning, and although the whole is held together because the human race has continued its procreative impulse, the history of the race registered these periods of building up and the sudden revolutionary breaks with the past. These breaks or jumps were never brought about except by the use of force. This must sound very dreadful to those who would wish to read history through the spectacles of democratic gradualness, but such a review of history deliberately ignores the most outstanding facts. Leaving that point altogether, we have to consider what is meant by force. The man who uses passive resistance and who refuses to obey an order is using force. Gandhiism is force. It is the force of conscious mass inertia, and inertia contains the potentials of all force. The man who proclaimed the earth to be a sphere when all other men believed it to be flat was using force, the force of argument, of logic. The king maintains that to be alive is to use physical and mental force. In the process of the legitimate use of force and argument or logic, there comes a time when both sides cry checkmate and cannot or will not move. If at that moment vital economic issues are at stake, it must end by a sharp physical conflict between those who are in want and those who can last out. The use of revolutionary force at such a moment will not be the matter of ethics, it will be a matter of a biologic necessity. And we should remember that no code of ethics can come into play unless there is a fairly wide margin of economic security. Ethics vanish the moment the empty belly gnaws. Whether this should be so or not is not the point. We know that it is so. The whole point, therefore, is, will the use of revolutionary force prepare the way for the economic security of the individual in the community? The use of revolutionary force is a means to an end. Unless it achieves that end, it is a waste of energy. It is a surgical operation to open up the body to politic, but it would be an idiotic surgeon who could make the skillful incision and then, without further investigation, sew up the wound, leaving the diseased part intact. To be sure, even the nervous excitement might ease the patient for a while, if the operation did not kill him outright. But the only question which the Kindred considers is, how will the diseased part be removed by or during the operation? We are bound to ask the revolutionary, what is your ultimate object? If he says economic freedom for the peoples as in individuals, we will ask at once, exactly where and how do you propose to make an alteration to that end in the economic system? We should like to meet the revolutionary who has some other reply than this, by taking the means of production out of the hands of private ownership and giving it into the hands of the workers and peasants' committees. Some such answers as it is to be expected. Some such answer as it is to be expected, and whatever actual terms are used, it will be found that the revolutionary objective is identical with that of the moderate constitutionalist socialists working through the ballot box. They both agree that ownership gives control. We must admit that we have no reliable information to go upon, but so far as one can judge from this and that report from anti-Bolsheviks who have visited Russia since the October Revolution, and from the more or less sympathetic labor groups, together with the recent books by Trotsky and others translated into English, it seems as if there has been no change at all. The only point at the only point that matters, and that is the method of accountancy. So far as we can understand, exactly the same monetary system is now in use by the USSR as in the days of the Tsar. That is to say, it seems as if the state loans to the various manufacturing organizations are issued in exactly the same way, so that the loans are placed on the price and has to be repaid in cash by the consumer. If that is so, and we do not know it for a fact, it means that the Russian Revolution and the workers in whose name it is operating will find themselves in exactly the same financial impasse as do all other civilized countries of the world today. Instead of introducing NEP, instead of debasing the ruble when it was not economically essential to do so, the Russian Soviet authorities should, the Kindred holds, have altered the method of credit issue and on the basis of her vast resources and potential productive capacity, erected a new financial mechanism, thus enabling the state to break free once and for all from private financial control, and to begin afresh upon a basis of real credit, i.e. the total and actual potential power of the community to produce goods and services for the community. As it is, Russia's financial budgeting seems to have practically no relation to her present production, and still less to her potential power. We ask, what change, other than from a change from private ownership to complete state ownership, and now the NEP compromise, has the Russian Revolutionary Party accomplished? Is it in control of its own credit power? If the aim was no more than to change the owner of property rights from the private owner to the state, then we could say that the Russian Revolution has accomplished its end. But that is not the end of human problem of social organization, nor is it the beginning of it. Economic security is the only intelligible objective of human association. Every individual throughout the world struggles for economic security. A few, no doubt, do actually accomplish this in the end, but the vast majority of mankind struggles all their days in their life to get food, warmth, and shelter, and with increasing difficulty in obtaining these things. The Kibbo Kift proclaims that economic security can be organized, that mechanical and scientific production can be made to supply the physical needs of every individual. Whether a revolutionary act of force is necessary in order to establish public control of the banking accountancy methods, we cannot tell. It may be so. The work of the Kindred, however, is to convince the people that ownership does not give control, and that if it does come to a vital struggle, they must fight for the public control of the community credit. That, at the moment, is the correct relation of the Kindred to the class struggle, whether that struggle breaks into revolutionary action or not. Section 22. Difference between a green shirt and a black one. Interesting. 1927. The green shirts are already mentioned. Although maybe he's talking about the green habit. A few years ago, a number of kinsmen happened to be in Hyde Park when they were accosted by a man who introduced himself as a red. "What's the difference between a green shirt and a black one?" he shouted, but he did not wait for the reply. "There is a very great difference both in color and in aim. We are not, of course, considering the purely farcical British fascists and the equally futile national fascists, helpless and leaderless imitations of the powerful Italian movement. The Kibbo Kift criticism of fascismo is not based on any ethical or liberal-minded squeamishness, nor upon righteous horror at the use of the castor oil and the big stick. The objections are: A, that the fascist conception of the state is the usual unindividualized pyramid form, intensified and developed from a partial class consciousness to a state consciousness. B, that fascist finance is not based upon the equation of consumption to production, and that fascism does not exhibit any economic solution. We note that castor oil and the big stick have not been effective weapons against the internationalization of high finance. The cardinal error in A is placing the state as the central focus point. It is fatal because it means that Italy is to fall down and worship Italy. It is the prime mistake in socialist statecraft to make the totem an image of the group. No individual can be vitalized by the image of himself as the people. In order to generate any real devotion, statecraft always finds it necessary to provide an outsider enemy. Thus, without the capitalist countermyth always making a fresh attack on the proletariat, the socialist state must disintegrate not towards individualism, but towards reaction, capitalism, the paradox of socialism and its twin brother. In Italy, it will be necessary, has already been necessary, and will be increasingly necessary, to find an outside enemy in order to galvanize the concept of the fascist state. Whether one happens to be a Roman Catholic or not, one understands the fundamental cleavage between fascismo and the Vatican. The Catholic conception of the state, although pyramidal, sets a focus point above the apex. God is above the fascist state, above any state. This is sound. Any atheist could see that if God is to be replaced by the state, then we are all in much worse bondage than the bondage of religious dogma. It is not necessary to supply an outsider enemy to call forth sacrifices for and devotion to the glory of God. The enemy is inside, a disharmony within the individual. The kin admires much of the disciplined enthusiasm and general impetus of fascismo, but that does not shake its belief that it is better to have God at the top than the state, and so far fascism has made no economic march on Rome. Section 23. Machiavelli, or the Old Boy? Machiavelli looked in vain for a prince who was realist enough to accept and act upon his political theory. Mussolini translate the theory into action, and must be carried by the inevitable momentum of cause and effect to the end. And the end of motion is inertia. The Kindred, if required to produce a great man to back its theory, would choose a political philosopher who, it seems, also went looking for a wise prince capable of understanding his doctrine. A philosopher not so well known, perhaps, as Machiavelli, for anyone who can understand, grab what you can get and keep. For anyone can understand, grab what you can get and keep it if you can, although very few grasp its inherent impracticality. The kin would choose a little wrinkled-up man, shabbily dressed, shuffling along with a staff in his hand. He was once in charge of the imperial library of the Chou dynasty 600 years BC. His name was Lao Tzu, the old boy, and he says the truth is only to be found in paradox, and talks incomprehensibly about something he calls the Great Tao, which is colorless, soundless, and formless, and cannot be described, and therefore I call it the One. He is a mild old fellow with a childlike smile, and if you were here with us now, we would tap our foreheads as much to say he's a little bit gone. Mr. H.G. Wells tells us that he left writings very contracted in style and very obscure. He wrote in riddles. The author of the new Machiavelli may not appreciate the assertion that the truth can only be stated in the form of paradoxical riddles. However, that does not prove the riddles. That was a footnote. However, that does not prove the riddles useless. If we write the word sunlight, we write a riddle, a rune, for we do not know what it is. And Einstein spends his life writing riddles about something he calls time-space, something which is colorless, soundless, and formless, and might just well be called one. In fact, he does reduce it to 1, 2, 3, and X, Y, Z. Einstein is one of the few who will be able to hold a conversation with the old boy when they meet in paradise. The Kindred leads the old boy out of the obscurity into which the practical, busy people of the world have conveniently pushed him. Because his institutional teachings lead to pacifistic individualism and a psychic technique in which the one and the many are in exquisitely balanced polarity. He who runes may read. Nowadays, everyone may read. But it is one thing to learn to read by compulsory pyramidal education, and quite another to sense what the word symbols are trying to convey. The original teaching of the old boy, before it was overlaid by necromancy, is admittedly on a much higher intellectual plane than the dry worldly wisdom of Confucius. And yet, according to Max von Brandt, where the doctrine of Taoism was able to influence princes and statesmen, it has always proved to be an obstacle to healthy development. Aha! The old boy was a highbrow, eh? Down with him. Long live the plain story simply told that we all think we can understand because it omits the basic riddle. An obstacle to healthy development. What exactly does that mean? This healthy development of the pyramidal state, surely, where princes and statesmen lent an ear to this old fellow, the concepts of the states underwent a change of shape, and the individual emerged as a unique unit held in the everlasting ebb and flow of the nameless Tao. A very awkward thing, because it is certain to bring about a change of heart, not merely a change of mind, and a change of heart in that direction is like a grain of mustard seed. Lao Tzu is said to have been born in 604 BC, and to have disappeared in 517 BC. All those who tried to tell the truth, even in riddles, have disappeared in one way or another, just disappeared. What then is the political theory clearly indicated in the form of riddles by the old boy, which the Kindred would set against Machiavelli and the doctrine of self-assertion? It is that the state is not more important than the individual, because the individual is the state. The state? I am the state. And the state has no existence apart from the individuals who are said to compose it. Oh, individualism, anarchy, every man a law unto himself, eh? Chaos, and so forth. Which brings us to a consideration of regional patriotisms and the national spirit. Section 24. Regional patriotisms and the national spirit. It may seem curious, after reading the foregoing sections, to find the Kindred in the position of the herald of national renaissance, calling forth the spirit of regional patriotism. And it should be recorded that some few kinsfolk found it necessary to withdraw from the Kindred when this phase of development became clear to them. It seemed to them that a world peace movement could not consistently stand for the national idea. That is referring to the woodcraft folk who split. But the policy of the Kindred is against that internationalism which acts as a convenient screen behind which operates a hidden financial policy. It is against that drab fog of colorless cosmopolitanism without a habitation in a name. It wants England to be England, just as it wants Mr. Smith to be Mr. Smith and not simply a British national. It holds up no external enemy but points within. It says, "You are Mr. Smith. Be Mr. Smith for England and the world." It says to Mr. Smith, "Come on, yes, you can, yes, you can, you." It says, to Mr. Smith, come on. Yes, you can individualize. You are a necessary person. Since the kindred has forged itself in England, it says, come on, England, be England come on, England, be England by ash and oak and thorn. It's that Kipling poem. In England, Scotland, and Wales, an integration is certain to take place. Mr. Hargrave was the first English Republican Army member. In England, Scotland, and Wales, an integration is certain to take place, and the kindred heralds this development. It will not be nationalism. It will be the integrative urge of a necessary regionalism. This new form of association will be necessary as a part of the breakup of crowd hallucination. Already we feel the pull of this. The feeling that we are lost in a formless fog of internationalism tends to express itself, and the notion that we should do well to attend to our own place, to England or wherever we dwell, is ousting mere peace talk and vague hopes. The passing of the state as an outgrown swaddling cloth does not mean that human associations will disappear. It means that they will not be imposed. Under the hypothesis of the state, it is natural and inevitable to find every man for himself, and I'm all right, damn you, Jack. I'm all right, so damn you, Jack, as the individual's reaction. This is the individualism of the state. It can only disappear as the idea of being democratically spoon-fed and being nothing but a national fades, and is replaced by a concrete, vitalized integrity of national purpose, of individual purpose. Human association will take on a different meaning altogether. People will associate with one another not because they have to be herded together to maintain a commercial war, but because they have ideas and emotions in common, springing from a life that is not curbed and cramped by unnecessary drudgery. They will get together for creative play, for fun, and the state will become a living thing. The economic analysis and remedy of the kindred challenges the present idea of the state from top to bottom and makes it about as useful to modern man as the taboo stick of the tribal witch doctor. Section 25. The kindred and the land. The attitude of the kindred towards what is known as the land problem in these islands should be stated. The kindred deals with the situation as it presents itself. Firstly, England is no longer a rural country, but has passed from agricultural activity to intense concentrated industrialism. The great wheat areas of the world do not include the British Islands, and the population of England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland is more and more dependent for most of its food supplies upon imported goods. These two facts, the changeover from field to factory and the reliance upon the imported food products, form the fixed body reference by which the kin is able to make its analysis and come to certain conclusions. Is there any reason, asked the kin, why the present land, agricultural situation, should be given a different direction? Certain reasons are put forward by various political and other groups, the most outstanding being that it is a national danger for these islands to be dependent upon imported foodstuffs to the extent that they are, that the people of these islands are land hungry and wish to become small farmers. Two, that the people of these islands are land hungry and wish to become small farmers. 3, that the concentration of great masses of industrial workers in our towns and cities creates discontent which is not manifest in these countries where there is a large peasant population, in those countries where there is not a large peasant population tilling the soil. 4, that the flow of population from the rural districts to the town, the draining of our countryside, is to be deplored on moral, ethical, or health grounds. 5, that it would be advantageous in every way to return to or reconstitute some sort of rural life with all its simple honesty, its fairs, hamlets, and quiet joys. These 5 points cover most of the arguments put forward in support of this or that land policy. The kin replies to each point categorically as follows. Thank you. These 5 points cover most of the arguments put forward in terms of this or that land policy. The kin replies to each point categorically as follows. 1. The nation which depends upon foodstuffs imported from abroad might be in danger because, as the committee over which Lord Selborne presided 1916-18 pointed out, the ruling factor is the price of corn, especially of a wheat. Whatever group or individual is able to control this price factor is in effect able to hold up the country which is dependent upon supplies from abroad. In the present state of financial control over wheat supplies, there is a contingent danger of semi-starvation, which, given certain fluctuations on the money markets, might become a vital problem. The kin comes to the conclusion that under the present financial system, emergency stocks ought to be held by the nation sufficient to last 6 months or even a year, and that a special scheme of quick crop cultivation to meet such an emergency should be worked out, together with the necessary mobilization of labor for this purpose, and a system of rationing. See page 113, Noah's Ark policy. Such precautions are necessary emergency measures arising from the present chaotic possibilities of the price factor, but in an attempt to make these islands permanently self-sufficient, self-supporting as regards wheat cultivation is out of line with national and world development. The kin relates the national problem to world conditions. Although fictitious financial structures having no true economic relation to consumption and production tend to force each separate community to safeguard its channels of essential food supplies or to hoard stocks, it is obvious that the great development is towards great world-producing areas for the cultivation of such supplies. If the wheat fields of Canada, etc., constitute the best wheat-grown areas, or is in reality quite ridiculous, if the wheat fields of Canada, etc., constitute the best wheat-growing areas, it is in reality quite ridiculous for each country to be scratching up small patches of the cultivation of an inferior wheat. But for the distributive dislocation caused by financial speculators in the various wheat pits of the world, this policy of backyards, mustard and cress growing would cease, and supplies would flow from those areas of the world's surface able to produce the largest and finest crops. This view of the situation cannot be ignored because in spite of artificial price manipulation, always the ruling factor, the development of great world producing areas is taking place. What is its corollary? A world distributive system. Even now, it would be perfectly possible to enter into a credit agreement as between one or more of the great agricultural combines, such as the Alberta Farmers Association, who by this point actually were referencing Hargrave's social credit thinking, and the British people to supply wheat as the just price over the heads of the wheat pit parasites. And it may yet fall to the Kindred to release the British people from the worst kind of internationalism by putting into operation such a national policy of credit transaction. 2. The kin does not find... Oh, I need some water, hold on. 2. The kin does not find that the majority of people in these islands is land hungry. It finds a universal desire to escape from toil, and this includes toil on the land, equally with the routine of industrialism in the towns. Industrialism. The British people as a whole appreciate the land for its own sake. They love the gorse and the heather, a cow, and the granite, the wooded slopes, rushing streams, mountain chains, and the green grass-laid valleys, and they wish to enjoy these things. Theirs is a hunting and foresty tradition. It is a very different kind of land hunger. They may wish to stroll over to the Dartmoor uplands, motor into Scotland, or lie in sun in Herefordshire orchards. They have no desire to exchange the thraldom of factory for the serfdom of the landowner. It is in this they not only show good sense, out of which it is always difficult to make political capital, but are in line with the world development and their own unconscious destiny. Agriculture will not disappear, but the British are right in their institutional sensing of the fact that England will never become one of the great wheat-producing areas of the world. Yeah. Why don't you send that to Mr. Johnson, 3. The great masses of discontented industrial workers concentrated in towns and cities can be released without putting them onto the land. If a number choose to take up farming, let them. If not, cannot they be allowed to do whatever they may wish to do? Many of them will certainly go back to the land in order to get a glimpse of the great outdoors, to see blue skies and breathe fresh air. Must they go back to till the soil? Why, when the production of sufficient wheat supplies for the whole world's consumption is already an accomplished fact? This is the usual work complex. 4. It is probably true that a rural population is more healthy and has a better emotional synthesis than an urban population, but not simply because it toils in the land. It is chiefly because there is sunlight, fresh air, good plain food, and less artificial excitement. There's no reason why the land should not be used for health purposes in order to tone up the mind, body, and spirit. If the people went off to the fields, the woods, and the hills to camp and walk and climb, they would have a most beneficent result. Result. Why they must be dragged out of the towns and put to land slavery, one cannot imagine. Again, it is the work complex. 5. I can't even remember what he said about 5 before. Hold on. Rural life, its joys. 5. An attempt to return to, or the reconstruction of, some sort of peers, plowman, social organization, the little man on his plot of land, is not in line with the flow of human evolution in these islands. But once the masses begin to be released from unnecessary toil by a system of distribution based on the just price, they will begin to use the land as indicated in 4 above. The plowman homewards plods his weary way, does not express the impulse. It will be much more religious or spiritual, a return to the land, not merely to grow things for market, but to grow with every growing thing into a decent human creature. If some people choose to work allotments, run poultry farms, or go in for fruit growing, by all means, let them. To try and work out a system of neo-medieval land tenure so that all are forced onto a kind of Christmas crib to please the fads of a Chestertonian utopianism is fantastic nonsense. In order to avoid confusion, the kin divides the subject into 2 parts, thus: A. The land as an economic factor for the supply of food. B. The land as a spiritual factor of human well-being. It will be seen that only the first of the 5 points dealt with comes under A, the land as an economic factor. The other 4 are readily connected with B, the land as a vitalizer of the human spirit, a giver of life. Bearing these 2 divisions in mind, the land policy of the Kibbo Kift takes shape, and can be set down roughly in the following order. 1. The release of agriculture from its present depression by a credit issue in which such loans will not be permitted to appear in price. The organ of such an issue might be an agricultural credit bank or the present banking organization. 2. With the release of unwanted human labor from the industrial system, those who wish to become farmers will be able to get sufficient credit to set to work. The price of the agricultural produce marketed to be in accordance with the price regulation factor. 3. Certain tracts of wild, rugged, and beautiful country to be reserved from the construction of buildings, unnecessary motor roads and railways, or any other kind of commercial enterprise, which may alter in some way, deface, or spoil the natural formation of the environment. These reservations are set aside as healing and health-giving open spaces for the use of the community, especially for camping, tramping, rock climbing, and nature study. In general, the land to be developed by individual or group initiative, either for agricultural purpose or for earth contact, is the best physician for a sick civilization. Both depend upon the reorganization of the monetary system. The ownership of the land, either by the state or by private individuals or groups, is of secondary importance, and the whole issue of land tenure will begin to unravel the moment the nation's credit power is used as a whole. Although, quite funnily, by the time that the green shirts became the social credit party of the United Kingdom, Great Britain, I think they actually changed to a self-sufficiency idea for Britain. 26. Section 26. Intuitive common sense of the masses. The kindred hold that the great masses, at a time of acute economic crisis, know very well whether this or that man is interpreting their mass urge, their economic need, or is simply acting as a siding in order to shunt the vital issue off the main track. The great masses have a certain inarticulate mother wit akin to that of a child. A child cries when it wants food. It does not want the times. When the masses are brought face to face with financial strangulation, they will cry out. They will begin to articulate through that man or that group which is tuned in to the mass wavelength. When vital needs are at stake, the people as a whole will know when a man is playing a straight game by them, or whether he has been got at or bought. With uncanny directness of feeling, they know. The kin does not say to the masses, "You are little heroes, our heart bleeds for you and your misery." It does not say, "Vote for us and we will take a penny off your baccy and put it in your tea." It refuses to insult the masses with patronizing socialistic cant. It will not suck up to the masses with the sound common sense of the British working man, which is the ichor poured out by the Tory Unionist advance guard. While the socialist is busy leading the workers up a dead end with his public ownership of the means of production, the Kindred says to the masses, "You're a pack of fools not to demand effective control of your own credit. Power is in the interest of each individual. Insist upon having the goods produced. You will never get them until you have placed banking accountancy, i.e. book entry money, on a 1 yard to 36 inches basis, and enforce this by your own credit law. It does not matter a hoot who owns the bank buildings. The only thing that matters to you is that the purchasing power should keep pace with the increase of production." The way to do this is to bring mass pressure to bear, leaving private ownership alone, and insist upon a publicly standardized method of banking accountancy. Unless purchasing power keeps pace with production, it is obvious that you cannot buy the things that you make. Demand things, not the productive plant, but actual things produced. Jam, socks, car, trousers, houses, bread, boots, stockings. What is the use of taking over a factory which is under the thumb of bank loans? Take control of the bank loans by insisting upon the public control of the nation's credit power. If you go on with this ownership stunt, the time will come when the private owners will land you with a broken down engine. They will unload a bankrupt nation producing plant upon your shoulders, and a pretty state you will be in to make an engine run which has been nicely buckled and generally busted before you get it. The private owners will say, "You see what happens under nationalization? We told you so." And you will be left talking in the factory committee. That is a bungling way to do it. It is silly because there is a better way. Take over the nation's credit. The moment you accomplish that, you will open up the markets into which the things you make will flow at a price at which you can pay. What is the use of a calico printing machine owned by 40 million people, the state, if the calico printed on it cannot be bought because the price is too high? Lower the price, you say. Quite right. But that can only be done when the book entry money, issued in loans to manufacturers by the banks, is so accounted for that the loans do not appear in the price. And this can only be done when the credit power of the whole community is used as a whole for the community. In that case, the banks, still private buildings, inks, pens, ledgers, will be forced by you, as the public, to act as the bookkeepers of the nation. As it is, they act as lenders of money, which is really your own, in such a way as to make it increasingly difficult to buy the goods and services produced. In Europe of the 14th century, serfdom, we are told, no longer existed except in mortmain. Mortmain was the privation of the right of freely disposing of one's goods. Mortmain was the privation of the right of freely disposing of one's goods. And today we are all men of mortmain, dead hands. This applies not merely to factory hands, but to every civilized man who tries to earn his living in a modern state. We are all Collins, laity, and serfs destitute of the peace of the plow, a landless rabble sucked into the towns and now to be spewed out of the workshops into the streets to grovel for dole, wait outside labor exchange, or peddle packets of tea from door to door because the machine can do better without us. The machine is to make, but we are not to buy. This is the great mechanical mortmain of our phase of civilization. Oh! All right. That's chapter 2 done. Do we all have a very hard grasp on social credit? Good. Part 3. The spirit. Part 3, the spirit. We're on the end here. Less than about 60 pages to go. Part 3, the spirit. They came to me not with printed propaganda, not with theoretical diatribes, both clear eye and wholesome body. Therefore I knew they bore a message from that which is, and because of this that the kindred has my service. By some clear indwelling illumination, kindled from the wordless world of soft-fastness, the name by which they were made known gave sanctuary from the isms and the offices of these later days. It was not possible to speak of the Kibbo Kift ism, but only of the kinship, or of the kin. Give thanks for this which is a bulwark against the disembodied and worldly abstractions, plunging us back into the great stream of life. These, then, are the strangers, come amongst us, for whom I sang a song of lamentation long ago. Some ancient thing embedded in the heart trembled when I caught sight of them, as if unspoken root words from a forgotten tongue quickened race memory. I thought I saw the grass freshen where they trod, flowers spring from the earth's rim, and trees unfurl new foliage as the upper stories of a town suddenly beflagged for a joyous welcome. Huh. We've sort of switched to a sort of switched with poetry here. So let's go. In the wild places there was something they did not wish to hear. What was it? I knew that the true thing was in the earth itself, and was only to be found in response to the earth. Place a slip of rowan tree over the cowshed door, mother, for the luck of the kin. That is more help for us than listening to words at a meeting of the Rational Adult Educational Association. The sound of the names of places holds the spirit of the living, and that which is to be lies hidden in the old words. I heard them again on the lips of the kin. Hurst and Holt, Thorpe and Thwaite, Weald and Ford, Tor, Garth and Lay, Traypole and Penn. England and the spirit of the people of England are in the sounds from the word hoard of our tongue. Back and back into the kitchen midden dwellers and the forgotten speech of a Neolithic age. Back and back. I knew by the sign they made at Grimes Dock and Gallows Hill that they were properly seized of the thing that is at the back of us, that breaks out, that no man understands. I knew the builders of the square would join unconsciously with the past and spring out of the ancient ways. I knew that they would not pass by Long Barrow and Beacon Hill without leaping of the heart, a shout of joy and the hand sign of the free man. I knew they would not be found in the conference hall, in the crowded meeting, nor in the lecture room, in the interminable discussions of those who did not know. I knew they would not know without knowing how they knew. I saw them unforgetful of the past, facing always towards the future, able to take hold of the moment of time which is forever now. I never heard one say, I am this, nor I am that, but only, I am a kinsman. I remembered the legendary history of the unknown man, among whose accomplishments was the art of whistling mice out of houses, who was clad like a countryman of middle age, spoke several languages, but was very taciturn. On being questioned, however, he modestly confessed himself, being third in the order of the brethren. I saw the kindred working in the world, often by two. Always they avoided wasting time in useless disputations and dialectations upon nice distinction and hair-splitting arguments. These men went about their work with careful skill, quietly holding the knowledges in through and snoo, that he who moves out of time in the bedfellow of him who rests in the narrow house under the tumbrils. I saw them silence incredulous cynicism because of the faith that was in them, and the spirit that moved them. At first I mistook them for Whitsuntide mummers come again, but then I saw that they had a new epiphany play, and feared not to play it. Robin Hood blessed them with a great and joyous blessing by God and his oak staff. Quiet rain drops down from heaven on high, leaf-drenching. I shall not fall into any berserker rage, nor join the furious host, riding neck-bent hell for leather, but, donning the cap of darkness, go out alone, to look for the old lingua, that evil thing, to meet the unknown man who bear no mark outwardly, who laugh heartily, saying no word, who go afoot cautiously in song betimes, to make ready for the end. Brew cowslip wine full strong. Throw wild neckberries into the air and sing a good song to those who know. There is little need to answer a question because of that asking. The soft-fast men hold back. They withhold a part of themselves. The soul seat, from the too eager, the too anxious, the quick questioners. They knew when to listen, and when to stop the ears, and when to close the word door of the mouth. There was a great loosening of tongues, and a great to-do amongst men who should know better. They chatter together, ceaselessly, like old women who tongue-wag over a wash-basket. That is not a good thing. I look for the self-wise men of stern fruit. I look for the self-wise men of stern theophastness. Does everything happen in London? The important things may happen in Lost Wiheel, or Pepper Hollow, or Hinton on the Hedges, to be merely reflected in London. You think it is all Dunlop trees and cheap radio sets. But no, the spirit of our people is not here, not here. Apocryphal apocalypse to be read between the lines, metaphorically. With the coming of the Kindred, I saw these things clearly, and knew their meaning was hidden. I knew that the end and the beginning were at hand. In Asgard, the Norse gods let go a great shout that echoed in Midgard from Nordenskjold to Thorhaben. Wayland Smith awoke, put his hand to bellow shaft, took hammer to anvil, and slawed the white horse. Uther, Pendragon of Britain, father of Arthur, rode again by the river Eden, and lit beacon fires on Pendle, Inborough, and Pagant. Oh, these English names are killing me. The dew pond under Chantonbury Ring filled in the night brim full, and the tracks of the old flint men that run across the downs were plain to see in the morning. Then I knew something had happened, that had not happened since the last time, since the last Beltane fire was kindled by Tienigen, Teineigin. As when the birch buds quicken, I knew that had come to birth again, and that the blight would be driven out. The long-headed man of the river bed gravels reassembled themselves and let out a haunting cry. Haunting cry. Hicka wee la ha, hicka wee ho. From Salisbury, hicka wee ha ha, hicka wee ho. That's actually in Judge Smith's musical about the Kibbo Kift, which is why I recognize it. From Silbury Hill, rising like the breast of a giantess, came the lilt of a Bronze Age song. The long man of Wilmington stood up out of the Weldon chalk and gave the sign, and the wild thyme flowered out of season. Out of the den holes of Essex and Kent came the grain chant of ancient harvest men. An old witchwife ran at the low meadow, cut a bundle of willow wick sticks, and bound them into a niche. As the kin passed by on the upper road, she held it aloft, and called, "Niche men, I make a niche, by Frithie Den and Grimm's ditch, hold and let go." The great right hand wrote another verse in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, and the Book of Kells blossomed again in rubrication. And then, as if the crust of the earth should quake underfoot, all this fell away, and a harvest of doubt sprang up, a sorcerer's garden of poisonous weed that stifled the vision of the soul. I stood close to these men, and talked with them. They coughed and sneezed and ate and slept as other men. I heard cultured voices and uncouth dialects. Here and there I felt this hint of small jealousies, and, so it seemed, the sharp sting of an unbrotherliness, and I questioned these things and found nothing here of any account. Who are these little men who would reshape the world? They are even as I am, as are all men, weak, of no great standing, of like passions with myself, loving and hating and begetting and dying, in no wise different from the common run of humankind. And I slunk away from them, with a sneer in my heart, because now that they had held out a hand to me and treated me as one of themselves, I saw clearly that they were just human beings like the rest of us. I was astonished and cast down at my own foolishness. All men are men, and I had deemed these to be in some way godlike men of a different clay, above and beyond the little hopes and fears of the multitude. Yet when I was with them, some seemed to be too cocksure of themselves, while others openly admitted their ignorance, and all shrank to my own size, so that I despised them for their likeness with me, and myself for having set them up as a cairn upon a high hill. And as before I had seen them as the ark of this world, so now that I saw them as foolish little men hoodwinking themselves with great ideas, and this rankled within. I went back to one of them, and told him how nothing he and his fellows might do could avail, how they misled themselves, putting themselves above others when it was plain to all that they were men of no great ability, as frail as the rest of us, and showing no better way of life. To which he answered with smiling countenance and without anger, as if the words I had spoke had been heard many times before. What you say may be true, but what do you wish for me to do about it? I knew then that these men were no common man, that their clay was a finer clay than mine, that their mind was set in a different mold, and their spirit burned with a brighter and steadier flame. In some confusion I went away, knowing that I was not yet able to come up with them. I saw two things, the immediate moment and the everlasting flow. The first appeared, taking form of a great shaft of light, dazzlingly bright, and at once it was hidden, encircled by the mighty ring of moving darkness, full of things yet to be, unformed, dim, fecid, and chaotic. The way they had seemed to body forth forgotten forms and fey, a hearkening back to the unmined woolmen, darkness, chaos, dim world of the old gods, there to be emptied out, cleansed and filled with living sap, and thereafter to bring again the dew-dink, the quickener, the life-giver, out of that restful shadow fastness to the world of men. Those who enter this death's stead may not take the load of day thought with them, but letting go the tumult and the mind fret of shattered spearheads, float gently, body dwelling upon the quiet flood of the unshapen, the unnamed. Within the spirit of the kindred shall arise power to act swiftly at the positive moment and the power to let go, to go on, to renew, to reshape, to outlast, to go fallow, plow itself in, harrow, sow, and break again into fresh bud year after year. It is a twofold life, the life of today, now at this moment, and the ever-changing stability of all life. Through it flows that deep creative conflict of breaking through and becoming, a tide that ebbs and flows, forever making new things in stark internals. Because of this, the kindred would not go brittle. The head would not dry up the bowels and mercies of the heart. And this shall keep it from sudden cataplectic seizures. It will be able to brace the limbs for epic combat, and by its powers of quiet inertia, of everlasting growth, know, without mental strivings, when the moment for tension has come. The kindred shall take boughs of balsam and sing, because the songs of praise is with them. By pickaxe, by bow, by crook, hoe, plough, and net, the kin shall make song, for those are the symbols of folk, and work, and place upon all that which civilization is built. Because of the song in their hearts, their bodies shall be hale and whole, and their children shall bless them, and go in open-handedness to further the great work. The dream of the pyramid shall pass away, and they shall build the invisible house that stands foursquare. By knotted kipu, by the notched tally stack, by the measuring rod, by numbers alone they shall master the machine. A voice speaking to the kindred. Come up to the high places, to Mo Saibad, yes, Tor, high plake and Kulin, for I will not speak to you in the filth of the towns. Empty out the lungs of the soot and smoke, take deep breaths, full torso, let sun in gang his rays on flesh, look up and stand upright. Then let each kinsman and woman and child say out aloud, I am the upright animal, I can! For I will not endure any human creature that cringes before me, nor any man that asks, who is this voice that speaks? Nor any man that says, why should we do these things? Let that be the first preparation. And the kindred shall go down from the high places, singing a great song, and their vessels shall flow with red blood, and their muscles ripple and flex with new life, and their nerves respond with a new joy as they go down into low valleys. This shall be called the purification of flesh and blood. Their heads shall be at the top of their spines, their hearts in their bodies, their souls in their fingertips. At all times and in all places they shall hold in mind that the end does not justify the means, for the means form part of the end. They shall rune by numbers, and by numbers they shall lay the foundation. They shall apply the law of numbers to money tokens, and the just price shall be declared. Not without hardship, not without overcoming, not without struggle. Shall anger and hatred rise against them, because they have placed the ciphers in their appointed order according to their value? That every man may eat and be clothed and have a place for dwelling, the kindred shall stand upright and declare their numbers. Stand at the point of conflict, for there is the fountain of life, where form enters chaos, where good faces evil, where life contracts death, where the red digger penetrates the green field. There is the point of conflict. There is the creative instinct. There is the pivot of stability. To find the point of conflict and give shape to the shapelessness. A nation against the methods of calculation. Pythagoras said, God created the world by numbers. The voice of the kindred to the people of these islands, saying, by numbers you are enslaved in body, mind, and spirit. Overcome those who manipulate the false reckoning. While others were talking amongst themselves, these were receiving the message direct through the five senses. I saw a few moving here and there, unnoticed. I saw the forces of shapelessness come up and swallow them. I saw them emerge from that shapelessness marvelously tempered. I heard them say, if there is bread, eat it, for numbers you cannot eat. I saw the many puzzled by those words, and afterwards heard one and another saying, that is true, numbers we cannot eat. I saw those who live by the false reckoning tremble a little with an unknown fear. Then as one voice, the voice of a mighty people roused from spellbound sleep, I heard the words of the law spurging out of the heart. No man shall use the power of numbers against us. All things needful are given us for food, for warmth, and for shelter. The numbering of things is the holy office. If the numbers signifying the price cannot be paid, then that is a false reckoning and a wicked thing. This day we take away that evil power, and no man could stand against them. Nor was that the end, for nation upon nation took heart, and stood upright out of the flux, declaring the holy number. Thereafter, that which was made by the invention and labor of man was exchanged and used, and that which was not required for use was not made. And the bodies of men were pure and filled with vitality, so that they shone like the god heroes of old, delighting in their strength and healthfulness, and striving to maintain the holiness of the flesh for the joy of life, since without that the mind is poisoned and the spirit defiled. This kindred sets itself above us. We will mock at it and strive against it. We will nod and wink as much as to say, that will not overcome. We will smile indulgently and pass by. Do so by all means, so that you get out of the way, and the kindred shall make the penny chain echo with full-chested laughter. No, this is something you do not yet recognize. Chapter 2. When a man is lost, he should drop a stone that may be easily seen, or stick a twig in the ground against his last footmark, and cast about him in a circle to pick up the way. And so it is with earthmen at the time of confusion in the world, so that it may seem like going back on the past in order to go forward. However, it is useless to strike a true waymark further back and then to sit down beside it. That is why the sib of the Kift are heedful and wary, looking somewhat askant at those who preach medievalism, or wish to make something that has passed into the past live again. To have good standing of judgment for each and every moment of the day, without ever being aware of them, that is the spirit in action. A good people and a righteous nation cannot be fashioned from men sitting at a desk, serving in a shop, working at the day throughout a factory. The mechanical mutilation of modern war holds greater vitalizing power than this urban impotence. Do not shout too much about being a practical people, because a practical people does not destroy itself in soot and smoke and toil, engulfing its soul in a diarrhea of idealistic talk while it debases the body in a fetid atmosphere. London, Birmingham, Manchester, Leeds, Sheffield, Wigan, these and all the others are by no means great towns and cities of which we may be proud. Their devastating ugliness and wearisome clutter are the outward forms of shapeless souls. It is not necessity which gives modern industrialism its dismal cloak of grime and monotony. It is inability born of a soul blight, of spiritless people, of people without common sense who have lost the power to control their own lives. It is through the five common senses the spirit of man operates, and if these senses are dimmed, his spirit wanes. The great industrial centers are full of filth, stench, and noise, and when we have recovered our senses, it will be necessary to unmake them and make them again. Throughout our countryside, barbed wire and corrugated iron are the symbols of a civilized barbarism. In our towns and villages, the bowler hat and trousers are the outward signs of a death-dealing rationalism. If they could produce a great tapestry, a wall hanging worked with loving care and blazoned with the high hopes of those who stand fast, but that which was in them had gone out of them, and can never be rekindled in the hearts of men, by moving the amendment to the amendment. Listen, Ned Ludd, I clasp your hand, you whom they call a half-witted man, who went about breaking stocking frames. You and your Luddite followers who led the forlorn attack against the labor-saving machine, and, at any rate, had clear enough sight to take a swipe against the thing that seemed to swallow your daily bread, were not quite such half-wits as they liked to make out. You hit that thing in front of your nose as hard as you could. Good for you, but not for us. We go about to take the machine alive, to control its lifeblood, a colorless blood and invisible, but most potent. Hail to you, half-wit, because I think there must have been a song in your heart that gave elbow power, and I think I know that song. If philosophy is change is not enough, what change? This is a matter of religious faith, of the spirit, of the will. To say all things change is to show that inner flux, that limpness of spirit which moves towards resignation and death. The philosophy of change is the philosophy of the onlooker. He who attempts to stand away from life and watch goes to the gods. He may not live among men. Without a pother of talking about them, selective standards must be set up, especially in the techniques of love-making and breeding. Oh, but we know so little about heredity, is a weak protest. We know by our own common sense that sound physical and mental qualities cannot be produced by breeding from inferior stock. That is enough to give us a lead. Something civic has gone awry when the round beast of women and the square torso of man lose their shapefulness, so that no one may be sure which is which. And yes, I have read it all, I have heard it all. The fusion of souls, the friendship love, the undying self, the all-self, the unit man and the mass man, soul budding, the intermediate sex, all of it, and what it means is understood without words by those who know where to cut the wand that grows in the wood. It is a turning of the spirit leet, from right to left, the wrong way of the stars, from life to death, from white to black, from male to female. I saw the refined and restrained intellectual move left-handedly towards a growing sense of union with the central self, and the strength ran out of his vital parts. I saw the nightclub habitué moving in the same direction, to the same goal, from crude sex to friendship love, from friendship love to sexual impotence, from sterility to non-birth, from non-birth to everlasting death, and so to the nirvana of non-being. Friendship love between male and male and between female and female is suitable in the form of hero worship, for the youth not fully fledged. But if the grown-up world moves backwards towards a protozoic love ideal where there is less and less distinction of the sex, it moves a widow's shins to its decay and death. To move at the right times into the dream flood as one who bathes in the holy well is to be made whole as good. It is another thing when the pilgrim tries to dematerialize, to become the sacred pool itself, turning his blood to water. Ah, yes, I have heard it all. The superliminal self and the superliminal self and the subliminal self, I know the jargon. The all-pervading and divine consciousness, the earth life, the soul and the soul bud, the race over soul and the race self. It is not these words and ideas are meaningless. It is that the power is known to those who can brew the cauldron and the ked. It is the power of undoing. They wish for sheep who are tired out with the day's work, and they turn towards the great undersong, the great sleep of death, who are already exhausted by the heroic struggle of life. These are the frustrated souls who on earth find everything a pain, a longing, an agony, a problem, a suffering, a conflict, a betrayal, and a heart-breaking pang of unfulfilled hope. They bear a grudge against the gross terrestrial body, more especially against the lingam in yoni, and shrinking in their spiritual refinement, always to be seen in auto and homosexual types, seek to escape by the intermediate back door. Truly, there is a way out by that door, and they must go out of it. Let them go. But the men who carry the budding rod, who are entitled to enter the encircled mount, who can recite the inspired song of Western Cud, remain earth-fast until, after their splendid labors, and who shall tell of long... Who can recite the inspired song of the Western Cud, remain steadfast until, after their splendid labors, And who can tell of the long toil of the just ones? They are taken into the dark the dark receptacle, I think. Praise God, amen. I shall sing to these dragon chiefs of the uneven number. It is a pity when he and she cannot kiss for a fear of a subconscious sex complex. So help us, Culin, chanter of Caw, and give us a deep drink of wine, mead and wort, fermented together, and let the open breeze of the sky, and let in the open breeze of the sky, for those people have forgotten all, rod, branch, and wand, and have gone into the quagmire of hell. These people have lost their senses, surely, surely. Sight, taste, smell, touch, hearing. Listen, listen. I hear peer parents talking about jolly boy and girl friendships, with no nonsense about sex or anything of that sort. And later we shall hear these boys and girls as they grow up, talking psychoanalytical claptrap, withheld as by some evil spell from any true and splendid animal passion, wanting each other, afraid of each other. The young man lifeless in spirit, unable to earn money to support a wife, and the young woman rampant with sex hunger, chattering of contraception and free love. All right. Analyze, probe, write books about it. About the unconscious, mixing the dream world with the daylight world. Aha! The same foolishness. We shall get right by going wrong. Where is my shilling textbook on how to tell a dark and passionate girl that her breasts are well, you know what I mean, without complicating my own Oedipus complex. I am a damn fool, and so are you. For soon we shall have to be told how to walk across the room. Yes, even this we cannot do well and meaningfully. Those who cast up the shooting spring, the reeds and the points and the shoots of the trees, who trance the perfect convulsions at the mead fest on a serene night amongst the stones, know the chief cause of this falling to pieces. It is in numbers, in notches, in tally sticks that do not tally. Up, Merlin! We have need of you on the Din Buron, the sacred mount. I do not forget the words of the druidical initiation. My revenge upon the shoal of earthworms is their hopeless longing. Hi! I shout to waken the man who sleeps in the long barrow. Come awake! Give us a hand! These fools cannot number their own gear and clobber, cannot keep their own laws, cannot worship their own gods, and have fallen foul of their own bodies. The men are not sure they are men, the women run after them. Unclean! Unclean! Stand away, O kindred, the voice of the atonic and the devitalized. The twilight of the sexes, they speak of the union of true souls, of soulmates, of platonic friendships, and of spiritual affinities. Yeah, he is. Yeah, this is just him. This is him off script. This is him just going. This is also the heresy of body contempt. Neuter, the drone, the intermediate sex, the gray fog, so refined that passionate potency has been reduced to holding hands. And actually, this actually reads a lot like it's same sort of angry polemics that was in the Great War brings it home. Oof! The hand patters, the strokers, the sleek kissers with sticky lips, the gentle hairless men with high-pitched voices who love each other, and the simpering nymphomatic women who would swallow up Priapus and still remain unsatiated. What well is all this unhail and unhalgoed, O kindred? This besmeared. Stand well away, say nothing, and keep the waymarch of the forthright men, sinister to the left, dexter to the right. The vital polarity of the sexes may not be destroyed. And the yin-yang. The Great War brings it home. What about sex? Yeah, there we go. Can it be wrong? Can it be a wrong thing to sing praise to the good-looking girl, to the fair wench, the beatus damsel? The young men stand about, slouchingly, with no eyes for the proud maiden, with the curved lips, the arched brow, and the lily-white breasts. They do not break into the virgin's bower to make love with a good grace as men well tried for beauty's sake. In Freudian dreams forlong they examine themselves. To the young bucks I sing, lusty but unlustful. Is she like the willow stern that leans aslant the water's edge so gracefully? Yes. She is like the willow stern, and she is like the twilight dawn, and she is like the shadowed pool that dimples in delight. Then take her, kiss her, and say no more about it, for green go the ways where the earth heroes tread. Chapter 3. Because we have become soft and flabby in spirit, I knew the Sib, called it the Kibbo Kift, would demand and call forth some act of endurance from those who said so eagerly, "Yes, yes, we are with you." The master words of their discipline were, "I must," and not "you should." They imposed the little things and the trivial details upon those who were too proud to attend such commonplace duties, and they laid the seemingly more weighty obligations upon those who shrank from responsibility. You think the hammer of Tor is lost, and the sword of Gram put away? Yet some know the hill wherein Beowulf was buried, and runes that were on his belt. I cannot believe this, I cannot believe that. Believe nothing, then. But at any rate, stand up. Pull your shoulders back and hold your tongue. I looked upon those people with ingrowing souls, and found that the sun did not reach them. And I heard the old forest gods, rain gods, earth gods, and the gods of smithing and crafts laughing at him. "Every man a god unto himself," was the cry, but no man was himself. A man is not a man until he is made into a man by threeping and thrallmod, by dooming and best, by watching and doing, by bidding and bode. And this must be done when he is young, by the one who is himself well tried and steadfast. I saw the kin taking care to instruct and enter each newcomer with proper tests and trials. It was not enough to say, "I am a man, and therefore I claim the right of kinship." It was not enough to say, "I believe this or that, and I am therefore am equal with you in kinship." For a man may be a poor sort of creature, blown out with the winds of pride or debased by a crawling humility. He may hold this or that belief, but give no active proof of stability in the faith. Those unmade men are not men. They are wet clay, yet unformed and unfired. From them comes nothing but petty grumblings and unwise words, for they are not made and do not know. They will not deed the word, being spiritless in their discontent and unable to lack of training to take hold and to do anything that needs craft and foresight and forthrighteousness. They can undo, but they cannot do. And this is because they are admitted to a false position of equality in man-worth by right of standing upon two legs. No man can claim individualized personality if he has neither been trained nor if he will train himself in exercises whereby his soul is tempered. For a man's spirit has to be fired, constrained, and directed before he is a particular man, differentiated from man in the abstract. Nor is it enough merely to give freedom and opportunity for such individualization. He must stand forth willingly, and go through certain definite forms of noviceship under instruction. And if he will not do this, he remains uninformed and is both a danger to himself and a weakness to the race. Obedience, willingly accepted, is the kingpin of the kindred in action. There is no force save the force of unfaltering determination set in absolute faith. And that faith is this, that man can free himself from his own foolishness and live. It is time to say no and stand still. The time is at hand to say, "I can," and take hold. Green go the ways of old earth heroes. Green go the ways towards Sigurd's grave mound. There is a high wrong yet to right, and green goes the ways of the threat of werewolves. Mine it is to stack the weapon tack, for those fourth gang to fight that with their hands nakedly, and even so none shall see them, because they that are dipped themselves in the death-worded stream are marked with the wimstaff of the Futh-orc characters, that none may ruin in these days. Say it plainly, that all may understood. I mark the way for those who know what is wrong and how to put it right. There are only a few, and they will do their work without much fuss. In all likelihood, you will not notice them until it is almost done. We do not understand. The simpler it is said, the more difficult it is to grasp. I shall take up the old song that means so little, that tells so much. Green go the ways of the old earth heroes. Green go the ways towards Hollow Land. Chapter 4. That which is right and that which is wrong are known to every man in his own heart, and his sensory appreciation is vivid and vital. His logic will be sound and his spirit true. A black thing said, "Let us escape from the prison. Let us escape from the prison house of the flesh." But a voice spoke out of the kindred, saying, "No, that cannot be. For you yourselves have made the flesh as a charnel house, and have defiled the temple. The flesh has become a burden to you because you have willfully neglected it. You shall not be of sound of mind nor clean in spirit till the flesh is made whole. Arise, stretch the limbs, and denounce the heresy of body contempt. Virtue and holiness are not to be attained by the crucifixion of the body, says the kin. Aesthetic negativism, preaching the vileness of the world and of the flesh, shall face not a dogma, not a creed, not a written authority, but the positive flesh and blood and vitality of each individual kinsman. Wes Hale, be thou whole, is the imperative healing command of the Kindred. Uphold and maintain the good animal is the first great spiritual dictum, for the body is of the highest importance. I heard them psalming the soul to its eternal glory, while the very breath of the body was corrupt. That was blasphemy. How shall I worship the stars if my sight is dim? And how shall I glorify the green earth if my feet cannot support me? They turned away from the sun, hid themselves in the shadow, and asked for spiritual light. Because the body could not receive the sacred stream of metal flowing from the sun, the anemic spirit was starved. Did they know it? They did not know it. Did they feel it? They felt it. But they decoded the message of the body and corrected it by a false key. Beware the yearning, the spiritual worship of the soul, yearning out of the clay tenement after the infinitely holy and infinitely beautiful. Footnote, that's from Carlyle. The clay tenement of body contempt and the morbid yearning. No action here, empty chaos. Infinity can be neither holy nor beautiful. It is infinity, nothing less. Out of the infinity of the finite must integrate in holiness, wholenessness, and beauty for action. Always I heard the same question. What shall we do to be saved? Always I heard the same answer. Do what you like. And always those who did as they liked came to dislike what they did. And because of the exaltation of this or that ethical code based upon body contempt, a man who might keep strictly all the written and traditional laws, never to commit any of the scheduled sins, and yet walk about the earth of physical blasphemy against God. Not so much then if a man does right, but rather if a man is right. For if a man is right, he will do righteously, whereas no man who is in poor condition, not in good fettle, physically atonic, unsound in sensory appreciation, can do what is righteous even though he kept the moral code. Religion may not be reduced to ethics. To be falling to pieces physically is to do wrong. The green tree bursting into the budding resurrection throbs with life. Stand away from it. Crawl away. Hide. Back to the streets. It will kill you. That which is vital, says the devitalized. Even the vivid green of its leafage is too vivid for you to look upon. It is terrible with life. Your blood does not give counterpoise in scarlet contrast. A man may work with might and main for the betterment of humanity all the days of his life, sacrificing himself and doing good works, and yet make things worse than before. And this is because he acts rigidly, by certain fixed principles in abstract, instead of by the necessity of the moment, which he might sense instanter if he was in his right senses. The more scholar the type, the less accurate his own direct sensations appear to be. Thus, however right he may appear to be in logical analysis, in action, he will be wrong 9 times out of 10. No peace where every man goes about the undoing of his fellow man. That we know, that is revealed, that is the plan. It is the heart of man filled with red anger and the filth of an inward putrefaction? No, that is not true. Not the heart, the mind, a mental miscalculation. That which defeats is an error in counting. Numbers? Yes, numbers. 1, 2, 3? I don't understand. Let the dark night sweep down, every star held in its exactitude. Heaven and earth in place, every atom in place. Its atomic weight weighted in its exactitude. Relative, but exact in its relativity. Speak plainly so that all may understand. Plainly? Shall I say God? You will not accept the word. It is too simple. What is plain to the heart is nonsense to the mind. We have turned away from that which is whole, that which is good, that which is living, because of a physical enslavement that we know not of. In order to live, we are constrained to obey the laws of death, wherein every man's hand is against his neighbor and himself. Our religion. We have had enough. Religion? You have none at all. If the body decay, shall the spirit soar? That is the teachings of hell. The survival of the fittest? Only maggots can live in filth. A false doctrine, a twisted word, a misunderstanding. The fittest? The fittest? The fittest for what? For what? In the wake of man, wheresoever he goes upon the earth, litter, war, famine, disease, devastation, and the squalor of disordered life. In our hearts we know we have defiled the earth whereon we dwell, and that our civilization is a dislocation, a chaos that must end in ruin. Deny it by logic, by reason, by argument. Nothing avails. The blight of disillusionment is in your heart. Without proof, you know it. No man may turn aside from life and live. A universal church has arisen, an invisible church, not made by the hands of man, wherein the miscalculation is corrected. It is founded upon the three great physical needs of the spiritual body: food, warmth, shelter. And because of this foundation, it overcomes every church dedicated to the age-long illusion of spirit versus matter. Bread, that is a holy thing. Fire, that is a holy thing. The dwelling, that is a holy place. Streaming from the stars through everlasting space, whelming out of the earth itself, flowing through the green life out of the planet, breaking into the heart of man a voice. Life is in the seed, and the ear ripens in the sun. Make bread and eat. The spark is there, wheresoever you strike it. Kindle that spark and light fire. Stick, stone, and clay are there for building. Take them, build a dwelling place, and live in peace. Of those things there is an abundance. Why then have you created a slum upon the earth? Again the voice speaks. Number each thing that is holy, bread, fire, and dwelling place, according to the calculations of the getting of it, and exchange these things as need be. But if you fall into the foolishnesses of exchanging numbers for numbers, thereby falsifying the values, calling 1, 2, and 2, 4, and 3, 6, then calamity must come upon you. The maker of bread shall neither make nor eat it. The kindler of fire shall let the spark die for want of fuel. Stick and stone, the builder of the dwelling place shall be in need of stick and stone for building. And because of this futility, man shall rise against man, sex against sex, class against class, race against race, nation against nation, and no man shall know what it is that drives him to the slaughter. Yet of these things needful to mankind upon the earth I have brought forth abundance and superabundance. And because the church of the holy body of man calls upon all men to deal justly one with another in exchange of the essentials of life by numbers, and to turn away from the emptiness of buying and selling numbers, for numbers are ciphers, marks, notches in a tally stick that can neither feed, clothe, nor shelter anyone. It is rooted in the reality of the physical world, releasing humanity from its great numerical sin towards the reality of spiritual life in direct interplay with the material things, without which the spirit must leave the body in misery, pestilence, starvation, and death. An economic gospel with the flame of the sword. An economic gospel with the flame of a sword. A church based upon the ancient tradition. First, the body, then the mind, and finally, the spirit. Its shaft of blazing light, rushing straight to the core of the human struggle on earth, confounds the politics of every party, consumes the inertia of every creed, confutes the doctrine of helplessness, and proclaims individual integration in unison with the forces of light. Was it a tent against bricks and mortars? A little tent? Laughter and red blood against the symbols, pounds, shillings, the one that starts with a D. Pounds, shillings, pence. Pence. A woodman's hood against a bowler hat. An ash staff against an umbrella. A voice gave tongue to soothing every man held in his heart, word lacking. Get out of the towns. You will become slack in spirit. Your mind is confused and your body is not in good fettle. The voice. These I bring to invoke the spirit of the flint men of the chalk by Wendell and Clay, by oak and ash, and by Jack and the Green, that went naked in the dance but for leafage and green boughs. First the few, and by their power the many. The dynamo humming in symmetric beauty, that is a thing of joy and wonder. It does the work no man can, and yet I see all men, enslaved by numbers, bewildered by runespell and dark words. I saw them trying to arrive at a religious basis by subcommittee, and the gods were taken with mirth and laughed aloud in their own place, for the gods have no restraint. But God remained unmoved on high, and put forth forefinger that quickened the wild cherry standing rod, straight up and upslanting, in cautious faith by Dodman's end. That was a lovely thing to do, and a great answer. So let the Woden song, Lulu like the trickle of a runlet, and the murmurs moss-bedded in the deep woods. They look for a gnome, a cosmic compromise. They seek to create a great average god out of a directory by means of a typewriter and a linotype machine, a god built of words, a typographical abstract, a phonetic deity. But I sing of the old thing that no man knows, that breaks out, that escapes the word, that moves in the blood. There was much talk on this side and that, some declaring the indwelling God and others the external God. It made no great difference. Those who looked up and those who looked within were just as ignorant as to what to do now, here on earth, as those who did not look up at all. I knew then that was the matter. Oh, the talk about God, about love and truth and beauty. How disgusting, how cloying, how fetid it is. And not a man to use a saw or swing an axe or trim a stone or wheel a barrow or dig a foundation or drive a nail for the love of God. God on their lips, emptiness in their hearts, clumsiness in their hands, and the word noises in their heads. Can it be that the spirit, that religion is concerned firstly with food, warmth, and shelter? Can it be? I looked about for the church which sang a psalm to a good body. I looked in vain for the church which dared to withhold itself from those who manipulated the unjust price. I found priests who were no priests, having lost the meaning of the ritual. The end of these churches is at hand. The group mind, the folk soul, the man soul, the oversoul, the race ego, these were all words and words and words. God with us, God in us, God in man, a confusion of words dear to those who went looking for God, probing themselves to find God. Let us lump the spirits of all men together and call the result the man's soul. Why do we not lump the life of each tree together and call it the tree soul? No, that is primitive, pagan, heathen, crude. None of this quasi-scientific God-making avails. Man, soul or no soul, what of it? It gives us neither food, nor fire, nor shelter. It gives us no upthrobbing joy in life. It gives us neither focus, nor form, nor certain duty. Having done with all this talk of man souls and group minds, and do not pronounce the word God too easily. Attend to the work at hand and let in the healing of the earth. The great spiritual struggle of our day is the release of essential supplies from invisible bondage. Of old, the seers pronounced the spiritual elements, earth, air, fire, water, and it is by these things that man and the spirit of man exist. Therefore, when the Kindred proclaims food, warmth, and shelter as the spiritual elements and declares economic values to be sacred, it maintains that the ancient tradition is truly and scientifically Catholic, for here is the foundation of all life. It is within the spirit of man, of the individual here on earth, that the Kindred has to deal, asking no unanswerable questions and giving no impossible answers. Chapter 5. They call themselves Frith. All right. Not sure exactly where I left off. So, what was the last thing you heard on the... Did you... All right, well. 5. They called themselves Frithmen, or men of peace, and some called them the Tao Mi Sith, which also had the same meaning, but commonly the Kindred. I did not hear the word peace so much, but an older and a better word, a word we should do well to bring again to the tongue. They spoke of girth and guth, peace and war. Peace and security, arising out of the association of time and place and person. that is girth by the old English law that we had from Scandinavian origin. It is not the peace of the peacemongers, the idealists and the talkers, but the girth of common sense. Hold on, let me just... There we go. Of common sense. In the wholesale killing of men by men, there is no good authority, nor great sense, no matter who is in the right, nor who is in the wrong, nor who gives the first blow. The spirit of the kindred is a universal, Catholic, and cannot be contained and confined within the modern conception of the state. It can operate in any region, springing out of the soil of the traditional past in every locality, but cannot be withheld by flags or frontiers. Men of Sigurd's blood, Sigurd's Fafer's bane, had knowledge of the world tree, the great ash, Askar Ixgrail, and for us the world tree is better than the conferences and talk. The man Askar and the women Embla work with us, yet by ash and elm we know them. We do not forget Bernhild's wise words to Sigurd. Do not thy mind be overmuch crossed by unwise men and throngs meeting of folk. The girth of Midgard, that is, the peace of the world, will not be by the world makers, but by the good doers. And what is to do is not a great deal of talking together, but unbewildered and unspoilt, to remember the word runes, the help runes, bow runes for wound healing, book runes, ale runes, and the runes for protection against the spelling of numbers backwards. With these, only a man may go forth right-handedly, to stand by his fellows as best as he may, and especially to make ready himself and his gear for the last struggle against the bastes of Weregild. For there has been a wrongdoing that must be set right, and an evil doing that must be ended, and this will take more than words. Numbers for numbers will not endure. If there is bread and we go hungry, we are fools. And if there is no bread, we will set to, make, and eat it. Earth girth wells in the heart of each man, but our hearts are not in their right place because our bodies are enfeebled and our minds are clogged with the sounds of words. Even so, we know inwardly, each one, that men sitting at a table with pens and ink cannot give earth girth to man. And if we do not know this, we are all bemused always, and there is no help. As to whether a man will or will not fight, that depends upon the happenings of the moment, and his own good sense. Fight or no fight, he would know if he were not put out. If he would know if he were not put out in his five senses, that war is foolishness, and that the root of the matter remains unchanged. As for the kindred, they stand for earth girth against war, as will every man jack when he sees that it is that sets the slaughter going. A war to end all wars there cannot be. That is word spinning by rune spell, making a fine sound about nothing. Each war that breaks out makes ready for the next. Do not imagine that because of the horror of it man will draw back from the next war. That is nonsense. No goodwill, no hope of brotherhood, no singing of petitions, no preaching nor teaching can stay the drift. The spirit of the kindred must join with and enkindle the spirit of our people, of all people, and point steadfastly towards the error in the notchings of the tally sticks. Stand forth, berserkers, bare sarks of old, bare shirts invulnerable to fire and iron, wild champions of Norse saying, the British are a slow-moving folk, but never guiled for long, before they take heed and put things in some sort of order. In this they have never stopped short of any squeamishness as to legality, but, taking the law into their own hands in times of crisis, have made a law unto themselves, even to the point of regicide, amending what was wrong by all means in their power. Once again, they will besit themselves to put an end to the causes of war, for modern war has become an intolerable nuisance as well as a damnable murdering, as everyone knows in his hearts whatever the words on his lips. Herein the kindred is in the tradition of the people and will not be mistaken for cranky faddists, although there are those who wish to give a dog a bad name and hang to it. For the heart of the kin beats in time with the Anglo-Saxon spirit. Come, let us acknowledge what we know to be the truth and regain our place in Midgard, that is the Midgard of old. All human creatures are akin in these things, that they stand upright, need food and drink and a place for sheltering, begot their kind in a like manner, and at the last die and return to earth. On this physical basis, which is also the holy foundation,
They ascribed a kin, and this is the body of mankind. There is no escape from this kin, for that man does not exist who can put aside this common lot and standing apart from earthmen proclaim, I am not your clay. Herein herein is the foundation of the race of man as one essential unity. In these things, every man in this earth is the primeval prototype, man, most truly a son of Adam and Eve, of Askar and Emba. Upon that which is indeed truth is founded in the great democratic fallacy, that because of this brotherhood the common lot of all men are of the same value and should be valued equally. There is no truth to this. A crooked tree is not as good as a straight tree. The good forester must give first place to the clean-limbed saplings. The most vital types will dominate if no man is in dire need. But when all men are insecure, malignant types dominate by reason of their bullyragging and bluster, and their clumsiness is mistaken for strength and vitality. Within our shores we have racial variations as wide as humanity itself, and because of this, maybe it is here in these islands the kindred takes shape in the first place. For here it finds a dumb but steady faith in the world unification as a real thing, and not merely the wan gleam of the heart's hope. Who shall detangle the bloodstreams of the British? What of the men of the leaf-shaped sword, of the broad-headed beaker folk, who burnt their dead and painted their pottery, of the pile-drive dwellers of the Nordic steppe folk with their dash of Asiatic blood? What of the Neolithic prospectors of the Dolmen stream? Have we nothing from all these? And the Piltdown man, and the Galley Hill man, nothing from them? And the earliest tillers in England, the men of the Valley Village and the three-field system? I see the downland terraces of the one-fielded tillings, and the vestiges of prehistoric rows on Dartmoor, and something stirs within that will not stir for all the flag-waving and mafficking of an upstart patriots and bowler hats. No, there is a deep, unsayable patriotism of the man, and the place and the work he has done here. The Romans did this, that and the other, yet the English tradition and feeling is not Roman. It goes back to the old waymarks, hut circles and kit vines of the moormen, back to the standing stones, along the ancient trackways by single slab clapper bridges, past Tinner streamings, Menhir, Tor, and Cromlech. Here is the spirit of the English, and the SPQR of the legions roses no response. There is something hidden in the Kistvern, something buried in the tumults that is with us yet, and it is from here, from Grimspound and the stag's horn moss under the whortleberry bushes, that the thing that is with us resurrects. The Romans set up an altar to the god of the place, and that is a good god and a nameless one, for it is the spirit of the place. The spirits of these islands, called by early Norsemen west over the sea, is no more to be symbolized by a pot-bellied John Bull than it is by a crooked cockatrice. A wondrous great smithying and deftly done has welded our people from many a nomad horde, by the marks and totems of the North Creek men, by the neb of the night owl, by the raven, otter, wolf, eagle, bear, and not by any slather-jowled bulldog, do we sib and gee one with another. It is from here the kindred begins that earnest, resolute, and disciplined cooperation with the world through the several human agencies that control, direct, and influence the lives of men, which, because it works through flesh and blood, shall forward the girth of Midgard for mankind. Because of this, they do not call themselves the British kindred, but rather the kindred dwelling in these islands. Not in a drab fog of internationalism, not in any idealistic vision of the brotherhood of man, shall we find health in life. It is by being themselves, and not being alike, that the nations and races of men will forge bonds of the girth of Midgard. It is not because men are different from one another that they fall to quarreling amongst themselves, nor even because they speak different tongues. From their unlikeness springs a bond of kinship. We must stand for the safeguarding of world supplies on one hand, and the making of individual prosperity, integrity, on the other. The kindred manifests itself as a great patriotic movement for peace in every country where it operates. It distangles from the individual from the theories of state and brings every problem of human life back to the relation between this particular man and his fellow man throughout the world. This attitude acts as a cleansing and a purifying. It evaporates dijingoism, restores the spirit of the place, regional patriotism, kindles individual personality, and gives flesh and blood reality to the company of men. Let the British be more British than they are, and let each nation and race come to itself as a unique unit. And let the man within the group come to himself and stand upright before man and God. Yet this cannot be while the tally sticks will not tally. The old British spirit withers at the touch of the money changers. Break away, break free, come together. 6. Those who inwardly belong to us should heed the awakening cry, and should not stand away because of any small matter. Let one look into the eye of another. That will be password enough. Thereafter, the testing and the trying. Ah, no. It is not all a matter of food, fire, and dwelling, for there is yet the ghost of the man himself. True, it is that the world outside his body house sets about him like a penfold, warping the mind and thwarting the soul. But also the man's spirit, for want of the sound body timber, is misshapen and will need some help. And this will best be found alone, and in that fellowship where, first of all, the mind is emptied away, for it is full of the pig swill and husks of thought, and the limbs filled with music. But nowadays, since we have no blessed company of the Table Round, nor any other body of men freely bound to the apprenticeships of life's mysteries, those few who can take the strain must foregather on their own account to see what may be done, led by the old thing that moves in the blood. Books and much learning have done us great scath, for although knowledge is power, it is nothing else. And we know now, is there a man so hardy as to gainsay it, that power alone is not enough? The wisdom we might have long since, but for the wisdom we might have had long since, but for the spell of a thing called pure reason, which enchanted us, and which in the end led us to waste our days' life in toil and then pour out the blood of millions in Flanders Field. Know this, by paradox, if you can but follow out the meaning, that if pure reason is applied in theory, unfalteringly it leads to pure nonsense in action. It is known to all whose spirit is quick, but how few they are, that reason is on the right, is male, is positive, is the lance, the upright, and that unreason is on the left, is female, is elemental, is negative, is the cup. Creation works from left to right, from that which is without form and void to that which has form. Therefore, I sing the senseless song that moves upon the face of the waters. It is the cradle song of the unborn thing, as senseless, as mighty, as the old nurse's croon. Rock-a-bye baby on the treetop. How to make the flowing song with primrose change, and the feathered green of young larches to catch the cruel from the rounded roundelay, falling of a nightingale that flutes no more in the elderberry thicket. A shattering voice breaks upon the swing-sung dream. Oh, they won't like all these queer words. Like? I know love and hate, but as to likes and dislikes, that is timid and tepid. Will it matter very much if they dislike whoever they are? So this is the fear of the old thing. They will dislike the plain, straight, clear-sounding words of our own tongue, just as they dislike flesh and blood and bone, and for the same reason, I know how they feel. I have felt it myself. It is a poor, weak feeling. 7. Oh, they were so sensitive, so refined, so spiritualized, so soulful. They complained of the harshness of the words, Kibbo Kift. Institutional warning misunderstood. Intuitional warning misunderstood. The undeveloped grub on a stone upturned, suddenly facing the light of day, must needs sense the rays of the sun as a sinister force. They felt something sinister in the K sound. The K sound is an active, opener, a key. What was the fear? Lest the heart be opened? They complained of harshness, but they did not find the shapelessness within themselves. No. I have heard the sounds, Kibbo Kift, shaped by the tongue, and immediately their spiritual equivalent echoed in the heart. Open, shut. Trace out the characters K, O, and T in the primitive alphabet. The Hittite and Kypronite gave us the symbols. Key, heaven, touch. slightly devitalized, shocked by the stark and splendid vitality of physical well-being, react to the vibration K, sounding sharply on the side of the positive living thing. Keen, keep, ken, kin, kind, kindle, king, kiss. All vital words. In them, the K sound is a sinister reminder to the atonic of having let go to the material world. Pronounce the positive sound, the creative word. Look for psychophysical indications of disharmony in those who react against it. And there's a footnote before the symbols. Here we have the signs ki, compare with the cuneiform emblem ik, to open, bivadin, Akkadian U. Similar characters appear in many North American Indian pictographs for sky, and touch or take, bold, the strong right arm or hand. Crude. They said the color was crude, red, yellow, blue, and pure primary pigments, orange, green, violet. They said it was crude. The word crude has a K sound in it. Use the 3 primaries and the 3 secondaries in their full values. Let the atonic crawl away blinded. The vital man uses vital color, red, yellow, blue, and gold. Heraldic, primitive, full-blooded, vigorous. Let them crawl away to their toneful half-shades. It is not refined to be less alive. Know this by law of paradox. A sense of humor is most fruitfully developed by deciding never to have one. Above all, O kinsman, do not cultivate a sense of humor, because when it is cultivated, it becomes a little private culture bed, fetid and stagnant, full of crawling hypocrisy, in which a man may hide his soul for fear of showing that he has one. Deal with every occasion in earnest, with effortless technique, giving full attention to every question as it arises, and ever and again, but not often, full-hearted laughter shall break out from within. Such laughter as only the gods give forth, the terrible, overwhelming laughter that in silence floods the silence, or rolls like echoing thunder from the lungs, drowning the nervous giggle of an age that fears to deal with life seriously. And always laugh with the man who laughs at you, because then he feels you are laughing at yourself and is at ease again. If it were possible to accumulate the laughter of mankind at any given moment, we shall find that a greater part of it was a mask masking a tremor, a fear, a self-consciousness, a lack of composure, a flaw in the soul, and only the gaps of heaving, rollicking silence and the tumbling, tumultuous gusts of splendid noise would register. Just laughter. What has laughter to do with a sense of humor? This is important to the work of the kindred. The modern state, the all-in commercial slavery, fears laughter as it might fear the sword Graham, but insists that everyone should cultivate a sense of humor. Why is this? Because laughter is in itself a reality, as real as a granite crag or a splash of sunlight, and cannot be turned away to any account, whereas a sense of humor may be, and is, very usefully employed as a means whereby man may be turned aside from what he knows is right by the suggestion that he is eccentric or pedantic and has no sense of humor. How the gods must rock with laughter and the heroes shout for joy as they watch the shoal of earthworms developing a sense of humor, for fear any one of them might laugh outright in the wrong place, and so blow the gaff on the magnificent and dramatic muddle that they are all schooled to believe is progressive enlightenment. Observe all the rules of the game and appear to have a sense of humor, because it is uncouth as well as troublesome not to do so. But keep laughter buried deeply within the body, that it may break loose on the high place at the right time. Those who cultivate a sense of humor are barren of laughter. They may not stand with the cheerful ones of the arc of the world until the dooming. I listened while the light settled upon me, to a man who wished to educate the workers to appreciate art, to cultivate a sense of humor and learn to appreciate art. This is a very dreadful thing that has happened to us. This is the final divorce of man from himself, the decree nisi. To appreciate good pictures, good music, that is the same blight, the blight of the onlooker. And once again, it is the voice of the slave state. The workers have so little color in their lives, he bleated. If they want color, give them color in their lives. Strip off their degrading trousers and give them slashed scarlet and cloths of gold and heavenly blue star emblazoned. Chuck their nasty cloth caps and bowler hats in the dustbin and give them the feathered caps and the party-colored hood. But just staring at pictures in the Tate Gallery, The kindred of the mark, stay clear of this mean-spirited suburban socialism, and treat the workers as you would treat anyone else, as people who you ought to want color and shape and movement in their lives, but who will certainly resist if you try to give it to them. You will not get this righted by taking working man's clubs to the National Gallery. It is not Turner's second-hand sunset in paint that they need, but the sunset itself. The sunset itself is like laughter, is a reality, and is a positive threat to the modern commercialized state. Whereas a real appreciation of art can only be used to turn on body hunger away from the real thing towards some arrangement of paint on a stretched canvas. Those who have learned to appreciate art must be left behind. The man who says, "I don't give a dash about art," is a more honest soul, and by the saying of it, proves himself nearer akin to the operative artist. A word to the kindred that may not be taken amiss nor hitched to any foolishness. The ranters, the Muggletonians, the peculiar people, the brethren of God, the chosen seed, avoid their emotional excess and their democratized God concept, but lay hold onto their zeal and their energy, tempering the surging uprush of the spirit with the quiet mind deep-socketed in a soul made steadfast in the world of men. It has been said that the Church of England has never known how to deal with a man of genius. The kindred, like the Church of Rome, must not fear fanaticism. It must learn to open and shut, to hold and let go, so that every man may find his own place in the arc of the world. 8. Who are these discerning occult powers, but seemingly able to operate certain forces? Who are these disclaiming occult powers, but seemingly able to operate certain forces as a blade of green grass operates those same forces in an unconscious, constructive metabolism? I know the esoteric symbol of the kindred. It is traced thus. It is the great geometrical figure, the fundamental secret of the ancient sciences applied in building the temple. It is the threefold essence of life of the ancients, the starry conjugation of the astrologers. In early Christian art, it is the mystical sign of the Virgin and the wound on the side of Christ. I saw the kin accept, absorb, and by its own anabolic power use up spiritual nagging from those who dabbled in this or that occultism and who professed themselves initiates in this or that degree. They gave advice, uttering cryptic warnings. They hinted at many dark things, that the kindred was ignorant of the great occultic truths hidden in the secret tradition of the ancients, that it might be the unconscious tool of black magic, to all of which the kin made answer in the ancient and accepted arcane tradition, that it was most thankful to receive such friendly guidance, that it did not profess to any great knowledge, and conversation of those did not profess to know any great knowledge, and conversation of these deeply occultic manners, but hoped it might escape the dire penalties of falling unknowingly into transcendental error. I heard the chant coming from the place of waiting, but it was not understood. Bull tramples the green field, become bull. The green field swallows the dead, become field. Red is green. Footnote, the red blood of the bull is green grass. Out of night day, white and black are not the same. Aha, halloa, so be it. Let those that understand take up the meaning. They will know without revealing themselves. The operative Magnus does not proclaim his initiation, disclaims occultic powers, and admits that he knows nothing. It is not the living thing occult, not understood, mysterious, hidden. Is not the living thing occult, not understood, mysterious, hidden? The kin is a living thing. I know the kindred for what it is. It is not seeking the lost word. Let those who turn tables, read thoughts, speak with tongues, gaze into crystals, and do other operations of a like nature turn away. There is nothing here for them. There is no mystical cult, occult clique, nor magical fraternity. Nor is it a secret nor semi-secret society. The great secret is open to all. That which is living does not look for life. A wan spiritualism manifest in thousands and one spirit-isms makes a mockery of mankind. Arise, break through, and stand upright. What is this but childishness? This is the inner shapelessness of the spirit, which is the great work of the kindred to mend and make whole. The voice of Isaiah speaking again through the flock and the blood of the kin. And when they shall say unto you, seek unto them who have familiar spirits, and unto the wizards that chirp and that mutter, should not a people seek unto their God? On behalf of the living, should they seek unto the dead? Let that be the answer to all all who are given over to psychic pastimes as an escape from this world. For life will not spring from those that seek its shadow in the shadows, but from those that have life. The gift, yeah, gift blowing, yeah. Sorry, occult tard. Sorry, occult tards blasted out with facts and life. 9. A song to the Pendragons. We only got we're almost done. 9. A song to the Pendragons, the good leaders, the men who read the runic characters without difficulty, without tuition, who come back from the quiet place. On hence dun, on hence down, on Henston Hill. At sun sinking, let them assemble in horseshoe wise, treading at the measured time, at the appointed place, with the great banner of the house wind folding. Leading the few out of the tumult, the earth din, the thousand sharp, ever ready, never rustling brazen tongues, the thousand garrulous, loud, unceasing voices, and the ignoble, wrathful, peevish fret of the doleful streets. These few, well set to the body song of earth measure, spirit quick and soul fast, moving in time with the heartbeat of the life song dream. Footnote, the life song joy. Ever widen the circle of the general dance. They hew out heaven timber from the quick beam of their own body wit. Footnote, the superconscious control of the individual by the stave that runs in the blood. They receive a choir chant from the stars on a still night after the rain. Limbered and gill-hearted, they have a right way and a wrong way of doing things that is to be done. That is the way of doing what is to be done. The sullen ones look on, glowering, their lungs suited up, and their sluggish blood envenomed with the bilge of the black choler. Dimly they feel the threat of the just men who have suffered themselves to be brought back into the presence, who have recovered intelligence, who do not stand with those whose energy stains the green sod with gore. To those who work by the Heiling Gast, a great song and a good song, a flowing lay, full sounding. The sky teems with a host of angels. The saints abide in their own holy place, looking down. The dove hovers brightly shining above, and by those signs the cup is empty of the dew dink, and the bread boards stand without a crust. Let the tongue be still. Better the quiet hum of the dynamo, where all men speak, none is heard. Glory to that which quickens earth life. These men know it, they take what is given. Out of the towns we gather no health, a kin-shattered people, toil-ridden, listless. For us to repent, to turn away and to live. These men know it, and they give what is given. They hold the remedy in their hearts. We shall talk forever. Our strength flows away in words, and weariness overtakes us. These men look upon us and ask no questions. They read the fret that is in us. I asked, who am I? What is God? What is man? For answer, the earthwise man plucked a handful of meadow grass and gave it to me. Sing, then, to those who know where to cut the willow wand, who count rightly at the number of the notches, and give thanks to those whose body gleam gives healing and strength. I shall follow them, because they have called me from deep down, and not by words spinning in my head. It is for me to learn to open the door of my common senses, that I may understand with the pores of my skin and surge of my blood, and the beat of my heart, that wordless wisdom, without which I am a dead man. The pink ploughland swells and dips and sweeps away like a full-breasted woman, lying half awake, and the shoulder of the hill heaves up manfully, showing its muscles, with a great gash on the white chalk, a terrible wound in the landscape. When the willows turn and the silk shiver and shiver, the heart grows cold, and a rife of misgiving filters through the blood, keeping time, gray, white, keeping time. Is the plough just plough, and the hill just hill, and the willow nothing but a willow in the wind? I shall close the book, and go out to the thing itself. I shall let the deep velvet of the night soak up the sodden places of the soul. I shall come out of the wadded enclosure where I have cleansed myself, and sing with call the Cornishman in the mysterious tongue. O Brithy, O Brith, O Brithy, Brith, oi! And the guise of the Brython will be made known, shall be made known to me in a shadowed place where there is running water, budding rods, and a flat stone. Is there no strength whelming from the dark pines? There is a dooming over these town folks. The word they dree is unknown to them, and the bane is upon them. I have lost my place. Where was I? Upon them. If there is to be a healing, it will not be by clever antics of the mind, interpreting apocalypses, making new theories, new logic, new religions, new philosophies, new systems for the world, but by the tempered spirit upthronging and singing buds from the mysterious undersong of earth life. Dark, unfathomable quickening in the rich elements of the soil, slow and deeply flowing forever, where the mind of man comes to rest. As it is necessary Sorry, 1 second. As it is necessary to clear out the body by regular excavation, so it is necessary to clear out the mind in silence and solitude. In silence and solitude, the kindred receives its instructions, and those who dare not be alone in silence are not of the kin. Not by ritual is there inspiration, but by ritual there is necessary remembrance. Form and ritual may not be used as a ready reckoner. Let each draw apart for a time to strive and a time to be at rest, to gather up strength and be enfolded into the earth. The leader must draw away. Oh my God. The leaders must draw away into the darkness, each one alone into the Sich Bid, the circle of the world, into Kibbo Kift, the cauldron of Serdwin and the mother of seeds. The cheerful ones of the ark of the world, the silent proficiencies, the men of complete discipline draw apart for a time from each other and from all men to be alone in the cool of the evening, to be swallowed up in the shadows. Everyone will come at last into the ship of the earth, but those go now while they yet live to open themselves, to unlock the spirit and timelessness, to receive the impress of the quiet world where no man is, where consciousness is not, where words are dispelled and thoughts hold no arguments, but run ahead softly in supple form, darkly. Ah, no, no, no. They do not lose themselves. That is not the hemlock drink of the soul. That is the time and the place of remaking, where the exhausted mind is laid, entering the gloom emptied of echoes of broken thought and mental clatter carried over from the world of day. And here is the whole world being cleansed, the close associations, the nearnessness, the hot imprint of other personalities encountered in the day's work. This is the coming together again alone in silence. This is the right and necessary retirement. I shall go where the great trees stand, deep into the half-light of the woods, whelming upon the great bodies of the beach. I know the place where the afterglow shines like a pale halo upon the hill, and where the ash and the elm take hold upon the sky, flinging their strength into the sky, and over the summit of the hill, on slanting ground on a crab tree, and a crooked thorn crouched and clutch each other. I shall come round them uneasily, and pass under the ash and the elm with an intaking of breath, and so down the valley to the track that runs into a pine wood, where the darkness closes in, and the feet tread noiselessly, and the lungs are filled with the scent of the hanging curtains, the needled carpets, and the cone. Neither to look, nor to hear, nor to think, but only to receive. And after the work of the day, a little staggeringly, blundering without faltering through the high weeds, neither asleep nor awake, but open, not as one who flees the sharp flat outlines of daytime, but as one mysteriously dead, quick now to the wide friendliness of the fields and the sudden unaccountable fears of bracken dull and chalk pit, of softly cushioned ant heap underfoot, the blossoming elderberry brush, melting into the bewildering dusk, looming again, pale and almost colorless. Tread softly over the grass that springs out of the blood and bodies of old heroes of the Eikend way, long since gone to dust. Back to the place of dwelling, to the encampment. Plunge then into the deep sleep that knows no fitful dreaming. The end of the Confessions of the Kibbo Kift. Whew. Yep, that's it. Thank you, Wolf, for staying by. I hope you enjoyed it. All right. Absolutely. I mean, it's a lot of stuff that's really irrelevant, you know? Although, hey, he made a pretty good case for social credit, I gotta say. It's just,